In your mind, like a girl, you just blow. Yeah, I didn't finish it. Bullying isn't cool. Well, 4 out of 5 people enjoy group bullying, so I mean, how many subs? 1595 game, 1592 gameplay, 5 subs per game, buddy. You want me to become the ultimate scumbag? You gotta pay. I'm disappointed, but not surprised. Thank you, Mr. Little Pig, for the 5 very, very big ones. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Little Pig. Boys, can I have some like love from my boy Little Pig? Thank you, my man. That's gonna be real fun. There's the BC, underpowered, bro. It's very bad tank. You can clearly see. You can clearly see that it's a bad tank. He's just so bad. I agree, bro. I will write letters to Wargaming asking to buff it. Oh no. Oh no. How are you, genius Polly? What did you do? I'm gonna write an on support and ask for gaming to sell this tank because it's loot boxes. How about that? Why don't you ask them to put it in the premium store for the small price of like, I don't know, 100 euros? Hiding game, bro. It's been so long since we've played the series. What do you mean again? It's been like almost 24 hours, I think. Believe it or not. It's just very memorable, you know? Very, very memorable.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the World of Tanks Championship International 2023 for the final day of competition. It is indeed day 3. That means it's grand final day, but we've got a lot to get to before we get to that point. The big best of 9 to culminate the event. Of course, welcome you back, both Cthulhu and Blue Panda on the desk here with me. We'll be talking to Kian a little bit later on. He gets to skip this first game. But guys, we've got a lot to break down. Obviously 2 days worth of competition up to this point, and now this is where things start to get spicy.
Yeah, look, it's been an absolute heater well, now a third day of the WCI full finals. And look, yeah, we got to see some pretty interesting matches on Friday. We got to see, you know, the beginning of the whole run for Falcons as well, who originally we didn't really expect much of them, but they ended up actually coming out to be one of the better representatives for the China.
Yeah, indeed, and I guess that's going to be one of the big storylines for today, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, coming into this top 4 position, we've got the the Polish push, we've got the Chinese charge, and I'm going to call a spade, the Argentinian assault, because it has been Sebastian and Fluky that have been doing a lot of legwork for this Americas team, but I don't know, I just don't know whether or not EU can weather this Chinese storm.
Yeah, I suppose that's a big question, isn't it? Obviously, that's a matchup that we'll be getting into in a little bit. It is the upper bracket final between Opua and Falcons that we are really looking forward to. But then again, you've got to look down on the bottom side of the bracket and say, okay, Smile and Hit and Run are also both still alive. We've unfortunately said goodbye to GCAT and Mori Chan. So one of the Chinese representatives, the only APAC representative last night, both getting knocked out in last place essentially, but 4 teams still remaining, and obviously for all 4 of those teams, they're gunning for that big prize pool. There's what, almost $140,000 US on offer. It's 1 million yuan, obviously the local Chinese currency, so a lot to speak to. But I guess now is a good time to start getting into the conversation around our first matchup. It's Smile and Hit and Run that we're going to get to have a look at.
Yeah, look, Smile and Hit and Run should be a rather interesting one to talk about, because on the side of Smile, look, things been a little bit, well, rough. Let's call it how it is. Things been rough for them in terms of their execution. Partially, it is due to the fact that it's not the full core run of the Smile that is present here. Partially, it's also the fact that all the other, well, a whole lot of other regions have been performing a whole lot better. And I mean, Chinese region has been performing really well. EU has been very, very thoroughly on top, and I mean the skill gap as well has been quite rather heavy.
How have you been feeling about that as well, Blue Panda?
Look, I think we've come to the conclusion that Group A was a little bit tougher than Group B. Opua and Falcons looking like they are probably the 2 front runners at the moment. Hit and Run not far behind that conversation, but the you know, trying to justify a North American victory here at the end of the tour, I think is a bit of a long shot.
Yeah, look, I mean, I guess it's funny to say, though, like, are we really still in that world where we can say Hit and Run are up there with Falcons and Opua after having been knocked down to the lower bracket so early?
To a certain degree, yes. I still think that they are quite a pretty heavy caliber team, really, to go against no matter how you look at it. I think the main sort of problem for Hit and Run has been their own overconfidence and hubris, really. What ended up losing them the game against Falcons. So I reckon, yes, whilst overall their standings sort of dropped down from being the absolute best, we went down to now a much more even ground.
Yeah, indeed, and we're going to welcome them back to the stage, of course, Hit and Run. They might have struggled a little bit earlier on in this tournament, but I think the sentiment at the moment, Blue Panda, is really that we didn't get to see them put their best foot forward, and now that they're down in the lower bracket, they're kind of gunning to remind us why they're one of the top teams in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, coming in with, borderline arrogance and then having suffered some pretty significant blows, it is going to do a bit to damage the ego, but it could also be that jump start that they're looking for to get themselves back in. And I'm really looking towards the likes of Marcel and Conrad. I mean, there are so many other names in this roster that you could highlight, the big damage dealers, the ones that are leading the charge, but Conrad and Marcel, they're the ones on those super heavy tanks. They're the team anchors keeping them grounded, soaking all that damage, and they've already proved they can continuously show up.
Yeah, indeed. All right, on the other hand, obviously, Smile. We've had some question marks around Smile. I don't know if they've necessarily answered all of those with their win yesterday over GCAT. I'm actually talking to one of the members of GCAT in the caster room earlier on. Hok Yao speaks a bit of English, and he's, I think, working on the Chinese broadcast this afternoon. He was sort of saying that Smile did play better than they had anticipated them to. but GCAT themselves don't have a huge amount of experience on stages like this. I
Yeah.
think Hockey are the only one from back in the day with EL Gaming that had sort of played any really high-level competition, whereas you've got a little bit more there maybe for Smile to work with in that respect, but either way, I don't know, Smile still seems like they're not 100% there yet.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct, Jordan. For Smile, it's been, yeah, all over the place, really. Even in their game against GCAT, there was no rounds where it was just clean victory. It was always very rough, very all over the place, and even for some of the rounds, those were supposed to be GCAT's rounds as well, let's be fair. So I reckon in this one, yeah, look, I think on the side of GCAT, yeah, it's maybe just the fact that everyone were basically already putting down Smile as like one of the worst teams that came into this tournament, and then basically it was the same case of hubris as it was for Hit and Run against the Falcons. So for GCAT, unlucky, unfortunate. 4-2 was the scoreline that they bowed out. For Smile, look, I think if they make the big change here and somehow pull an upset against Hit and Run, then we can actually, put them into perspective and actually say, yeah, look, maybe it was just literally just the nerves kicking in.
Yeah, start to get a bit excited, but what are the chances really of that, do you feel, Blue Panda? I'm of the opinion that this Hit and Run roster haven't shown us exactly what they can do just yet, and they're only going to get stronger as today goes on. And also what I will say is I think there's definitely the incentive there for Hit and Run to try to ensure that as many of these games that they play today are going to be as quick as possible. They really want to be going through with as few mistakes as possible. Otherwise, it's going to be a very long day for them.
Well, I mean, that's exactly it. If they win here and do make it all the way through the grand finals, that's 2 best-of-7 and a best-of-9 that they will have to play to get to that stage. But yeah, I think there is definitely a bit of a chip on the shoulder for the likes of Hit and Run. And I mean, at this stage in the competition, just scraping by is no longer enough. You need to be coming in decisively. You need to be making statements at this stage of the tournament. Smile has not been really doing that, I feel, whereas Hit and Run proved that they can. Yes, against lesser caliber teams. Now it's time to prove they can swing with the big dogs.
Yeah, I mean, just having a look at the stats there very quickly, 80% pen rate versus 75%. Not a huge deal necessarily. Obviously, it comes down to, I mean, a lot of factors. Are you taking better shots? Are you blind firing? This and that kind of stuff. But generally speaking, when you see numbers like that, you think, okay, there might be a little bit of a correlation as to maybe why we have a bit of a better feeling for Hit and Run and maybe not quite as much for Smile. Particularly when Smile, the meme is, obviously, they were the ones in the video that did say pen your shots. And as far as that is concerned, I think they actually have been one of the teams that has struggled a little bit in that department in comparison to others.
Yeah. Looking at the predictions, pretty sure I did predict for Hit and Run rather than
it says
Smile.
4-0 right there.
It does say 4-0. I did get played here, it seems, maybe by the graphics, but the prediction from my side was for Hit and Run rather than Smile. I can definitely attest to that because
I think there's some shenanigans going on with our EU talent compadre.
Yeah.
Because I definitely did not lean the Americans' way. They have not impressed me, unfortunately, enough to justify even one victory.
That's Keehan's map guides moment. As it is,
for sure. Let's just clarify then, for the sake of argument, we've all gone the way of Hit and Run. 4-2 for you, Blue Panda, and 4-0 for you, Cthulhu. So that is a bold choice. I think, like, for me, again, it probably is in that same vein, that same kind of argument as what we saw from Smile in that game against, Mori-Mori-chan yesterday for Hit and Run, I should say. We sort of anticipated maybe a 4-0 there. They were able to pull it off. But do you see Smile as being on the same level as Mori-Mori-chan?
At this point, yeah. Really. The fact that really there was quite a fair bit of anticipation, despite the fact that they are still a little bit crippled in terms of how their core lineup is looking. Even then, the expectations was that, NA being a bigger region, being a very, very frequently practiced region as well, whilst at it, you would be expecting them to have a much more cohesive gameplay.
You keep saying NA. There's
American.
one legitimate American in this team.
Okay.
OP Hack is Pakistani. So, I mean, the majority of this team is actually Argentinian. So,
regardless of it, it's still that the two regions still get even more practice than APAC, probably is on the same level amount of practice as EU, and the way how they playing so far has been, look, if I didn't know the nationalities of all the players, I would have chalked them up to an APAC level as well.
Yeah, look, it is again that age-old North American strategy. Find players from overseas that are better than the ones you got locally, and then just don't perform anyway.
Yeah, indeed. So, look, let's get into the nitty-gritty of it. Obviously, you, Blue Panda, have gone and given them a couple of rounds, so you must have seen something at least there that's given you some kind of hope for Smile?
No, that's just 100% down to the willingness to go for the coin toss brawl. I'm expecting Smile to just throw what they can at the wall. At the end of the day, we've seen the brawl be a bit 50-50. We know that hit and run doesn't always walk out of it the cleanest. And I mean, in fact, there was even that round that Mori-Mori-chan very came close to winning in the all-out brawl, but obviously hit and run, able to recover just that little bit better. So I do expect Smile to just full commit, hit the W key and go for gold, but I don't know how well it's going to work.
What about you, Cthulhu? Obviously going 0 for Smile. You're thinking they're just going to get absolutely wrecked.
Yeah.
There's no possibility that hit and run is going to have a bad round, make a mistake. I mean, look, I will even say, I thought yesterday there was definitely rounds where hit and run could have potentially lost to Mori-Mori-Mori-chan. And look, yes, let's be real, Mori-Mori-Mori-chan, they're not exactly the strongest of squads, so even though they had decent openers in some cases, they weren't able to convert those rounds. But surely a team like Smile, if they get an opener like that against hit and run, which has occurred a couple of times against this hit and run roster, you'd think they might be able to get one over the line?
Maybe. There's like, it's almost about, say, let's call it 40% maybe for Smile to get one round hit.
Okay.
Because there is a possibility, yeah, you know, with the RNG aim and the RNG rolls for, you know, the module damages, we could see, you know, a lucky ignite, a lucky ammo rack, and then it could snowball from there. But ultimately, I mean, this is day 3. This is where the strat book gets opened up fully. This is where you start digging to the maximum. Plus, for hit and run being the team that is fairly expected to perform, they would want to get as serious as they want to be, or rather, as the situation dictates. Let's call it that. And for Smile, look, even with the strat book, I am not seeing them perform the way they did, because the coordination, even just on the baseline level, was just all over the place.
Have we got a read on where the maps might be leaning? Do you guys have anything that you want to sort of talk about there? I mean, Himmelsdorf has definitely been a go-to for hit and run. Is that going to be taken away by Smile? We spoke yesterday about Tundra for Smile as well, which they actually ended up banning, even though they were going towards that in the group stage.
Well, I mean, in the playoff bracket so far, 75% pick rate for Cliff. I am expecting potentially at least 1, if not 2 or 3 appearances today. But I think for the likes of hit and run, it isn't necessarily about the map picks. I mean, the question has to be asked, how many times do these guys need a wake-up call before they start to learn their lesson? Because they drop around to Mori-Mori-chan, they then get the wake-up call against the Falcons. They can't afford another close call like that today.
Do you have any thoughts, Cthulhu?
I'm feeling for hit and run, I mean, it would be a borderline criminal to not pick Ghost Town at some point.
Right.
Cliff here, that is absolutely a good choice. Himmelsdorf, I'm a little bit 50-50, because I think at this point we're starting to get into the problem where everyone played Himmelsdorf, so everyone knows how each other plays on even the baseline levels. So it could probably be either left as the decider or be left out in the bans for the first few games.
It's also where, you know, hit and run played Mori-Mori-Mori-chan in the groups.
Yep.
And I think they'd rather forget that map, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because I think for hit and run also, and again, we're sort of talking about it in the context that hit and run is going to be the one making the run through this lower bracket. But I guess you have to say there's that possibility as well for Smile. You know, in this match, are you trying to maybe hold back on anything a little bit, knowing that you're going to have to face better teams later on in the bracket? So, you know, maybe if we, let's say in the case of hit and run, want to go towards Himmelsdorf later on in this this evening, do we want to go and pick that one up today and potentially show our hand?
It's a bit of a 50-50 really, because Himmelsdorf would be one of those maps that both teams, no matter how you put it, would be quite comfortable to play on, even for hit and run after a unfortunate turnaround with Mori-Mori-Chan. But yeah, as we see, yeah, Cliff, Himmelsdorf to be brought out. It is a hit and run map pick as well, so we're curious to see how that one. For Smile, actually, the Cliff pick works out pretty okay, all things considered, because of that brawl potential.
Rocker off, get to follow it up. It's nice vanilla territory, I think, for both teams. But I mean, to touch on that point that you had earlier, Jordan, no, there are no half measures on a day like today. You're not hiding anything. You're coming out looking to make a statement. Yeah, you know the other teams are going to be watching, but this is about proving that you deserve a spot in that top 4, if not the top 3, obviously, after this. So, yeah, no half measures. It has to be all or nothing.
Yeah, the gloves are off. Plus, I mean, banning out Ghost Town as the decider, because there's an ever so slight possibility of that. Going to Sand River, yeah, this is going to be hit and runs turf.
Okay, interesting, interesting. I think obviously Cliff, happy to see that one come through as far as hit and run is concerned. Cliff, always a fun one. I do enjoy a bit of Cliff. I think it's one of the more exciting maps to watch. And maybe that plays into the hand of Smile if they want to try and get into those kind of brawlier situations that we saw sort of cropping up a little bit yesterday against GCAT. They seem to handle those pretty well. So Cliff, Himmelsdorf, Prokhorovka, and then Sand River as the decider? That's a little bit of a scary prospect, surely, if we get there.
Well, depends on the perspective, I reckon. Because on the side of Smile, yeah, that would be a dangerous prospect. On the side of hit and run, look, this is the comfort zone, I reckon. All things considered, outside of the regular, the Cliff, the Himmelsdorf, the Prokhorovka, this would be the ideal. Yeah, Ghost Town would have been even better, but between those two, Sand River, look, I'd say they would be quite happy to play it.
Look, I think hit and run are perfectly comfortable with this lineup. I think Smile. They need ice in their veins today. I think more than anything.
Needs a 2-0 on Cliff. That's their start.
I think I'm a little bit more comfortable in my prediction now. I think that is exactly where they can get those 2 points. But going into the likes of Himmelsdorf, going into the like of Proc, I mean, I don't see Sand River being an issue whatsoever. I think, yeah, I very much feel comfortable that hit and run are going to be absolutely storming through these maps.
Yeah, I mean, I said that 0 and 2 that hit and run faced against Falcons on Cliff earlier on in the tournament is kind of sticking in my mind a little bit. I'm kind of hoping that they would have actually had a bit of a look back at those, because those were, in my mind, it sort of came down to a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors in at least one of those rounds where they had, actually even in both, Cliff is one of those maps where when you have that initial setup and you're kind of sending your units in one direction and they're sending their units in the same direction, it just ends up being this massive brawl. Or maybe one of your CSCC3s gets a little bit too overeager. Either way, it's a conversation for you guys to have as we do head into game number 1. Let's see if Hit and Run can improve their run on Cliff.
Well, Cthulhu, it's time to send another team home here in the lower bracket. Will it be 2 EU teams making it to the top 3, or will NA make their way through? And yeah, I'm seeing what you're seeing, but on the side of Hit and Run, the 277, a big old stack of IS-7s, and then 2 CS-63s to round it out.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the side of Smile, I'm looking at it, the double 50B, the double CS-63, the 2 BZs and an IS-7 make for a slightly, well, less protected lineup, but this is a rush and a half towards Donut that is looking to mount up. Though there is going to be some presence out on mid, but that is the CS-63 and the 277, 2 very mobile tanks. But the 50Bs are going to have a field day.
Yeah, but Minairos, he's helping out with the boost of Monster, of course. And now they get into it. Minairos, he's in trouble. They've got the numbers to do this. Fly taking some big damage. So is Fluky. He's in trouble. One of those 2 Argentinians going deep behind the rock. But they are now looking for the rat. Piotr coming in from the back. Fluky should be moments away from death if they can get the shot to, which they should by rights. I don't know if Smile realized that this could be a potential play. And there you go. First blood within 50 seconds.
Yeah, Lop is the next one on the chopping block. He is still reloading, just about, well, I'd say about 10 seconds remaining. Never should be able to put in at least one more shot. That should be another salvo to go in. Lop, yeah, he's out of it.
Marcel bags himself yet another 5 tanks remaining for Smile, and it is in shambles at the moment. Hit and Run have read into that opening brilliantly. Perfect. Getting that IS-7 deep with the CS boost, and now Fly being overwhelmed, outmanned, outgunned. And you can see Kubaz and Conrad set up for the pinch. They can now collapse onto the rest of the Smile once Fly goes down. Sebastian there in the wars. It looks like reinforcements are here, but it is too little too late.
Yep, exactly that. Still full lineup for Hit and Run, whereas for Smile only 4 tanks remain, 2 of them only being fully healthy. Sebastian not feeling particularly too pretty about this whole situation. Mineros might fall amidst it all, but at this point the damage has been already dealt.
Brilliant stuff so far from the Polish team, looking to make a statement here in Championship Sunday. And you can see Mountain the Hill, Piotr getting some big damage and cracking that 3K mark as Kubaj takes down Sebastian. 3 remaining. Vova, OP Hacker, and Dodoma. What can they do here? Can they even get the single kill off the board? I highly doubt it.
Highly doubt it as well. Yeah, Vova is the first one on the chopping block. Next up is going to be Dodoma to wait, well, try to do really anything, but there goes the CS63. It's all down to the BZ. Well, Kubash does fall, but at this point, it does not matter. Smile forfeited the first round basically in every single way and possibility.
Yeah, look, it's just a consolation prize. A little consolation cupcake is hit and run. Draw first blood here on Cliff.
Yeah, look, a bit of a misplay for Smile. They wanted to be all quirky with their setup. They wanted to be all quick and well fast with their peaks, but unfortunately they did not well plan for the rush towards the donut, and well things went absolutely sideways from there. Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, look, it looks like George. On a map like Cliff, you should have a basic understanding of timings and how tanks get around the map. There should have been something in the back of Smile's head that said, there is a good chance they just bum rush us down in through the bowl and we could be making resistance, because Fluky was far too deep.
But it is a bit of a rock, paper, scissors. You know, you want to take some map control, you want to get your CS63s in deep, and if you do manage that and then they don't push in that side of the map, then you've got a really good spot. So it's a little bit of like, oh, if we do this and they don't do that, then we're in a really good position to win. But, you know, if we do this and they do that, then we're not in a great position. So it's like, it's sometimes you kind of just have to take that gamble, you kind of just have to take that risk, and it ends up sort of blowing out of proportion. We'll take a look at the damage charts here, and it is looking a little bit better across the board for Hit and Run. Piotr having a cracker of a game there to kick things off.
Yeah, for Piotr, this was a phenomenal game. Honestly, being able to just frontline quite a fair few, well, pushes really, and then being backed up by the rest of the team was definitely looking pretty solid. The i7 did the due diligence, but I have to say, when you're bringing in such a, well, to a certain degree, you can call it a feeble lineup of like the double 50Bs, the double CS63s. You don't really have a lot of the just sheer armor in front of it, and you can't really take those brawls too well.
I mean, on top of that, you're bringing two 50Bs. Your gamble is not to immediately commit to a brawl anyway. The aim is to whittle away the HP, make sure you use the most of those clips, and they didn't get the chance.
Well, I think with the 50Bs, what you really want to be doing is skirmishing, right?
Yeah.
You want to have a quick skirmish. You want to sort of get your 2 clips out, or your 1 clip out, one each, and then find a way to kind of reset the fight for another 30 seconds or so, and get another clip out. And at that point, then anything beyond that is kind of a bonus. You definitely want to be getting 2 clips out of your 50Bs. But it's definitely a skill. It's definitely a little bit more difficult than it is to just sort of stand here and say, oh, they should do this, they should do that. And something that they'll have to look to sort of improve upon and work upon. But what's the adaptation now that we're going to have to see Smile make? Because they then swap sides now and have to at least try to go for the 1-1 and continue on.
I think in this case we really need to move the Smile over to that a fairly similar lineup actually. Maybe include the double BZs, double 60s, fill the rest with either the IS-7s or the 277s and one CS63 to just take to the hill. Don't spread out the player resources to take 2 CSs to go greedily, 1 to donut, 1 to the cliff, because one way or the other you're losing at the end one of those CSs because one of them is bound to be overrun.
I think they need to lean towards the brawl, unfortunately. Hit and run is just going to continuously force that issue. Every single time we've seen Smile, you know, on the aggressor's end, they just absolutely get rolled over. So they need a lineup that, yeah, look, I can understand a bit of flexibility, wanting to get that coverage, wanting to play the map as it should be. But realistically, the chances are you are about to have to collapse immediately from those starting positions into a fight. Yeah.
That's basically the case. Look, it definitely feels like... yeah, with the hit and run, I think they found the kryptonite, and that is the pure attack.
It is indeed. Well, let's see whether or not Smile can do anything about it. It is going to be the second half of Cliff, and it's not quite a do or die, but it does feel a bit like a must-win.
Well, second round of Cliff underway. Look at it, Smiles like the 50B is still there, but we replaced one of the 50Bs with another BZ75. There's triple set up and triple CS63.
Okay, that makes even less of a sense. One of them is going for the spotting build, so Vova will be going to the cliff. The rest are looking like a brawl setups, but why would you even want a brawling CS63 when you could bring quite literally anything? But, well, I suppose mobility is still key, so...
I think that is it. I did say you want a lineup that can pivot immediately into the brawl, and those BZs do allow some of that extra mobility. So I can understand why they brought... I think they're following similar logic that I was always talking about before we jumped into this round. But it looks like it is going to be a very heavy mid-presence. The only dissuasion from that is Hit and Run have sent some players in towards the donut.
Yeah, Vova is about to have a fun time as well on that cross, spotted out, and now they're well aware of the presence on a donut. 2 CSs to go on a cliff, but Fluky decides to stop, opening himself up for some shots from the back. But as it stands, the brawl is starting to happen and the 50B is right behind them.
And that's exactly what Hit and Run have done every single time. They see an opening, they're going to take it. They realize that these 2 players are more focused on getting up the hill than they are actually reinforcing the team. And it's about those expectations. Smile has expected Hit and Run to do one thing, they've then pivoted and done another. But right now, it's not going that cleanly for Hit and Run, I think.
Not at all, yeah. This doesn't look to be too favorable. Hit and Run are starting to get a little bit closer and closer in terms of the health differential. Fluky keeping himself pretty well paced, trying to find those pixel shots onto the cupola, but things are looking a little bit...
You see that shot, there's a bit of panic coming in here for Fluky. That was not the ice cold shot we've seen. Piot finds first blood, 90 seconds in. It's the Doma out, the one American, official American in this roster now gone. And Marcel, look, he's taken that punishment, but he's quite happy to sit and keep pumping it out. OP Hacker, he's down as well. Marcel finds that in the thick of it. Now the players have that control up through the mid-hill. Fly has to back off because he's in a 1 versus 3 right now. Yeah, he's got support in the wings, but what does that count for?
Exactly that. And I mean, you look at the spread of the damage that so far happened. Hit and Run managed to balance it really, really well, whereas on the side of Smile, all in each and every one of them has been focused to a certain degree. Lop is on half HP. Vova has been starting to get tagged, so is Fly. But Hit and Run, They still not out of this yet. Marcella never could really fall here to
Come on, Kubash,
single
a little bit
salvo.
more.
Come on, Kubash, you
There
got
we
this.
go,
Let's
yeah.
go.
That's the one. He should have been awake that HP. But I mean, you look at it. You look at a team like Hit and Run, a team like Opor. For them, HP is just a number. It doesn't matter how much you have, as long as it's more than 0. You are still an active member of that fight. Sebastian now finds himself with 3 players staring him down, and he knows he has to back off. Gets a shot, fades away, but the rest of his team are losing key numbers in terms of HP. You look at it, Monster and Piot over towards Bova. Maniros and Piot have cracked 3k damage. This is a brutal experiment for Smile that has gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, Lop continues to unload his gun in the clip. Does Marcel get the finishing shot? No, he does not. So Lop does get the final shot on that one. All of a sudden, the tank numbers have been equalized.
Lop might have been a saving grace there. If he can get one more shot off, it might have been something. But no, with Bova going down, the numbers swing back in favour of Smile. This is doable territory, but every single shot that Hit and Run lands onto Smile from this point on is going to dwindle those odds. I mean, you look at the HP for Hit and Run. There is a world in which this does go Smile's way, but that world is much like Fly, about to be blown up.
Yeah, look, that salvo was basically the final nail in the coffin. For Smile, look, Lop is hoping to get at least a couple more shots before he falls. Sebastian is there to soak up maybe some damage, but there's only so much that the CS63 can do. Lop falls, it's all down to Sebastian, and well, from here on out, it is very much of a struggle town for Smile.
Cliff diving, very much so. For poor Smile as Hit and Run take the 2-0.
Bit of an interesting one there again. Hit and Run up 2-0 now, and Smile unfortunately looking like they might be bowing out of this game in pretty quick succession if things don't improve. Guys, what did you think of that one there on Cliff? Interesting lineup to begin with coming through from Smile. A lot of BZ75s, a couple of CS63s, the 50B. Where's the IS7s?
Nowhere to be seen. Yeah, look, I'm not too sure what is the end game plan really here for Smile, because look, as much as we like to, meme on Americas and Smile as well, it has been for a reason. They have been employing some of the more questionable lineups. Even more Chan really didn't employ as many sort of out of pocket picks as well. For this one, as far as I'm understanding, the idea was that BZ's front line at all. CSs would be the ones behind them. They would get those high grounds and then basically farm the attack. What I'm understanding is they didn't expect the 2 BZs to actually climb from Hit and Run towards the hill to actually disrupt that same plan.
I mean, I think that's not just the only issue for me. Looking at the positioning in the initial setup, they don't take any control of Donut at all. If you give full Donut control to your opponents, that's going to give them a lot of sight lines, a lot of angles onto the hill climb, and obviously that hill fight, and even the ruins fight underneath the hill is going to be really, really tough if you're getting shot in the side from those players playing around Donut. The Hit and Run had control of both sides of the Donut, so there's nowhere that is safe in the middle of the map anymore when that is the case.
Well, I mean, my biggest problem is that clearly it was a matter of expectations, and looking at the damage numbers, Piot is out on a mission to say that he is not just a weapon, he is the weapon coming out of EU. But yeah, like I was saying, this is a matter of expectations. You saw Fly and I believe it was Fluky climbing the hill in the CS63s. They know the Hit and Run have pushed up towards the hill. They go for the assumption that, yeah, there's no way they're just going to push a little bit further and go for shots on us, and that's exactly what happens. They are expecting Hit and Run to play a certain way, and Hit and Run have proved time and time again that they're not going to.
Piot gets the MVP 4.7.
I will have to still, though, give kudos to Lop as well.
Yeah, I was going to say.
For his 50B, farming just over 4k damage was actually a pretty good position.
Good shout, definitely. Yeah. And he got a lot of impact kills as well. I mean, I guess they didn't really end up being impact kills in the end because they still lost. But at that point in time, you could hear even the crowd was kind of like, okay, if he can get those 2 kills, and he survived, I think it was on 5 HP.
Yeah. And a dream. Which
maybe there was a bit of a chance still in there for Smile. Like, it made it look a little more doable. It still inevitably was going to be a tough one. But he kind of, look, he was trying his best, I guess, is the big takeaway. Now, though, we're going to move on to Himmelsdorf, and I got to say, I feel like that is going to be a pretty difficult time for Smart, because this really is home ground territory for Hit and Run. We saw them throughout the group stage picking that map. Yes, they dropped one of those rounds to Mori Chan, I'm not going to read into that too much, but it does seem like it is a comfort position for hit and run. And for Smile being down 0-2 already in this series, they've got a lot of salvaging to do.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Himmelsdorf is just in general a comfort zone for EU players as well, just in general. Remembering Opa as well had a pretty decent showing there as well. For hit and run, they just need to quite literally just play their game, play their style, make sure that they are aware of where Smile players are and where the initial push is looking to mount. But from there on out, it should be a fairly self-explanatory game. For Smile, though, they almost need to start employing what I was saying for Mori-Chan, is just the out-of-pocket strats that should be able to catch the opponents off guard. Matter of fact, even introducing something like a V4 rush would not be as bad of an idea now, since they started to get a little bit more desperate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that one, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. I think, yeah, potential to see something a bit unorthodox from
They need
Smile.
to. They absolutely need to. They need to throw all assumptions out the window, because every time they've assumed one thing, it has turned out to be the other. Honestly, I think they need to commit to a push. They need to be the ones to be the aggressors, because we've seen time and time again, as soon as hit and run are put on the back foot, they do struggle a little bit to regain control, and they've only really done it against the likes of GCat and Mori-Chan, who have proven that, well, look, they're already out of the tournament.
Yeah. I mean, where do you go from here as Smile? Hopefully they've got some ideas, because it is time to get underway with Himmelsdorf. It is map 2 between Hit and Run and Smile.
Well, Cthulhu, I can't speak to Himmelsdorf's proximity to an airport right now, so it might be the train home for Smile if they don't bring something fresh. A 705, an E100, couple of IS4s, the Mouse, Super Kong, and E3. Probably one of the most diverse tank rosters I think we've seen this tournament.
Okay. Yeah, I'm liking this lineup from Smile. This does, though, remind ever so slightly from the lineups that you would usually see during Clan Wars as well. You could call it the camp-heavy lineup, because you have the S-Kong that could really just sit down in one of those hold-down positions, rainfire, E3, borderline impossible to really get through frontally as well. So that would be the E3 that usually would either sit around the C3 or the A5 as well in one of those windows to keep an eye out. Or in this case, they're looking to place it on the railroad. And then you looking at the rest, IS4s are very tricky to really bounce from the front as well, unless you have the ground.
What do you? How is an IS7 just be able to cut through the courtyard up to that DE line right now unpunished?
Couldn't tell you.
No scouting in towards Banana. They've had no control around the middle portion of the map. They've been so heavily focused up that 2-3 line. Yeah, they've got the 705 deep. Yeah, they've got the coverage up that 1-2 line as well. But with an IS7 in that position, the cutoff is already established with multiple tanks coming up over the hill.
Yeah. And now with the Mouse being the first one to be spotted, I'm not too sure about Dodoma's positioning. Usually you would want, if you're setting up to just hold, place your E3 at the A4, help the Mouse to be able to deter the push and slow down the progression for hit and run. But it seems like that progression is already being slowed down. Piotr has taken quite a substantial amount of damage from that 705.
I think it's a very lucky situation for Smile to have found themselves in. If Piotr had actually got some shots in, they're going to go for the full commit. They know full well how deep Smile is playing this at the moment. They can go for the flood. Don't know whether they pivot, head down towards D and go up that line. Do they? Yeah, it looks like they are going to swing in to back up Piotr, and they're going to go for a bit of a wrap, try and cut off the reinforcements, because that 705 is well and truly isolated right now, and there could be 2 Mouse on him in just a moment.
Yeah, 2 Mouses will be basically able to just deal with him rather easily. There's the double stack and the side scrape to come through. Monster is there to apply pressure on Dodoma, and I'm not too sure what can be really done for Old Mate here, because, well, he's not for long in this world.
My God, look at the setup, look at the crossfires they have. Yeah, the mouse is a bit deep for my liking, but obviously Hit and Run have a game plan here.
Yeah.
HP advantage is not there, and you can see they've had to pull off the flag for just a moment, but it is a triple stack here, Cthulhu. If they can juggle this, if they can get the Doma out, they might just take this cap and deal some big damage along the way.
Exactly that. Well, Monster might be having a few problems now that the E3 has been finally rotated over, and the Skunk should be able to start raining fire. They did manage to prevent Mineros from swinging any further, as now the tanks starting to close in, but Kubash should be able to still output some damage. For Hit and Run though, a little bit of a scrappy turnaround. Smile finally looking on top, at least in terms of the HP.
Proxy spot down in the southern side to now know how deep those two mouths are sitting. There was an attempt at a pinch, a little bit of rat there from the 705 and the IS-4. IS-4 is not an quantity. Kubash finds the first kill onto Dodoma on that IS-4, and now it looks like we see Hit and Run now in the face. Smile have pushed themselves up with that mouse, looking for the fight with the Super Conker as well. Mineros is just face tanking shots here.
Yeah, and the perfect HE shot as well from Lop to reset the timer. It was the cap points on Never, and managing to even land just one tick of HP is just perfect. Mineros now about to be pressured potentially.
Is it really worth it when your mouse is so weak? You've taken so much damage for that one reset.
It's the only thing that they can do, really. Lop was supposed to be sacrificed for this one to just keep on resetting the points, to keep on draining the time, but as it stands, yeah, the casualties are severe on the side of Smile.
And the deep contest from Smile is not worked out either. Marcel dropping OP Hacker. Fluky's now outnumbered 2-1. Of course, it's Conrad and Marcel, the absolute units for Hit and Run here, but luckily there is a bit of support. Fluky will get himself away as Marcel copping some big punishment. But again, it's a 7 versus 4 currently. What can you do? 2 players on the cap. You've got a TD that might be the only tank able to contest right now.
Yeah, but even then, the E3 is going to struggle. Sebastian in a, well, damned if you do, damned if you don't position.
They've got 3 on.
Yeah, he knows exactly that he is in the worst position possible, and at this point it might end up being a Hail Mary play.
The E100 and Super Conk having to rotate back around Vova and Fly. Sebastian is going to just hit that W key, look to send. He just wants to find a little bit, an angle, anything, and he is going to spot it, get the reset, but he has pushed so very deep just to make it happen. Now the collapse is there. Sebastian down to 877. Fluky will find that kill finally on Marcel, but how long was he sitting at 300 HP? That took far too long for Smile.
Yeah, far too long indeed, though it may not be over just yet. Fluky continuing to keep on outputting damage on his side. Meanwhile, Sebastian, that E3 is a thorn in the side and needs to be flanked around. Kubash as well to join up. Vova gets the better of Monster as well. That's one of the crossfire positions out of the equation, but Sebastian may be in trouble.
Somehow, it feels like Smile might be working this one back. Unfortunately, Sebastian goes down, and all of a sudden that changes. But the HP difference, about 600. They've got some pretty heavy-hitting tanks as well. If they can find a team up or two, they might be able to whittle away those numbers. But you look at Kubash, Biot, not really in a position to be threatened.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, Sebastian did his job pretty well. He stayed alive for as long as he could. But yeah, at this point, this is starting to get a little bit dicey. The fact that Fly is unable to pin as well is a problem and a half, and the E100 is about to be bullied out of the existence. There's the, potentially the HE shell being loaded, maybe not. No, Never actually falls.
I mean, there's still a world in which it's possible, but again, it's a very, very small possibility. 2 versus 3. Vova doesn't really have what he needs to contest
But they might actually make it work.
There is, yeah, there's still a world this works. That IS-4 on the backside, though, has Conrad to contest with. This is a dicey prospect, and it is down to just Fluky.
Yeah, Fluky being the last player remaining. Still 1,000 HP to go, but Conrad should be able to get the better of him. If he even pushes out, there's no way for the IS-4 to even DPM him down. The timer is there. Yeah, this should be fairly...
I mean, all Conrad has to do is hold this angle. Yeah. He doesn't need to force the issue. He just has to, honestly, he doesn't even have to push out that far. It's just mind-gaming Fluky, and you can see Fluky realizes, I have to go for something here. I can't just sit here and deal with this mouse, and Conrad knows. Conrad knows full well that it's a race, a gamble. Fluky is trying to go for a reset, and he would potentially find an angle, but will cause him to cross into the line of sight. Oh, not the roll that he was looking for. But with 74 HP, it's just easy pickings. 15 seconds. Fluky is about to round the corner, and he should be going down in just a second, and Manira snipes it from range.
So 3-0 the scoreline now for hit and run, and that charge continues through the lower bracket as we expected that it would. It was even a bit surprising to see hit and run in this position, and no real surprise necessarily to see them doing so well in this matchup. But for Smile, another disappointing loss. It puts them now at series point, or facing series point, I suppose. And so the next round they play could be the last one that they find themselves in WCI 2023.
Look, I will say though, I will say this is one of the better rounds that Smile could have really brought out. I like the lineup. They had a really good potential. Unfortunately, the way how they've executed it was not the way how I thought it would, and therefore it ended up resulting in their own unfortunate demise there, really. Look, the E3 was a great idea, but I think the E3 should have been there to receive, well, the hill push, because we know at this point that hit and run do enjoy having some of that mobility. And looking at the lineup that they did, there should have been some expectation at least of at least some contention of the hill.
Where do you see the issues cropping up with Panda?
I mean, you know, coming from the 5v5, we're so used to that banana control for the defense. It was non-existent, allows PL to get deep. And I mean, even though he takes a couple of shots, he gets so much information off the back of it. Communicates to the team. They say, look, well, we're going to carry on with our jaunt over the hill, gets themselves into a great position. For every single step, it feels like Smile are taking forward. They're being pushed too back.
Yeah, I mean, I think in particular, looking at the setup on the northern flag, the Doma getting caught in the corner, always going to be a bit of an awkward spot to be in. And I was actually impressed that he was able to survive for as long as he did, because really did seem like he was a dead man. No one there to really help him out. Obviously, you had to see Lop at one point as well, pushing forward to get the reset. I thought Hit and Run did a really good job of kind of just toying with the setup that Smile was running, and they were able to kind of find the gaps in the defense and then inevitably snowball from there. 7-4 victory in the first half of Himmelsdorf, or the first round of Himmelsdorf, it should be said. Moved on to the second round, which will be Hit and Run playing on the defense, and that's their attempt to close things out. 6.5k from Monairos. Wow. Really solid stuff.
Well, I mean, with his picks as well, he had the prime position to really farm up all the damage possible, plus the 705 bearing quite a nice alpha as well for that tank. Should have allowed that, plenty of that. Look, for all things considered, this has been a really, really solid turnaround for Hit and Run. For Smile, look, yeah, it's cool to see that Volva actually pulled quite a lot of weight, but unfortunately, it was him only really getting that weight done. Yep, Fluky, you could argue that he was the one, you know, contesting the whole southern side, keeping away the mouses, but there wasn't really a whole lot of worth in it, really.
Yeah, this is up there with the most damage dealt in a single game, I think, from any individual. Was it 6.6 or 6.4 yesterday?
It was 6.6.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. So maybe not quite there at the event, but still 6.5k in one game. Not a bad shout at all. 91% pen as well. Love to see it from Hit and Run, and as we've said, they are looking good, and they're also looking to close this out 4-0. Let's be real. The main goal for Hit and Run at this event would be speedrun the lower bracket, get into that grand final, win the grand final. They were the team that was potentially tipped to win from day one. Yeah. And to see them down in the lower bracket so early was, yeah, a little bit unorthodox, I suppose. But now they're showing us again why we had such faith in them on day one. And obviously this is the first of many games that they're going to have to play. So in order to make their day a little bit easier, they'll want to ensure that this is a short game.
Yeah, I mean, it is really an endurance run today, especially in the lower bracket. In terms of trust, in terms of faith, I don't think it's quite restored for Hit and Run just yet. I think that's going to come in that matchup against either Opor or Falcons in the lower bracket final. That's when we find out whether or not it was justifying that we were calling them the favourite coming into this tournament. But look, signs are positive. Things are looking much better for them.
Indeed. Well, not too much longer before we will find out whether or not Smile will get to remain in WCI for another round. But based on how things have been going, Cthulhu, it's hard to make an argument against the 4-0 that you did predict.
Yeah, look, things are definitely moving very quickly towards that. I mean, I'm not even going to mention Cliff. That was a complete and utter forfeit, really, by Smile, as unfortunate as it was. And look, for all intents and purposes, this was a great turnaround. For the case of this very matchup, at least Smile didn't bow out as quickly as GCAT and Morichan did. So, for what it's worth, yeah, still well played, but I think this might be the end of the road for them.
Good to see the Chinese fans out in force to kick off the day. obviously we'll get to see a Chinese team in the next matchup, and I think that's what they're all waiting for, but still out here to support the Water Tanks Esports, which is pretty cool to see. It's been a long time since there's been an offline event, way back
6
since
years.
2018.
2017.
Well, yeah, true. I keep thinking 2018 because it was closer to 2018 than 2016, I guess. But yeah, late 2017, I think it was around November, December 2017, the final battle. Last time we had a global World of Tanks offline event, but the future is bright. Let's see, though, if that will be the case for Smile, because they'll need to keep themselves alive here on Himmelsdorf if they want that to be the case.
Well, Cthulhu, it's easy to see that Smile have a mission on their hands. Whether or not it is an escort mission, we'll have to see.
Wait a second.
Yeah, look, this is getting spicy, and I'm here for it.
Oh my goodness, it is a sight to the sore eyes. The Hori 3 is being brought out for Fly for Smile. And look, I gotta say, this is one of those tank destroyers that, whilst it is a meme pick to a certain degree, the damage capabilities of that thing are absolutely off the charts. The AP round that you can load from that one can basically have a much higher chance to overmatch the, well, basically most of the armors that the hit and run are bringing over.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of damage on the other side as well. The 277, 60P, 705s, E5, and of course the mouse in the hands of Conrad. No other tank is good for him other than that mouse. He's been playing it all tournament Fly. Yeah, look, the Hori 3. Will it be that artillery unit that it very much feels like it could be?
Problem being is that once again, in the same vein how it was in the first round, Smile gave away a lot of ground. Not much of the contention. There's no control over the church area for Never and the rest of the squad. This is going to be a very easy take and a very easy flank as well.
I mean, hit and run, throwing down the gauntlet here. They say, Smile, if you're going to say it with your chest, because we're coming to you.
Exactly that. Marcel already taken some initial damage. Lop is going to be, he is the one to be separated from the rest, though there is, I believe, yeah, it is Sebastian as well to help him out. So look, not the worst situation, but definitely could mean a lot of problems from here on out.
Lulu, the fact that there is only a single tank on that two flag at the moment, and right now, Smile are backed into a corner. Yeah, they've got the Hori there positioned deep on that B line at the moment, but they are so deeply corralled onto that right-hand side of the map that they've got little territory to work with.
Yeah, very much so. Look at the sheer control that hit and run established. In comes the push, though. Conrad is looking to receive it. Probably will have to just fall back a little bit, or maybe try to just get as much information as possible. Pops a shot from the Hori. That is going to hurt quite a fair bit. OB Hacker looking to maybe just keep around his position and just keep on applying the pressure. 705 rotating around. Marcel all of a sudden became a target.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a rough spot, and you can see Lop and Sebastian there, but oh my, they're just going to start pumping those shots out.
Lop was not having a fun time.
Yeah, Smile well and truly entrapped at the moment by hit and run in those positions. Monairos coming in from the back if Sebastian is not aware, and they are not at all. There he goes, reveals himself, cops a shot to the side. OP Hacker on the flag at the moment, looking to make something of it with Bova there as well, but never. He's got the opportunity to go around the corner for a reset, but is it worth the peak? That's the question.
I mean, it is a 705. You can go for a side scrape there to peek around, and well, it should be a fairly possible thing while continuing to bleed the HP, which is not the most ideal situation. Full control of the park as well. So Kubaj and Marcel now wrapping around to try to get the better of the Doma. But now with Never, Conrad should have all the confidence to go in for the swing to get the reset going. Even the Hori 3 is not hitting its strides, and this is a problem. Full reset as well of the capture points.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, I mean, the fact that Fly didn't pin that shot, all of a sudden this is just easy pickings for hit and run. They've got the HP to do it. The Doma again backed into a corner. is about to be farmed up. Kubaj claiming first blood here in what could be the last round of Smile's tournament, and it's very much feeling that way.
Exactly that, yeah. Look, things are quite all unfortunate here for Smile as things are starting to tick away. OP Hacker falls, Sebastian is looking to be next on the chopping block. And as unfortunate as it all is, Smile, look, you've had the opportunities, you had the chances, but unfortunately all of them are now extinguished to the fullest here, and this might just be that 4th point.
Well, Cthulhu, it seems it is indeed an escort mission, but not for North America, it is for us. It's time to get them back to their flight, because they've got a plane to catch. Blukey doing anything that he can to kill anything that he can do. Icing on the cake, not to be. It is not frosted. It is all over. North America are going home.
Well, as we see Hit and Run going over to give their commiserations to Smile, I guess we do have to give our congratulations to Hit and Run as they pick up the 4-0, and they're able to themselves alive here in WCI 2023, which means the Americas roster is now eliminated, and joining GCat and Mori-Chan as now the 3 teams out of the competition. But with that said, it's all about Hit and Run at this point, and 4-0 victory is a very positive sign for the rest of the day.
Yeah, look, they definitely all looking very much supercharged and ready to go. Hit and Run definitely got back on their feet. I have to say the way how they've executed it all was, well, once again, very, very much of a flawless showcase, and the ability to just spread that damage across all of the tanks and just keep all the guns in battle definitely looked very, very strong.
Yeah, certainly. Look, for Smile, I guess the big caveat being that the roster that essentially qualified for this event wasn't necessarily the exact roster that ended up here because of multiple reasons. As I understand, they did lose their caller. They lost a couple more of their core members as well. So I guess if you look at that and say that was an underperformance from them, maybe there are reasons for it. But end of the day, an unfortunate result for Smile and for the Americas region, as now it is once again looking like it might be European dominance, unless the Chinese could do something about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's all on Falcons right now as we see Japan and one half of China gone, and of course, and you know, in the bin. Cthulhu, how often have you and I seen North America come into a tournament? I mean, imagine saying in your pre-roll content, oh yeah, make sure you pin your shots, guys, and then failing to do that miserably.
Yeah.
Look. Yeah, end of the day, I mean, disappointment for Smile?
Bit of a disappointment, yeah. Look, I was genuinely hoping to see, at least a 4-2 scoreline here from Smile. Well, that is, take at least 2 rounds of Hit and Run. Because, look, once again, I've highlighted, yes, they are in the deficit of their core lineup, yes, all of the unfortunate circumstances, but they're still one of the bigger regions in World of Tanks. They're one of the bigger regions in all of the esports ecosystems, and they have so many of the competitions, yet end result, I mean, damage numbers don't lie. It's the 20k for Hit and Run and 12.9 thousand for Smile. As the saying goes, the numbers don't lie, they lie.
Yeah, look, a lot of map control being given over to Hit and Run early on in that final round in Himmelsdorf as well, and you saw lots of little skirmishes around the map that pretty much all favored Hit and Run in the end. 0 damage from OP Hacker, 3 from Dodoma, and that is just unfortunately not going to be quite good enough in a game that, I mean, look, to be fair, that last round didn't even really end up being super close, but hit and run, very decisive indeed, and I guess we just have to wait and see what they're going to be able to do throughout the rest of this bracket.
I mean, as much as you want to say, yeah, look, it wasn't the strongest showing from Smile because of this reason or that reason, a lot of the way they played felt like half-baked plans. I mean, you saw it on Himmelsdorf. They were giving up coverage, they were giving up map control, they were holding weird positions that allowed hit and run to just roam freely around the map.
Yeah, it was ultimately the map control that really failed Smile, unfortunately. They had the lineup. So look, I am all for a, seeing a T110E3 defense on the Himmelsdorf. I'm all for seeing a whole repick to be brought out for Himmelsdorf attack. But when your positioning is so clustered in that one spot, you're not really giving yourself enough of the breathing room.
Well, you guys have just seen the bracket there, and as you would have noticed, the next matchup is going to be Opua and Falcons. Following on from that, the loser of that game will then drop down into the lower bracket final to face Hit and Run, which will be a position that both teams will be hoping to avoid for obviously fairly straightforward reasons. No one wants to get knocked out earlier than they need to because there's a lot of money involved, but also there's that European matchup that I think they'd want to see in the grand final rather than in the lower bracket final. And for the Chinese squad, they want to get it done in front of their home crowd here in Shanghai, so they also don't want to be dropping down. That next game, though, going to be quite a big one. Looking forward to that, and I think that's going to be potentially one of the games of the tournament, right? It's Opua and Falcons, a rematch of the group stage game that went to 3-2, this time in a best of 7, so a little bit more time to play with. And I mean, Falcons look pretty good in that game.
Yeah, like you highlighted, this time best of 7s. This time both of the teams already should have overcame the stage fright as well, so it's all confidence, all ready to go. In theory, this should be, one of the highlights, maybe like a preview for the grand final. It's either that or whoever ends up versing the hit and run as well. If it does end up being the Oper to drop down into the lower bracket, though, this could be a very spicy one because
I think either way, it's
if that happens, this stadium is going to.
Yes.
We've heard how passionate the Chinese crowd gets when a Chinese team plays. We've heard how passionate they get when a Chinese team wins. How passionate are they going to be when a Chinese team books their spot in the grand final?
Well, that's a big question that we're going to get the answer to in just a moment. Before that, though, we will have to go to a break. But stick around. The games are only going to get better the deeper we go into the day. Next up, Opua and Falcons.
欢迎一下比赛的来自于 Hit and Run 战队的 Point， 欢迎你，先跟大家打个招呼。
Well, welcome back. Standing on stage is a Piotr from the Hit and Run.
Hello.
都是非常精简的。然后我想看看现场有很多人也是支持我们的这样的一个 Hit and Run 的战队，并且是非常喜欢的我们站在我们旁边的 Point， 大家能不能用荧光棒挥舞一下，让他看到你们？
Voice for you.
好的，那其实呢，我相信在今天的第一场的比赛的过后呢，就是在第一天的比赛，当时呢，可能我们没有预料到能够进入到那个败者组，当时会对你们来说是不是有一些失望的情绪在里面？
Well, you guys have been considered one of the best and top contender for the final champion. However, the first day seemingly not exactly your lucky day, and you were dragged into the lower bracket. Well, was there certain disappointment within your team?
Yeah, we are angry after this match, but we did team meeting, brainstorm, learn from our mistakes, and came back stronger.
哦，是的，昨天第一天比赛之后，我们内部实际上有一些气愤。 但是我们坐定，然后思考比赛，我们做了复盘，做了整理，做了分析，我们今天以更好的状态站了出来。
能感觉到今天整场调节下来的话，状态会变得越来越好，有种势不可挡的感觉。你现在感觉到现在战队整个的一个氛围，包括一些沟通和以及现在的战术是否已经完美执行了
Wow, so seemingly you have done great adjustments because you have been unstoppable right now. So how do you feel right now with everything, with the communication, with strategy? How do you feel right now?
We feel very good after winning both matches 4-0 without losing a round. We are very confident going to the next match.
我们现在感觉非常棒，因为我们以2场2-0结束了比赛，我们感觉还是非常不错的。我们对接下来比赛也更加有信心。
那我刚才看到的在整个 BP 当中有一个小的细节，就是在昨天的时候，我还记得我们在韩争霸的时候，当时是 Falcom 其实是2-0是拿下了 Hit and Run， 但是今天呢，在 BP 的第一张图，我们其实反而选择了这张韩争霸这张图。我在想，是不是因为你们想要在之前错误的地方，在今天的第一场拿下胜利，然后让队伍有更多的士气？
Well, we noticed something because yesterday you lost to Team Falcon 0-2 on the map of Cliff. And today we noticed that you guys particularly chose this map again on the cliff. Were you thinking of trying to prove yourself over the map of cliff that you're going to stand up from where you fell down?
Yeah, it's our favorite map, and we're very angry after losing this 2-0. So we talk about this map a lot, and it came back good because we won 2-0 now.
哦，是的，我们特意做了这样的安排。我们在输给 Falcon 0-2输给 Falcon 之后，我们在这张地图上做了复盘，做了分析，找出了我们错误的地方。今天我们刻意选了这张地图，希望我们能够纠正错误，来打开局面。
好，那看来呢，今天确实是以2-0，其实打开了局面，解决了一些核心问题。那最后一个问题是因为接下来一场比赛的一个失利对方将会再次的跟 Hit and Run 来进行对战。那么你更想对战时，以及最不想对战的人是谁呢？
Well, congrats, and actually upcoming the team will be the one from Falcon versus Opera. So, which team do you prefer to play against for the next opponent?
We don't care which team it will be, but I think Opera will win with this match.
哦，坦白讲，其实我们不在乎下一个对手是谁，但是我们觉得 Opera 将会是下一个胜出者，但是我们不在乎。
好的，那不管是谁，我相信呢，接下来的 Hit and Run 以现在最好的一种状态，一定会在接下来比赛当中给他们一个强重的一击，也是期待你们接下来比赛当中打得越来越好。
Well, no doubt you'll be doing great for the upcoming matches, and we are hoping for the even better performance for you all and for the audience. Thank you.
Thanks.
好了，再次把掌声送给。
Alrighty, welcome everyone. We are back to the desk for the WCI 2023 here in Shanghai, China. Kihan, welcome back to the desk. Jordan, you're returning back this time as the caster and the analyst. Boys, we just got to see Smile unfortunately bow out of the tournament. Hit and Run are waiting for their next contenders, which we are going to see in this very matchup. Opa versus Falcons. How are we feeling as our preview for this matchup?
I mean, for me, I think this is going to be a pretty tantalizing prospect. I had a bit of a debate with myself as to which way I wanted to predict. Obviously, we get into that in a little bit, but with a 3-2 scoreline in the group stage, quite a close affair. You know, Mines is a decider map. I don't think it's necessarily a great representation of what both of these teams are going to be able to bring to the table in this upper bracket final. So I'm hoping that it wasn't just like a fluke maybe from Falcon, that they were able to really push Apua in that one. And similarly, I'm also hoping that A, not only for Apua are they going to be able to get back to their full lineup, but B, they've also been able to clean things up and they're going to come into this game at peak strength, because this is a very important matchup for both these two teams.
And of course, with, you know, both storylines developing even further, I mean, Kihan, for Oper, so far the whole story was that, yes, they are still an EU powerhouse, but it's still a somewhat of an uncertainty in terms of their performance. It's a little bit shakier than it was for Hit and Run, whereas for the Falcons, it's the rising stars. As the EU representatives, how do you feel about the opportunities for Oper?
I mean, to be honest, compared to Hit and Run, yes, on like day one it looked a bit shakier, but there is a reason why Oper is still in the upper bracket, namely now the upper bracket final, and Hit and Run we just saw them play in the lower bracket. So yes, they did drop some rounds and possibly some more rounds even in the group stage, but honestly they have looked like a team that when it matters, when the crunch time comes, they are able to step it up, they're able to show their A game when it definitely matters. Elfish Guy mentioned it already, 3-2 in the group stage. I would say not necessarily absolutely representative of what's going to happen here, simply because like the group stage is the group stage, the playoffs is where it actually matters, where we are coming now. Also, I want to highlight group stage best of 5, best of 7 is a different kind of beast.
Yeah, and that's a good point as well to pivot to. We were sort of discussing on and off the broadcast about, you know, how actually viable those scorelines from day 1 and day 2 were. Going into this one, how far can we actually read into the performances from the previous days for both of those teams? Because Elfish, I believe you mentioned as well early on today that, you know, one group definitely felt like it was a whole lot more powerful than the other. Does that reflect in any shape or form on the opportunities here, or is it still even Steven?
Well, I mean, funnily enough, that was the group that we're actually going to be talking about here, because it was the Apua Falcons group. We theorized that they might have been a little bit stronger because both of those teams made it into the upper bracket final, which is now where we are at. Just taking a look at the run from both teams coming through to this point, I think it has to be said, Apua have kind of gotten better and better. It seemed like they've gone from strength to strength. Initially, they had that kind of awkward match, and even when we're talking about this Apua versus Falcons game in the group stage, bearing in mind it was best of 5, bearing in mind there was a Mind Society, you've also got to remember that was the first game of the tournament. Not just for both of those two teams, but literally the first game of the tournament. So, you know, it's a bit of an occasion, right, playing in that first game. I think there may have been some nerves. Substitution obviously a factor there as well for Apua. No word on that necessarily, but my gut feeling really so far has been that Apua have been on the improve. And I think for Falcons, look, they've looked quite good as well. They've taken that scalp of Hit and Run yesterday, really big one. I'm really impressed by what I've seen from them so far. They were quite close against Apua in that group stage, and they had no problems with Smile. So I think they've kind of upheld their end of the bargain as well. But my general sentiment is that while we see Apua on the rise, I think Falcons have maybe just been at the same level, right? They haven't necessarily had to go above and beyond just yet. This game is going to be a big test for them to see whether or not there's another level they can hit, because I think the Apua that we'll see today is definitely going to be better than the team that we saw on day 1 in that initial matchup against Falcons. So a bigger test for Falcons in my mind today.
And in this case, going over potential sort of what we should be expecting from Oper. I mean, we've already seen from, say, Smile as well, some of the more, I guess you could call it quirkier lineups. I mean, the Hori 3 introduction as well on Himmelsdorf, and some of the more out-of-pocket lineups even for the Cliff. Is this the time for either of those teams to bring out some of those weirder lineups, or is it more so just about just getting the basics down and dusted, and then adding the strats on top of them?
I would say that depends entirely on how the teams actually move into this upper bracket final moving forward. I mean, best of 7, obviously it does leave some room for some experiments, and also with those like tank picks, for example, Holry, and I would say at this point in time, even the E3, for example, in Himmelsdorf, those are, especially since the nerf of the E3, those kind of picks are, you know, edge cases, but at the same time they're done for a reason. Even in the European qualifiers nowadays, we see sometimes 268s, not the V4s, mind you, the normal 268s or even the WZTDs, just because they bring something to the table, namely absolutely raw pan values that you don't get anywhere else, and by that you can just counter some positions that, you know, the opponent's team might be possibly counting on, and then that way you're just able to crack open something that you wouldn't be able otherwise. So I would say, given it is a best of 7, like at the start of it, we might be seeing some interesting picks just to throw off the other team.
Right, right. And now, Elfish, you've touched up ever so slightly when we were originally discussing both of the teams that, you know, picks like mines in the early stages of the WCI didn't really play a whole lot of favors to one or the other team. In terms of just the raw picks here, anything that comes to your mind that should be brought out by either or?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, right? Because Sand River and Ghost Town were the 2 picks in that initial series, and neither was a clean win for either team. So I don't know if you're necessarily, as a poor, feeling like, okay, we want to go towards Ghost Town or we want to go towards Sand River, and we feel like we can guarantee a 2-0. Similar thing to be said for Falcons. In my mind, I actually almost think that maybe both teams have kind of walked away from that series thinking, let's just completely reset off the back of that. We don't necessarily think that we played super well in that initial game. Maybe we go back towards the same maps, but alternatively, I think it's probably a better idea at this point to have kind of come up with something new, bring it to the table, kind of try to surprise your opponent in this one. So as far as the map picks are concerned, I guess quite difficult to predict. We still haven't seen a huge amount, obviously, from both of these 2 teams. I think Steps is probably, I would be very surprised if we got to see Steps. But yeah, I just think that at this point, it's really hard to kind of make an argument, obviously, for one way or the other. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, let's take a quick look at our 2 teams that will be competing. It is Falcon and Opur on your screens. Well, we are back. We get to see both of those teams to walk up onto the stage. The upper bracket special. We do get the stats as well to come around for each one of them. 174 as well on the first representative of Opur. I believe that was Piotrix, wasn't it?
Yeah, now, I mean, that is the first time ever that we do see both of those teams get a walk-in through the crowd, which I think is something that every kind of player just yearns to do. I mean, how cool is that? Normally, they've been walking onto the stage through that player tunnel that leads up to the trophy. Now we see them actually walking through the crowd, so yeah, you should even be able to see us possibly there somewhere in the back. I mean, we're hidden behind the players and behind the audience there. But yeah, love to see it.
Yeah, look, so far it's been quite an interesting run for both of those teams, to be quite fair. Both of them played each other in the groups. Now they get to verse each other once again in the upper bracket. And look, this is going to be, I feel, one of the more nerve-wracking matchups, isn't it, Jordan?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, upper bracket final, right? You know that this isn't quite necessarily for all of the marbles, but it's at least for a spot in the grand final, which means bare minimum a top 2 placing, which is a lot of money at this point in time. Obviously for the Chinese squad as well, they're all about representing their countrymen here that are in the audience. You can see there's quite a lot of people that have come on down to Shanghai to have a watch of WCI, and they're here to no doubt support the local team rather than the European roster coming over from Poland. But we'll see how that sort of plays out. I think there's a lot to really speak to in terms of pressure for this Falcons roster. I don't know, I feel like Apur probably comes into this one feeling maybe a little bit more calm.
Yeah. Well, actually, Kihan, I want to pick your brains on this one as well. For whoever ends up losing this game, does dropping to lower bracket spells basically demise, or is there still an opportunity for a fight?
So essentially there's been like 2 different kind of story arcs in the 77 tournaments we've seen, at least in the Western region, EU and NA. So either of which basically have the 50-50 possibility of happening. Either you know, the team that drops from the upper bracket goes into the lower bracket, and the lower bracket final essentially ends up being a detour, like a small one. It's going to be 4-0, and then we have just essentially a rematch with a higher best of. Or the team that you know, does make it through the lower bracket, they're starting to have a run, and they actually start something. I have seen very, very few close lower bracket finals recently. Right. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. First of all, though, it is this upper bracket final. It is the most important match for both of those teams so far, because whoever is going to be managing to win this one, not only are they immediately jumping from a what I believe for them right now is a 100,000 yuan prize pool to a 200,000. So basically, by securing that spot in the upper bracket final, they're doubling their money already, with the potential to obviously quintuple it to 500,000. But yeah, obviously you also get to sit out the lower bracket final. You're gonna have a bit of, you know, a break. You're gonna watch the other team, so you definitely want to win here.
And I mean, looking at the data comparison as well, Jordan, for Falcons, a much higher number in terms of the damage, but it's the pen rate and the hit rate that is ever so slightly suffering comparative to the EU representatives.
Also, quick intersection. Kills per game are higher for Opor, but the damage per game is actually lower. That means Opor, they're really going for those kill shots early.
Yeah, which is good to see. Obviously, that's what you'd want as well. For me, when I'm looking at this one, I'm thinking Falcons, are they cleaning their games up as well as they need to be, or is it sort of dragging out a little bit? And also in their losses, are they having as close losses as they are for Opor? And it seems like maybe even in the case that Opor is losing some rounds, they're kind of keeping them a little bit closer than what Falcons has been able to do, just because they're getting a few more kills on the board there. So something to kind of consider. Now taking a look at the predictions, it's the first time in a long time that we're actually going to split as hard as we have. We've obviously gone the way of Opor with the European pride, obviously both coming slightly, I guess I'll take some German pride. You've definitely got full German pride. These guys are Polish, but it's close enough, right?
Exactly.
And for you and Blue Panda, you've gone the way of the Chinese squad.
I mean, I see you've fully integrated China into the Apex server now.
Oh, look, I mean, somewhat close, but well, it's a whole lot closer, first of all, than any other region.
Oh,
let's start
I
with
mean,
that.
3 out of 4 people saying this goes to tiebreaker, and essentially when you see a prediction saying tiebreaker, you can clearly deduct that the person doing it, they don't know what they're doing either. At least that goes for me.
Coin toss for sure.
Yeah, look, it definitely feels like it, honestly, because the way how I seen it is, if Opera wins, this has the potential to just be snowballed into what Jordan basically predicted, that 4-2 scoreline. But if Falcons win, I still think that Opera will give them a run for their money. They will give them a full, full run through. So a 4-3 almost feels like a natural sort of thing to pick here. Yes, maybe a slight cop-out here. Yes, to a certain degree, you could argue that, I'm just flipping a coin for this one. But to be fair, look, I'm anticipating this to be one of the closer matchups, and I'll be highly disappointed if it ends up being in say a 4-0 or 4-1.
I'd be surprised if it was a real clean sweep, personally. I think both teams have looked quite competitive. The only thing that's kind of resting in my mind as the reason that I've gone the way of Poor, and obviously a little bit more cleanly than the way that you guys have predicted, was, like I said, I thought Poor have kind of been tested, but they started to look better and better as the tournament goes on. And I don't think we saw Karel walking on the stage there. I didn't quite catch. But if that were the case, then it means that substitution no longer is in play. and that would
That's
bolster
I
the
think-
forces.
I think
Was
I
he
did
there?
see his face somewhere, but I'm not sure he actually walked on. It would
Yeah.
make sense for all 8 players to be there and only the 7 that you know, actually play to walk onto the stage. That would obviously mean that for the first time in the offline phase of this tournament, we would actually be seeing DJ here, the player that was originally supposed to play, that ended up falling a bit sick here. Hopefully some sick gameplay coming out from both teams, though. That being said, with the predictions going the way that they are, you know, I went 4-3 because I want to signal with that I am really not sure which team is going to take it. That being said, though, I don't think the 4-3 scoreline is actually a realistic one, because just as I said yesterday, in between the match between Hit and Run and Falcons, I think either of those teams actually do have the potential to get that momentum going, to get the avalanche rolling, and then to just run away with it. So I'm just not sure which way it will turn.
You would have told me if it was, say, Falcons versus Smile, I would agree that saying, yeah, momentum could be big here. But because we've seen so many instances with, especially with Chinese teams, no matter which other region, well, apart from APAC, we're not speaking about that one, played, it was always that bit of a back and forth, really, on a few maps before any sort of momentum could have been gauged. So, yeah, 4-2 definitely feels like it's a much more realistic one, but I suppose 4-3, yeah, a bit of a safer ground. But let's talk about a little bit more so sort of casting our eyes a little bit more into the future. Say one of them drops down. Question of fatigue. How much are we concerned about this one?
Quite a bit. I mean, if you lose this and then win the lower bracket final and then go into the grand final, that's 3 games back to back to back, which is more than you will be playing at any point in this tournament in a row. And certainly fatigue is one thing, and I think that's definitely a factor, but it's also prep time. Like, how much time do you have? If you lose this here, how much time do you have to go behind the scenes, think, okay, what are we going to do against Hit and Run? Let's say then you go and beat them, but how much time do you then again have to go on and, you know, figure out who it is in the grand final that you're going to be playing against? How do you want to play? Like, it would be a rematch, obviously, of this upper bracket final in that case. So what do we do? Do we change things up? Did we feel like we just played badly? We didn't execute correctly? We can go toward the same kinds of setups and adapt from there. I think you don't really have a lot of time to have much of a discussion in between games if you're making that run. So yeah, massive advantage by getting the win here in the upper bracket final. Not only because you're going to be more relaxed, but you're also going to be given more time to prepare.
Then again, I think the argument is also to be made that if you play those games back to back to back, and especially if you get like clean runs, 4-1s, 4-0s, then you're going to be warmed up, you're going to be hyped up, you're going to be just in the groove in which you want to be. But first of all, you have to get those consecutive W's on the board, which I don't think like is going to be the easiest thing for either of those teams, because in my mind here, currently, we are seeing the 2 teams that so far have performed the best, at least here in the group and playoff stages.
Yeah,
I mean, both of them, they are deservedly here in the upper bracket final in my mind.
There's a reason why both of these teams are in the upper bracket final, really, here, and I absolutely agree with both. Yeah, look, this is going to be a heated one, and yeah, things could spiral out of control once we do drop down further down the line. Now, look, we are slowly but surely getting towards maybe even the map pick ban phase. I know we already touched up on this before, you know, maybe not go to some of the previously played maps like Sand River. Look, I'm kind of thinking, well, the easiest one to call probably would be Himmelsdorf to really bring out. Maybe Moravanka is like the second choice? What do we reckon?
I was thinking maybe somewhere toward Cliff or Ghost Town. We saw both teams playing those in their matches yesterday. They picked it up a little bit in the group stage as well, so it seems like a map that both teams are quite happy to leave at least open in the pool.
But wouldn't it then mean that, since they played it already before, fairly fresh information, how much does that then reflect on today, seeing as they already relayed their already pre-made strats or pre-made approach to this?
Well, I think the biggest biggest thing coming into effect here, I'm trying to think how to phrase this properly, is basically going to be how confident are the callers in the teams that they are able to get into the mind of the other team. Because basically they have played each other already. If they're going to be playing the same maps, then that means that we are really going to get started with those mind games, right? If you have the same map, and especially then if you start picking that same kind of setup as well, that is where you start going into this, hey, are we actually going to play the same thing, or is there something else? Is there a trump card that we have up our sleeves? And that is obviously that interesting back and forth that then always starts, where, you know, one team tries to counter what the other team has been doing, but the other team is then, you know, thinking about already how are they going to try to counter us. But all of that being said and done, I think it is just about time to get down into the nitty-gritty, down in towards those pick and bans. We can see Cliff and Himmelsdorf, the two OG maps that actually I kind of wanted to see immediately removed, and then in comes the pick by Opor here. Ghost Town immediately picked up. So once again, the favorite map I think for both of those teams is going to be played, and we do see Karolf on stage. So it seems that at least for this upper bracket final, DJ is not going to be playing.
I mean, I think you'd have to assume that if he's not playing now, he's probably not going to play at all today. That would be the guess that I would have. Ghost Town, Tundra, Muravanka. I mean, Tundra coming through from Falcon, a map that they had a pretty good time on in their match against Smile. I don't know how much you really need to read into that, though. But Ghost Town, Tundra, Muro, and then Proc as the decider. I like Proc as a decider. I feel like you can win on both sides of that one. It's not as heavily biased as, say, something like a Mines. So I'll give them some credit for that one. But yeah, like you said, Ghost Town definitely feels like a map that both teams would be very comfortable on. And bearing in mind that did go 1-1 last time they played it, I think it's a good place to start the series.
Seeing those maps, I think the tiebreaker predictions might actually come into effect, because in my mind, Ghost Town defense favored, 1-1 map. Going into Tundra, attack favored, in my mind, 1-1 map. Muravanka, attack favored, in my mind, 1-1 map. So, I mean, just go straight to Proco, guys. Let's go.
All right, best of one on Prokhorov. How about that?
Well, it doesn't sound like a bad idea at all.
Who gets to pick the side?
Definitely so. Yeah, look, I mean, all things considered, I am quite keen to see how this will really play out. Quite a fair bit of the styles that could be clashing in different, well, types of map as well to come through. Maybe on the Muravanka, a little bit more of a, you know, up-paced matchup, but we do get to take a quick look at the map stats as well.
Defender win rate has gone down since day one, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, it's the win rate and the ban rate is quite interesting to me as well, seeing as, you know, well, Ghost Town has been quite one of those maps that is a bit of a staple map almost for EU representatives, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed, and especially Opor. I was talking about it already, that they have basically incorporated tanks, or rather not tanks, but players from the team of Pozdro Počvić from before, and that was the team that was known for the prowess on Ghost Town. So definitely I can see why they are picking it up here. That being said, as I mentioned during yesterday's cast, I believe, I was talking to the Chinese casters, and they were giving some insights, and they were saying, hey, actually, you know, the team of Falcons, they do really like Ghost Town as well. So yeah, I think we're going to see two teams that are going to be right in their comfort zone on a map where they like to play. So I think we're off to a good start here.
Jordan, any final thoughts before we potentially hop into the game?
Yeah, look, I think it can be a map pool that will lean us in the direction of quite a difficult long series as well. So I would say tenacity rather is going to be the name of the game for both of these teams, and hopefully they're both coming on stage feeling, you know, fighting fit. Obviously, Karolf on the screen right there is a good indication maybe that Opor is not quite at 100%, but I got to say I don't think he's necessarily been a detriment to this roster. He's looked good in the server. He's looked like a good asset to the team, and it doesn't seem like they've really skipped a beat. So I think he's still a good individual to have there, and I've no doubt that Opor is feeling pretty comfortable going into this game.
Yeah, definitely feels like it. I mean, yeah, with Karolf, yeah, look, things been a bit rough in the fact that he had to step in for DJ, but yeah, as we highlighted before, he slotted in perfectly, really, into the roster.
Also,
and it's the team coordination that has been pretty swell.
Oh yeah. Team coordination, both for Falcons and for Opor, has been absolutely impeccable, has been stellar, I would say. There were some stats comparisons, and it was quite interesting to me that Karolf was a bit lower on damage, etc., but was higher on block, so it seems like Karolf has just been put into that position of playing the anchor, which kind of makes sense because, well, it's not easy to play, but I would say it is one of the more easier positions to play. He's not going to be a playmaker tank in the batchat if he's going to get subbed in. There are other players for that, but all of that being said and done, he has almost 1k block per game, which is quite a lot.
Well, it looks like we are just about to get into it. So first round of our upper bracket final underway. Boys, enjoy the Ghost Town.
ladies and gentlemen, the WCI upper bracket final in between Opor and Falcons. On Ghost Town, we're going to be starting off with a 50B and IS-7 double T-57 heavy tank and triple mouse for the Polish team of Opor.
I like the look of the double T-57 heavy. Always a big fan of that one. You got double CCTV, double IS-7, double mouse, CS-63 to round things out for Falcons. So a very standard lineup on a map like Ghost Town. Falcon bringing here.
Opor, 3 autoloaders, 3 autoloading heavy tanks. That is 4,800 damage potential in the clips. And the thing with the T-57s, what are they doing different than that 50B? Well, first of all, you don't need 7.5 seconds to clip out. You only need 6. Second of all, you have that E-pen. That is quite a bit higher. That doesn't lose pen over distance. And 3, the DPM is just so much higher because you reload that clip so much faster. So definitely the better brawling heavy. And on top of that, a bit more armor, but nothing really to speak of at this level of gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to note, though, that it's not necessarily the T-57 heavies that are going to be looking to find themselves in the brawl all that much. They've actually gone toward the outskirts of the map. T-Sec up to the A3 position, and Rexar and the other T-57 heavy is sort of making his way along the one line at the moment. So they're kind of keeping themselves in the back lines. Potential to clutch up if necessary, if they're healthy. Always lovely to have an autoloader late in the rounds at a pretty good amount of HP. So keep them in the back lines, keep a rain check on the T-57 heavies, and see how the rest of the game plays out before really having to unleash them proper into the brawl.
I mean, interesting position by that 50B as well in G3. Normally you see like an IS-7, 277 in that kind of position to sort of punish the K-line cross. Instead, this time it's going to be Piotrek in that 50B, going to be eyeing himself a bit of that south line crossing, but obviously only HR in that CS63 crossing over there. HR did spot out Pan's Fury, so Pan's Fury does know that on the K-line someone has been spotted, and Fender, the first one to take a shot of damage. But I think Falcons, they didn't really find what they were looking for in that northern part of the map. That is why now we do see that rotation with the double IS-7 of Jiang Shan and Otto coming into effect.
I mean, it does concern me a little bit, though, because Opor has been able to really set up quite nicely around that 2 flag, and if that's inevitably what's going to be your option for Falcon, and you can't really imagine that there's much else for them to go for at this point, then you're really going to be copping a beating heading in that direction. So I am a little bit concerned already for Falcon. They've given up a bit too much map control to Opor.
I mean, now we do see the push coming into effect. Fender, the first one to take a shot of damage. I believe once again Ketsai there, the team captain, stepping up to the task. Though Reflection, Jiangshan and Otto, they haven't been spotted yet, and Ketsai not missing a beat. 3-4-0, the donation starting to come in, and now the jig is up. Falcon crossing onto the cap with triple heavy tank.
Not good from Fender, though, and as I said, you're obviously going to see a little bit of damage getting dealt out here. Opor already had a good setup, the T-57 heavy in particular, up on the hill. T-Sec able to clip out as those guys try to get in on the cap, and I'm sorry, but I don't think that that was a clean enough cross to say that you're in a good position, not to mention now a fire onto Jiangshan as well. Falcon are in a really rough spot.
Falcon's in a rough spot here, and that fact is that Ketsai still full HP. Make the 2.6 as Reflection does connect a shot, but Karol with a good shot into Fender here as well. And the cap not really an issue currently as T-Sec from the backlines coming in on towards Robin. He's going to be able to clip out with that 1600 damage potential. Piotrek with that 50B coming in as well. And Opor, they have just done such a great job of making the Falcons bleed.
Yeah, 3k damage out from Ketsai already. I mean, look, there's 9 seconds on the cap timer, but I don't think that's really a concern here for Opor at all. They've got that reset, they've got the opening pick, and it's about to follow suit with another one. Robin is not long for this world. Lucky now that that tank is on the reload. And Falcon, I mean, they're trying desperately to do something about it, but the reality is going to be that they have lost so much already that even if they're able to trade Karol down, Ketsai will continue to pump that damage out alongside Orchek, and even then, it is taking them so long to get the better of Ketsai here, of Karol here, that I just think it's too far gone.
I mean, Karol's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. That is tank the damage, and I think he's been padding that block all game long. Opor here with double the HP, and also with the tanks to boot. The autoloader still very, very healthy, and that is never a good sign if you're on the opposing team. Now it's just a cleanup operation as Reflection also does get sent towards the garage. Pan's Fury is going to go down towards HR in that CS63, but now we can see T-Sec there with the bounce on the last shot on towards Robin, so T-Sec with the potential to go down as Robin does fall down here, but he does have less HP, so T-Sec with the kill, with no ammo in his clip. A bit of styling coming out by Opur.
What am I watching at this point? I don't know. Archer and HR, the last two alive for Falcon. Not really too much of a possibility that they're going to be able to clutch out this first round. And I have to say, quite a decisive start from Opur. That has me feeling quite confident about my prediction that they're going to not only win this series, but avoid going through to the tiebreaker as well. And early days, of course, for Falcon. They'll be wanting to show us their hand on the defensive side of Ghost Town before we get too excited. But, you know, I mean, Opur upholding their end of the bargain and making it look pretty comfortable is definitely a good sign.
I mean, the thing is, like, yes, Opur looked pretty good here, but on the other hand, if you bring triple autoloader, then there is essentially, in 95% of the rounds that you're going to be playing with triple autoloader, there is realistically two results. Either you completely smash the opponent, or the opponent completely smashes you. This time it's going to be Opur, 1-0.
Alrighty, lads. Well, that's the first round all done and dusted. Still plenty, though, to go, it seems. But, yeah, look, like you guys highlighted, the Opur definitely felt a lot more confident in their approach for the defense. That triple autoloader actually played just the right work, just the right job as well. And it's the T-57 Heavies as well coming out. I believe that's the first appearance in WTI as well.
Oh, I think we might have seen one. I think we might have seen one on Ghost Town at one point on day one. But, I mean, either way, much of a muchness. I really like the setup that they had. I'm always a fan of the autoloaders. Obviously, my experience with WGL and Water Tanks Esports goes back a long way. And back then it was just autoloaders. If you didn't pick an autoloader, you were basically trolling. So, you know, I always have this sort of like nostalgia goggles whenever I see the T-57 Heavy or the 50B or the Batchat get picked up. And maybe I'm a little bit biased toward those tanks for that reason. But I like the way that they use them, you know, T-Sec in particular in that T-57 Heavy, perfectly set up to deal with the cross. And it really felt like Opur had corralled Falcon into making that cross, and they knew exactly what they were going to do. The guns were set straight in the direction that they needed to be, and the amount of damage that they were able to do as Falcons was essentially pushed in onto that cap was really what kind of broke that round down for Falcons. And realistically, when that is your fallback plan and your opponent is already set up for it, I mean, you're kind of just walking into the trap.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stuck between a rock and a hard place, really, isn't it, Kihan? And I mean, with the Falcon not being able to really reach any sort of control up on the northern hill as well, could this have been one of the other cruxes of the problem?
Well, I think the biggest problem here for the Falcons, once again, I think that's the second time this event that I'm criticizing a team for that, is that if you want to cross towards that 2 cap, you need to do it immediately. If you give the opposing team time to set up around it and punish you for it, then you just bleed too much. And that is what we saw. Also, I want to highlight Ketsai there with that mouse before the cross even happened, 3-4-0. Those kind of trades, like if you notice you start losing the trades, I mean that just sometimes happens, but you cannot afford to keep doing that. At some point you need to stop, and that is exactly why we see Ketsai on top damage here in that mouse. Once again, one of those mouses, the anchor tank, just coming into full effect because, well, essentially the mouse for 77 is just in a good spot, essentially, since the addition of the turbo. You're fast enough, you have good DPM, you have good enough armor, and also you just have that brutal amount of 3.5k HP to boot that even ensures that if double autoloader rushes you, you're going to be smiling after it.
Yeah, you're still kicking after that one. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, Ketsai, absolutely stellar performance, 5,000 damage as well. And it is the 85% pen rate as well, which is pretty solid, all things considered, for a mouse. But yeah, look, now that we go into the defense for the Falcon, do we feel any different about the possibilities for them? Is there any chance that maybe they could bring over the autoloaders, or are we sticking to a much more sort of down-to-earth kind of lineup?
I don't think we've really seen too much in the way of the autoloaders from Falcons. They seem to be more of a fan of the, I would say, more standard sort of lineups, exactly like what we saw there on Ghost Town. Though what I will say is, yeah, moving on to the defensive side of Ghost Town, it should benefit them. You know, I don't think we can read too much necessarily into one solid round from Opur just yet. It's if this gets to 2-0 that we'll have to start getting a little bit more concerned. So for the moment, wait and see, but after this round I think we'll be able to check back in.
Also, the script is still going. I mean, I said Ghost Town defense side of the map, we just saw Opur pick up their defense. So I think, yeah, Falcons are going to be like, oh, all right, that was a pretty stylish strat that we just lost against. But, you know, obviously they are a very experienced team. They are a very good team. In my mind, they are fighting it out right now for the top dog spot here, for the bragging rights already. And I mean, now we just have to wait and see how exactly they have set up their own defense on which they are supposed to win.
Yeah. So for longevity's sake, we are looking at, well, Falcons to take this round here and make so that it's just an even Steven ground before we go into the map 2. Is that right, boys?
Well, hopefully. I mean, in theory, if you want to get a decent series out of this one, then yeah, that would be what you're looking forward to. If you're a bit more of an Opor fan, you'd be wanting the 2-0, and that would obviously maintain the win streak so far today for Europe. It's 5-0 as of this point. Will they make it 6-0?
Well, let's see if that is going to come to fruition or not. Round 2 of Ghost Town is right up here.
Alright, round number 2 in between Falcons and Opor. Falcons looking for that equalizer, doing so with a 277 quadruple 60 TP, a singular 50B, and the mouse.
That's a bit of a party mix actually from Opor, 60 TP, IS7, E5, Batchat rounded out by triple mouse as well. So they've gone for the whole shebang really, but as expected, not too much in the ways of the autoloaders coming through for Falcon, just the 150B for reflection, which you've seen him in every now and then, but definitely not to the same extent as what we got from Opor.
Okay, so most importantly, how do these lineups stack up against each other? Well, basically in a straight-up brawl, I would favor the team of Opor simply because the mouses have so much more sustain. The E5 brings DPM, the I7 a bit of hull-down power, but the thing is, Falcons are not going to let it come to that. Obviously, with those 60 TPs, they want to do the hull-down trades, they want to do those big alpha dumps into enemy heavy tanks, and so Opor, they will have to use Piotrix in that Batchat simply to outspot the opponents, to generate map control. We can already see here Robin taking a beating. Actually, Ketsai with the ignite gets a lucky fire out of it, and now 1337, so pretty lead by Robin, but that again means that he's going to be a one clip for that Batchat moving forward.
Yeah, really not a good start at all for Falcon, is it? You want that CS60, or 277 I should say, in the corner there to have as much HP as possible, because there's definitely a world now where the Batchat opts to cross, just clips him out. There's nothing you can really do about it as the 277.
I mean, looking at the minimap, the 60 TP in G3 could definitely be a nuisance for the Batchat. And now I think, yeah, they're not going to go for it. Why put all your eggs into one basket if instead you can just go on towards the long rotation, get some more spots. They still have 6.5 minutes to work with. So yeah, even if the Batchat misses one shot, he's still going to be able to clip out against Robin and kill him normally with normal rolls, but why would you do that commitment immediately? You can still do that at a later point in time.
Yeah, I think for me that's what I'm kind of looking for, is to see what actually eventuates here for Robin later on. So good shot into Rexar.
Blind even.
Just the IS-7 that's been set up on the hill for Opor in place of the Batchat, but yeah, I would be certainly a little bit concerned about Robin's health for the rest of this round, even if it does end up actually being Rexar in that IS-7 to try to get on top of him. There's just no way you necessarily win that fight as Robin if all the tanks that are trying to assist you are a little bit more focused maybe in on the fight that will happen in the town and turning their guns away from the cross, then it opens up the door for that IS-7 to go for a big cross. But we are seeing a bit of bleed here from Opor. A little bit of poor discipline maybe is allowing Falcon back into this round.
Yeah, Piotrix here in the northern part of the map on that A-line also not finding the 60 TP, and now we can see what I said at the start of the round coming into effect, that basically if you let those 60 TPs trade against the mouses, then even with that low heat pen at some point in time, they are going to get those pen rolls, they are going to get the alpha damage into the mouses, and that is detrimental if you're looking to start some sort of shootout. Yes, currently Opor are still able to sort of keep the bleed on towards everyone, but that in turn means that everyone is trading badly.
Well, Piotrix is having a grand old time driving all over the map. Building
reckon up that mileage.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. That's what I was going to say. He's like he's stat padding his distance traveled stat, but we'll hold that thought for the moment because it is go time for Apur, and it is Kerolf that is going to be sent as the sacrificial lamb onto the cap. So far, only a couple of shots going in his direction, but down to about 1400 is less than ideal. HR going to come around the corner and won't manage to slide that one in. In fact, actually gives up a fair chunk of his HP himself.
yeah, and T-Sec there paying 1200 for a single shot of damage on towards HR, and now Pansphere and Ketsai, they will have to prevent the peaks by Jiangshan. Now the timer obviously on, but the bleed has been substantial. T-Sec down below half HP, Kerolf to 1400. We will see a reaction by Falcons coming in though.
You got the Batchat back in the same position it was earlier on in the round, and I think this is what Apur have been setting up for. They want to turn the attention back toward the town with that cap pressure and then send the IS-7 and the Batchat to deal with the isolated 277 down in the K1 position. Rexar's pushing his way forward, and as of yet, really not taking a huge amount of damage for it. In fact, you probably don't even need to contribute the Batchat toward this 277 as well. I mean, the IS-7 can probably get that job done itself, but it looks like Piotrix is on the way as well, and that should, in theory, be the opening pick for Apur.
Piotrix though taking one, taking two on the cross, and there's the 50B to boot, so Piotrix possibly going down here. He does get the 277 pickup though, so is going to be safe for the time being. That's going to compromise the 6 CTP position in G3. First of all though, we'll have to see how exactly things pan out here at the cap, as Kerolf is still tanking like a jet. Jiangshan did expose here, does take 1000 for his troubles, and now 33 seconds. That is still not too terrible, but the shots, they simply do not connect. The pen rolls aren't there for Falcons.
Yeah, can't really be bouncing a shot in this kind of a circumstance when you're Falcon. I mean, the HP, it's kind of neck and neck, but you are slowly but surely losing this game. There's 14 seconds left as the reset does come through. HR going to have another crack, but really, you'd want this shot to go into the mouths, which is going to be difficult to achieve. And again, another whiff from HR, who was one of the better performers from Falcon in the lead up to this game.
Apur gonna pick it up here. Cap does complete. Good shielding by Ketsai onto Kerolf. And the player that was subbed in with 95 plus cap points is going to be the MVP in my mind. He did cap out. What a champ.
Well, our very first cap out of WCI as well across the 3 days.
I think there was one, but they ended up killing someone after it as well to make it a 7 scoreline, but yeah.
Still, yeah. It's, look, no matter how you put it, it's a bit of a rough one to be capped out, especially with so many tanks still present. Jordan, now that we got the conclusion of the Ghost Town, what we hoped for longevity's sake to be a 1-to-1 scoreline, does it impact, you reckon, the Falcons' morale in any way?
I think it definitely does. You can look at some fairly despondent faces sitting on the stage there. They're not feeling too comfortable about it. Like I said, I feel like Apur have been powering up. I'm not sure that Falcon have really been doing the same, and at the moment it feels like they're seeing their dreams turn to dust. It's 6 in a row today so far for Europe. It doesn't seem like that hype train is going to be slowing down at all, because Apur is looking good in this series. And look, dare I say, is there a world there's a 4-0 on the cards? I'm not sure I'm prepared to call that just yet, but if that does happen and Falcon go down into that lower bracket against Hit and Run, man, the mental's going to be absolutely shook, and then it could be a very bad day.
Yeah, this is going to be quite problematic. Though, I mean, I gotta say, though, overall brawl ability from Falcons wasn't too bad. If not for that cap pressure, things would have been slightly different, no?
Well, the thing is that, yes, initially the trade started favoring Falcons, but then, once again, I think with Apur especially, you have to highlight... Sorry?
That 50B loss as well.
Yeah, that 50B loss as well. But yeah, with Apur especially, what's important to highlight is that even if they bleed somehow magically, I don't know how they are doing it, but they're able to spread that bleed between the tanks. Like, yeah, Kerolf drove onto the cap, took 1500, took like 2000 damage for that even, but somehow then all of his teammates were there to support him and made it just so expensive. Like the amount of punishment exerted on towards the tanks that were trying to reset, and then obviously Karol, I mean, at that point, the guy is just a tank, literally. He's just bouncing so many shots. Like, how?
Yeah, look, it's definitely very much of a question of how other capabilities like that. But look, boys, we've already seen quite a fair few of the lineups so far, at least within the context of today. Triple Mouse seems to be quite a favorite. Do we potentially crown it as the new meta?
I think it's just a map-dependent thing, really. Like, you're going to see it on Ghost Town. You're definitely going to see something to the effect on Himmelsdorf as well, but I'm not sure that we're going to necessarily expect to see 3 mouse on something like Tundra, for example. And taking a look at the stats here again for Opor, it is the mouse up the top again, alongside Ketsai. Ketsai having quite a good series so far.
I would love for them to make Karol the MVP right here with that capping through.
Surely.
Please. I mean, he's only got 2k damage, but look, 4.2k blocking
That's a
damage. That is humongous. That is a mouse, more than a mouse in block damage. And the thing is, like, yeah, it's like cool to have that number, but it's also important to like call into your mind like how much time, how much effective DPM that is wasted by the enemy team, like how much time they took to reload the guns, to fire and not deal damage.
Here's the more interesting one as well. We're looking at the overall stats. More shots to be taken from Opor. Less damage output though, less hits, less pens. I'm not too sure if maybe this should be slightly reverted and changed, because I mean Opor were still pumping out quite a fair bit of damage.
I think it makes sense that Opor have got more shots fired. They had more players alive for the entire game, so that definitely looks right to me. Orchek actually ends up getting the MVP here. 3.3k damage done, 70% pen rate. I mean, it's nothing out of this world necessarily, but it's certainly a solid impact.
Especially considering that there were 3 kills throughout the whole game, right? So 3.3k damage. If the game continues, you're looking at 6, maybe even 7k damage. So 3k damage in such a short time span, definitely a good result.
Yeah, well done. Now, one more thing I want to pick your brains as well, Kihan. We saw the bat chat. First of all, push the southern hill to get the information, to get that shot onto the 277 to get the
And
ignite.
they got lucky with the ignite.
Yeah, got a bit lucky, arguably, yeah. But then we saw close to the conclusion of it, starting to try to pivot towards the northern hill. In terms of the overall approach for the pacing of the matchup, how viable do you reckon it is for the scout players to try to just pivot between the 2 positions, or is it better to just keep on holding one?
So I would say the play there was completely viable, simply because like he did get the spot in the south. Yes, lucky fire, but they did get the damage out. And at that point in time, I think it was important to realize as well that you know, he had arrived at a not literal brick wall, but like at an invisible wall maybe. That if he tries to cross that one, he's just dead in the water. So at that point in time, a long rotation with the bat chat absolutely makes sense to just generate pressure somewhere else.
Exactly that. Now, Jordan, we've got to see now 2 rounds from Falcons. The one thing that I did sort of notice whilst watching, whilst you guys were casting, is they looked a little bit almost scared peeking some of the positions. Do we thinking that the pressure is starting to mount up unintentionally for them a little bit too early?
Well, if not going into that round of Ghost Town, certainly it is now going into Tundra being down 2-0. I don't feel that they are looking as competitive as what they did on day 1. And certainly not as...
And day 2.
Yeah, and day 2, exactly, against Hit and Run. Something's kind of getting to them. They're not playing at their A game. They're not 100% at the moment.
Oh, look at Ketsai, man. He's on top of the world.
Yeah, and that has me a little bit concerned because things are going phenomenally for Opor so far in this tournament. They are well on their way to booking themselves a ticket in that grand final. And on the other side of the coin, you've got Falcons who are starting to think about the alternative, which is, you know, quite dangerous thoughts. And hopefully they'll be able to find something off the back of it. But yeah, I don't know. It's not looking so great today for Falcons.
At least as of yet.
Yeah, at least as of yet. Well, here we go. Let's see if Falcons can get back into their form or if it's a full EU domination.
Well, round number 3, Opur looking to go on towards match point. They're doing so on Tundra with triple 6 CTP, a single I7, 1 E5, 1 mouse, and once again Piotrix whipping out the Batchat.
Yeah, double CCTV, double IS7, and more interestingly, triple VZ55 from Falcons. So, talking about autoloaders potentially getting picked up, I suppose the VZ55 falls into that category. We did see a double VZ55 setup from Falcon earlier on in the tournament on Tundra, but triple VZ55 is certainly throwing a spanner in the works.
I mean, that is essentially 3k damage in 2 seconds. That is absolutely brutal. Given the little caveat, you actually need to penetrate those shots. That being said, though, pretty unusual opening by the side of Opur, I would say, sending double 60 TP through that lower side on their defense. Haven't really seen that one so far, and the VZs that are posted there currently not really able to exert damage. One of them from the hill reflection, finally with a shot, but takes one in return.
Yeah, gets a little bit more damage out than what he received, but the VZ55s are not the heartiest of tanks, so his HP starting to look a little bit worse for wear at this point, and the CCTPs do manage to get into their position relatively unscathed. A lot of map control being taken by Opur on the north side of the map as well. You saw Piotrix in the Batchat pushing one of his mates, I think the IS7 up there. T-Sec was the one getting the extra little bit of assistance.
Yeah, now we'll have to see. T-Sec in that northern part of the map is going to be spotted out in that IS-7. That being said, though, Piotrix in that Batchat is the silent, the quiet threat, the ninja, the assassin if need be with that Batchat. He is trying to not get spotted simply because that means that the team of Falcons, they don't know where he is, obviously. They need to respect that threat. And now, I mean, Falcons, honestly, the reaction that I'm seeing from the team in orange right now, they look a bit stunned by this opening.
I think that's fair enough as well. I think you would definitely be a bit perplexed as to what is going on here, because this is not a standard setup from Opur. This is a very aggressive defense, if I'm not mixing my words up too much.
I mean, basically the best defense is a good offense, is I think what Opur is saying here right now. And they're just bringing the aggression straight to the faces of Falcons. I mean, basically the win condition, I think, for Falcons is just trying to figure out on the timer that you're on right now, 5 minutes and 45 seconds, exactly where the weaknesses are. Because obviously, if you're being pushed that aggressively, there must be some weaknesses somewhere. There will be openings. It's up to Falcons to find them.
Yeah, it is a bit of a gauntlet being thrown down by Opur, isn't it? I think it's a statement, really. They know they're up 2-0. If they get in the face of Falcon, they win a cheeky round here, then that really breaks the mental of Falcon. And that you can sort of see the wheels are turning, or the cogs are turning in the minds of Falcon, trying to figure out how to break this. But as of yet, they have not moved. They haven't really changed their positions at all. They're just waiting to see if they can maybe get a favorable trade here or there, but it's not happening. It hasn't happened over the last couple of minutes. I don't think it's going to happen now. Ooh. There is a good shot in onto Rexar.
Yeah, finally. So those 60 TPs, they do now know that they're in crossfire. And I think the biggest, I would say not threat maybe, but the biggest, or the coolest thing for Falcons, not necessarily the best one, would be just, you know, taking all those 3 VZs and maybe, you know, the 60 TP, the I7, and just dumping those 60 TPs, because with that triple VZ, the fact remains those 3 autoloaders, they have such a big amount of clip potential. That being said, though, Jiangshan driving in, taking a huge amount of damage. T-Sec is going to be hold down, probably going to do one more to him. Pantsfury from the sidelines farming as well, so that push for Falcons not working out right now.
And the VZ55's on the move as well, but as of yet haven't found themselves in a firing position. Fender copping a big chunk of damage there as well. It's Kerolf and T-Sec that are trying to survive, that are struggling to do so at the moment. Though T-Sec has a slight advantage over Jiangshan. He's got the reload advantage there as well. So in theory, he should win that 1v1, IS-7 on IS-7. And the next question is obviously what happens when Kerolf goes down, because that now brings it to a 6-on-7. Jiangshan, you'd really want to see him slide this shot through, which he does. And it's up to T-Sec to ensure that he pens this next shell, which he will, and equalizes the numbers back at 6 apiece.
Yeah, exactly. HR with another stunner into Rexar, 841. High roll from that 60 TP, but the fact remains the HP is still very, very even. 1-1 in the kill department. Rexar trying to do what he can. He's going to get possibly another reload as he tries to distract HR from doing a good shot here. HR trying to find the opening, doesn't do so currently. Another good one by the ISM coming in from the sidelines. Will Rexa be able to do one more is the question. He would be able to survive one more by the ISM, but good one by HR to finish the kill on towards Rexa. And the Batchat of Piotrix needs to be very careful now, because that is a double BZ. They could just burst him down.
Yeah, certainly doesn't want to be hanging around there too long. Pun's Fury might come in to assist. Piotrix with only 3 in the clip isn't a massive threat just yet.
Oh, Fender here now eyeing himself a little bit of that French medium tank is going to drive up, but Piotrix will make it out. Hansfury from the sidelines with a bit of punish, does not get punished in return. Borzik there with a good shot on towards Otto. That is 3 tanks by Falcons that are pretty bunched up. The HP still currently favoring the team from China, but the shots from Opur are coming in.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily hating this position for Opur. I think it is still a winnable round, but it's going to be tough. They're going to have to be clean, and their focus fire is going to have to be good. Robin on fire will definitely help out. And Orchek is the last relatively healthy tank here for Opur. He is doing a good job of soaking the damage, taking the brunt of the fire. Ketsai might give up his life for that kill, but at the worst case, it is a 1-for-1. Orchek will find Otto at some point eventually as well. And Falcon, you can see this health advantage that they did have is starting to swing back in a different direction. And now it is Opur that actually have the tanks on the field as well.
Yeah, Opur here with the tanks. T-Sec trying to stay safe. Orzek with the possibility to drop down if he needs to against HR. Another good shot coming in towards Reflection. The DPM of the VZ simply not there. That is 1k every basically like 20 seconds. And you can see once again the mouse there just not offering up those shots. And Pun's Fury here with the play that he's trying to make. But HR with the snapshot with the hit. What a banger in towards the side of the E5. But Piotrix coming in with the steel chair, whipping him back to the garage, and only Ansha remaining.
Yeah, well, that's one way of putting it. I mean, a minute and 15 seconds left here on the attack for Falcon to make it work. It's just Ansha. I just don't see it happening. Opur, they dug deep in this round. They had to fight for that victory, but they were able to get it done, or at least it seems like they'll be able to get it done. I just don't see Ansha having enough to get this done in an IS-7. It really felt like Piotrix, if he got back in with another clip reloaded in that bad chat, then it was going to be all she wrote for Falcon, and that has been achieved by Opur. So it is going to be a 3-0, and the Chinese crowd, they were getting a little bit excited there for a moment. They thought Falcon might be able to get it done, but unfortunately, the hometown heroes are in a bit of a sticky situation in this series now.
Sticky situation indeed, as Opur is going to stick the third one onto the board here. They are going to match point, and man, did it ever look shaky, but does it matter at the end of the round? Obviously not. 3-0 in the upper bracket finals. Yeah, the team from Europe, Opur, definitely coming into this one with an absolute statement, even opening aggressive here on Tundra defense, which is not something we usually see. Usually also that hill in that eastern part of the map, it means that there's so going to be such good positions for the winners, but it is going to be 3-0.
Well, bit of a slightly sweatier round this time to be given to Opur, but at the end of it all, 3-0 so far as the scoreline, which makes me now feel like a fool for doing the prediction the way how I did it. But look, first of all, Elfish, that aggro defense definitely is a bit of a new one to see on Tundra, isn't it?
Yeah, I liked it. I mean, I think for Falcons, obviously they come into Tundra as their map choice, and they're thinking, okay, we've got a plan for our attack. You know, we're expecting Opur to do something pretty standard, and the onus of this round is going to be on us. But immediately that plan has to get thrown out the window when you see Opur playing a defense like that. Now your caller is having to figure out, okay, well, how are we going to dig these 260 TPs out? What's going on the northern side of the map? We had a setup that we wanted to make happen with our VZ55s that is now just completely irrelevant, and we're having to sort of adapt on the fly, which obviously makes life a little bit more difficult than going with what they'd expected to play. So I like that as a change up from Opur, put that pressure back onto Falcons initially in the round and force them to do a bit of thinking.
And it's something that we haven't really got to see a whole lot from Opur just overall throughout the past 2 days either, Keyhand. I mean, we look at the, how they were playing in the first day, look a little bit shaky. Second day, yeah, but still a few questions here and there, even though, it's all still wins for them. But could we now start talking potentially about the au pair being the silent assassins, whilst the hit and run taking all of the aggro?
I mean, the thing is, right, I also predicted with a 4-3, I think even... No, I was for au pair, I think, because I literally didn't know what to do. But then again, I always have a sort of way out here. That is why before the match I said either team, they do also have the possibility to run away with it, because both of those teams, if they really get that train rolling, and I think the au pair train has definitely left the station at this point, they can run away with it.
I think a bit of a caster is really starting to come around, where we're both, all of us, well, apart from you, Jordan, were talking about, oh yeah, so close, so they could be, one of the longer games, the preview for the grand finals. And then, well, we're just already on the match point with no points for the Chinese representatives.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a fallacy sometimes when you get yourself into that headspace where you see like an upset on one of the earlier days, or you see a good performance from one of the quote-unquote underdogs, and you sort of start to forget again why you had faith in those teams initially to begin with, right? But remember, day one, if this matchup happens on day one, who do we all predict? We all predict au pair. Yes, Falcons looked good over the last couple of days, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to keep that pace up over the next few days. It doesn't necessarily mean that teams, for example, are not going to look at them now and go, oh, these guys are actually decent. Let's bring out a game. Let's counter what they're doing. Let's have a look at some of their VODs and see how they like to set up, how they like to play. Maybe there was a level of, as you said, hubris maybe coming into day one from the European teams. They thought, we'll roll over these Chinese guys, no problems. They got a bit of a wake-up call on day one. Now they've come out on the final day when all the chips are down and when they know that it really matters and they're here to play.
Also, one more thing that I want to mention is that basically while we were coming into this this event basically and saying that, hey, in between hit and run and au pair, there never really is a clear favorite, because it actually does matter like how the caller slept or something like that. I think right now we are seeing a Ketsai that has slept on absolute clouds and is now ready to go.
Yeah, he's having a great time individually as well. Like, it's not even just the calls in the game, but you saw, especially on Ghost Town, I felt like at the very start of both those Ghost Town rounds, he was the one getting all that early bleed out onto Falcons, and you know how much of a mental boost that can be for your team if you're getting that damage down, and obviously a mental detriment for your opponent. If you're getting 1, 2, 3 shots in early on in the round, you're just thinking, okay, this job has gotten so much easier for us at this point.
And also during the match we just saw, I mean, Falcons, they were ahead in the damage department as soon as the VZs actually got in, and then to be ending up losing it like that, that must just feel brutal.
Actually, I was just about to ask you about that one, because yeah, on the side of Falcons, things definitely look very much rough. Could it be the case of a breakdown of communications? Could it be the fact that, a few of the players sort of ended up tunnel visioning? I mean, Ansha was still on the top of the hill and not brawling with the rest of them. Do we attribute any of that to the issue with the comms, or is it just straight up just nerves?
I think honestly, au pair, they just did a great job in this round number 3 of seeing triple VZ setup, and there definitely was a plan for Falcons. And with that aggressive defense, as Elfish Guy said, they were just able to completely pull out the rug from under Falcons and be like, hey, whatever plan you guys might have had, that's not going to happen
at all. Well, with Orzik being the MVP, so far so good. Au pair looking potentially to claim the 4th round for themselves. That 4-0 scoreline, are we now basically all agreeing on that to happen?
I mean, you know what is going to happen now is that it's going to be au pair attacking on Tundra. And, I mean, statistically, Tundra is attack-sided.
Right. I've got faith that they can pull this one off. I think they're kind of barreling towards that 4-0, and they're really keen to at least ensure that there will be one European team in the grand final. But based on how hit and run looked this morning, I think that'll be a tough game for Falcon if they do drop down there into the lower bracket. But when all is said and done, yeah, I mean, this is a tough uphill battle for Falcon, and au pair looking fantastic. My prediction changes from 4-2 to 4-0.
Yeah,
I think that's illegal. You can't do that.
Yeah, I think I might join you on that one, though, even though we'll be questioning the legalities of that one. But look, one last question before we do head into it. The EU push, that is the absolute wall of a push that's so far been pioneered by both of the Hit and Run and the Opera guys versus basically any other of the very much of a concentrated push from others. Do we feel like this is basically the secret weapon?
I think the secret weapon, honestly, is team cohesiveness.
Apart from team cohesiveness.
That is the thing that sets them apart, I think.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. I mean, you can just tell individually, yes, they're very good, but it's also just being able to juggle their HP, make sure that they're focus firing a little bit better than their opponents. It seems like they, as a unit, are much more coordinated.
Also, the fact that, you know, Opor is simply able to do something which no other team seems to be able to currently, and that is to stop bleeding when it matters and where it matters. It's just like they don't lose HP uselessly on tanks that are going to be crucial later on in the round. It's almost like they have a, you know, seventh sense on top of the light bulb that is already in the game. Yeah, it's just absolutely fantastic to see, but yeah, the last round can be the hardest one.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it will all go. How will the juggle act continue? It is potentially the final round of the upper bracket finals.
Match point for Opur, a team that has traveled 10,000 kilometers to be here, and the Falcons, the home team, are looking at dropping down towards the lower bracket. They're trying to avoid that with quadruple 60 TP, one BZ75, and once again, VZs, two of them.
Yeah, Opur going to do it the Polish way. They've pretty much gone for almost a full lineup of 60 TPs, an IS-7 in there alongside an E5 as well, but yeah, not a whole lot of nuance there really from Opur, is it? They just want to get in the faces of Falcon and from a big old rude awakening.
I mean, turns out having 750 alpha is not a bad thing after all, right? With 60 TP, that being said, I think Opur, opening-wise, are already, again, switching it up here, eyeing themselves a bit of that water push here. That 60 TP push by Olsek and Tsek is something that you don't really usually see. But they're going to be sent up. They are not spotted currently, so everything right now favoring them a little bit. The timing there with the VZs not working out for Falcons, they're not really going to get a whole lot of damage there. Exactly zero, simply because they didn't see anything to shoot at.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty unfortunate, isn't it? Because part of the reason that you do take those VZ55s is to try to get initial early damage out, but no such luck there. So you're kind of waiting for Opur to make a mistake. Ooh. And the reality is going to be that it's unlikely that in the form Opur is in right now, they are going to be doing that. That is a huge amount of damage onto Jiangshan. Two shots go straight in, 1500. There's another one from Pan's Fury in the E5. And that has to be such a mental detriment to Falcon, knowing that they've almost lost a tank off the outset.
Yeah, I mean, Jiangshan there hurrying back behind that production building there, but down towards below 1000 HP. Opur with a perfect opening towards their attacking round here, looking to put themselves into the grand final already. They're looking to do so without any hassle, without any detour, just a straight for nothing. But obviously Falcons, they are still here with 7 tanks, and they're going to do everything that they can to not let that happen. Ketsai not going to connect that snap on towards Robin's lower play. Good reaction by the VZ, but the fact remains Opur currently up 2,500, make that 3,000 HP roughly.
Yeah, and Falcon are losing map control as well. Ketsai is getting a lot of positioning forward as well, alongside the 260 TPs just south of him to help him out. HR wants to have a little bit of a look in there, but he doesn't feel comfortable making a peek, and for good reason, because there is another 60 TP on the B line that we can't see on the screen right now, but he is starting to make his way forward as well. It's Karolf.
Yeah, and there, a good shot coming out from HR. Unfortunately for him, it's going to be a low roll, but it does connect regardless. And now Opur, they have rotated down the DPM potential from the hill. They are starting to aggress, to advance in the southern part of the map as well. There's a BZ75 waiting for them, namely for Rexar and for Pan's Fury here. We'll have to wait and see how the trades do go in that northern part of the map. Ketsai now going to eye himself a bit of the position that HR was in, but now all of the tanks going to get spotted. He's going to get a freebie in towards Robin, who drops like 1200 HP.
Not sure if I saw a fire there. I think I might not have. I think I've made it up. But either way, Reflection, he's going to try to come back in here and trade some damage with Ketsai. And he'll most likely eat a shot for his troubles. That one didn't quite go through.
We do see now Ketsai and Carol, though, getting pressured by triple tank from the team of Falcons. Double VZ here that is starting to clip out in those VZs. And now Ozek and Tizek gonna get sent over as well. They do realize that Carol and Ketsai are in a world of fire. High roll on towards Reflection. That is a possible one-shot, but now Ozek and Tizek arriving means that they cannot overpeak anymore. The trades by Opor just coming in.
Yeah, look at the positioning from Opor as well. This is what we're talking about when we're saying they're just a better coordinated team. Just as you think Falcon might have a little bit of an advantage on the northern side, look who rolls up. Orchek and Tizek are there to reinforce the top side of the map, and it just becomes impossible to win for Falcon. Reflection, he'll be lucky to get both of these shells out. He doesn't even get a single one in that VZ55. Tizek grabs another one onto Robin, and I think that's all she wrote for Falcon.
Yeah, all she wrote for Falcons as a 60 TPs in this match seem to be not able to low roll a lot of those 800 slaps coming into full effect. And now Opor here, 7 tanks on the board. They are on the victory march in the upper bracket finals. They are going to be putting themselves in towards the grand finals. They'll be eating the popcorn while Hit and Run and Falcons are gonna battle it out in the lower bracket to see who will be able to challenge the team that looks absolutely stellar currently.
Yeah, I just don't see anyone beating Opor at the moment. Certainly not Otto. He will at least get one consolation prize onto Rexar, but it's not enough even to get the Chinese fans excited because they know exactly where this one is going, and so does he. I think he wants to get this one over and done with, up and over the ridge. Stopping a couple of shots, and he gets one more in, but really, this is just delaying the inevitable.
Polska Gorom, the name of the game of the upper bracket finals, as Pan's Fury is gonna pad his damage numbers a bit more, and they are gonna be so happy. A team of Opur that on the first day barely managed to edge out the win against a team of Falcons that absolutely did not look ready whatsoever. It is going to be the clean sweep, 4-0.
Alrighty, well, that's the conclusion of the upper bracket finals. Opur, look, you mentioned that Ketsai had a pretty good sleep, and it seems like that buff is certainly showing its face. Utter domination is probably the only way to really describe this Aki.
I mean, honestly, the whole team looks like they have slept perfectly. I mean, coming in 4-0 here, upper bracket finals last round, 7-0 in tanks, and honestly, like that just looked like a difference in skill on every single position on the map in that last round that we saw. I mean, firm handshakes all around in between the players. You love to see it here, but I do think we see a team of Falcons that just was not up to the task.
No, definitely not. Opur seems like they're on another level. What I will say is, obviously, it's not the end of the road just yet for the boys from China. They do get to play still in that lower bracket final, but it will be a difficult task against a solid team in Hit and Run. And one other thing to sort of keep in mind is I think the fans at home watching the stream are probably hoping that we might get a little bit of a longer game or two because they want to get their drops in, man. I don't know, is there going to be enough time on this bloody broadcast to allow that to happen? Because we're at that point where 2-4-0s, Hit and Run are looking pretty good too as well in that lower bracket. Are we just in for a day of 4-0s at this point?
Look, it might just be the case up until we do get to that grand finals. I mean, yeah, like you highlighted, Hit and Run.
Grand final is not going to be a 4-0. I can promise you as much.
Yeah, thank you for that one, Kian. Look, maybe include that one for the guides as well.
I mean, the guides at this point seem to be living rent-free in your head, man.
This guy thinks he's funny.
Okay, I'm not going to get between you here.
Look, funny is aside though, yeah, for Hit and Run, they are looking pretty fired up, especially after that match with Smile. Opur seems a whole different beast, it seems. Jordan, is there any stop to the EU machine, or? do we basically at this point skip the match 3 for today and just head straight on?
Well, I don't think it's worth skipping. I definitely think that we'll hope to see the Falcons roster sort of take a step back here and try to mental reset. The unfortunate issue is, like we were talking about going into that game, they now don't have a huge amount of time to sort of turn around from suffering a massive defeat on the stage against Apua, which was a team that they realistically probably felt like they could have beaten or at least gone close with. And now, A, mental reset, B, prepare for that game against Hit and Run. It's probably, what, like another 20 minutes or so before that game actually starts. So doesn't really give you a whole lot of time. Hopefully they've got a team around them that has maybe been working away in the back lines, ensuring that the strats are set up, or that, you know, we know what we're going to veto, we know what we're going to pick, this and that, because there's a lot to think about going into this next series. And at that point now, it is do or die.
Yeah. Now, going into the Oper, well, now we get to watch basically their opponents. For H&R, Hit and Run, they already had the issue once that they had the hubris whilst they played against Falcon, fell to it. Now that they saw that Falcons fell like the way they did to Oper, is there possibilities for another one, or is it just at this point just take it at full seriousness?
There is two angles to this. There is two sides of the medal here. One, obviously the arc that should be mentioned, like the Falcons are coming from an absolutely crushing defeat here. There is no way to sugarcoat that whatsoever. So they are mentally completely going to be in the bin. They need to reset. They need to absolutely like forget this ever happened. They need to wipe that from their minds. Maybe Men in Black, like that little, you know, flash thingy, to just, you know, wondering how are we in the lower bracket finals? How did we were supposed to play upper bracket? Well, something like that. And the other thing, I was talking to some of the Hit and Run players this morning, and they seemed very, very confident. I don't know if I would want to call it hubris necessarily, but then again, they said like yesterday, you know, the loss that we had against Falcons, that 4-2, that was kind of, you know, RNG was not on our side here. We were playing pretty well, and I didn't really agree with that. I was like, I didn't tell them obviously, but I was like, guys, you lost 4-2, and realistically, that could have been a 4-1, that could have been a 4-0, like, let's not get ahead of ourselves. And they were like, no, today we're going to stomp everyone. We're going to come and do that grand fun. And I was like, against Smile, I see it happening, but whoever loses the upper bracket final, honestly, guys, has, up to this point, looked better than you. Yeah. So I was like, oh, okay, you know, I didn't want to dent their confidence in any kind of way, but they are certainly very much up there in their spirits.
Certainly seem to be. Well, one would hope that the confidence is just the confidence and not full-on cockiness. But look, Oper, the way how they've handled the Falcons, surely now they've figured out the win formula for themselves, the way how it was all working out. I mean, Kitsai being MVP yet again, they handled both Tundra and the first map as well really well, all things considered, didn't they?
Yeah, Ketsai in particular, like I said, going into that last round, he has been having a phenomenal series. His individual impact has been really solid. And again, if I'm not wrong, he was the player that got the opening shot in onto that 60TP that sort of peeked up over the rail track. So he's constantly putting himself in positions to have an impact early on in the round, and obviously the team is following suit, and that's setting themselves up really nicely for success. So big impact key fragger for the roster, and hopefully that'll continue going into the grand final, because again, yeah, Opua look great, but there's still one more match to go, right? We talk about this when we say it's a big deal. It's a good win, definitely, but they can't get too far ahead of themselves. They haven't won WCI yet, even though it's looking good.
Well, I suppose we'll have to wait and see how that will really work out for the later down the line. At least for now, I suppose for Ketsai, he can go and have another nap to bolster up the performance even further for the time being for us.
I wouldn't be able to go sleep after something like that. I would just want to watch the other
adrenaline send. Yeah,
definitely.
True. Look, I mean, for now, we get to basically now slowly start casting our sight towards the next matchup, the Hit and Run versus Falcons. Look, that one, we already got to see some of the more interesting picks. I mean, the triple of EZ to come around from the Falcons. They're now starting to dip their toes into the autoloaders realm. Do we rate those choices, or is it they need to just go back to the basics of the 277s and IS7s, really?
honestly, like there was that triple VZ, and I think that Falcons were definitely planning something with it. But the fact that immediately from that was an answer immediately from the team of Opur, like, hey, you have triple VZ, that's kind of gimmicky, you know. Let's see how you deal with that one, and then they end up throwing 2 6 CTPs directly at the enemy team, and they obviously Falcons were like, oh, that is not something we anticipated. So I think on a tactical level, also mind game wise, very well played by Opur. And I think you could see during the 4th round then, which was the round after the triple VZ, you could see how that had impacted, how that had impressed the team of Falcons that were, I think, mentally just, you know, already thinking about hit and run at that point.
Yeah. Jordan, thoughts so far?
Yeah, I mean, tough one to call, obviously, because again, still in this lower bracket, we haven't really seen hit and run tested by any super strong teams. I don't think so. Mori-Chan going down 4-0, that's one thing, and obviously for the win against Smile. Again, I'm not really reading too much into that one. And as we said, like they've so far at this event, hit and run have played 2 games against Mori-Chan, a game against Smile, and a game against GCAT. Now, those are the 3 teams that have all been removed from the competition straight up. So those are, without a doubt, no debate, the weakest teams in the event. So yes, they've looked good in those games. The one game that they played against anyone that, you know, I guess would be competitive is Falcons, and they lost that one. So I don't know. I still have this faith in hit and run. I don't think we've seen the best from them, but I don't know that they've been given the opportunity really to show us their best, and that is going to come up in the next game. So I am hoping that they will look a little bit better than what they did yesterday in this game against Falcons.
Yeah. True. Look, I'm definitely still keen. I'm probably still for a little bit more on the Falcons copium, but look, yeah, maybe we'll get to hear some insights once we do get to the interview. But I mean, look, overall, still hoping that Falcons will get to stick around for a little bit longer, maybe the grand finals to come. But yeah, certainly not looking particularly too pretty. Hit and run looking almost too powerful.
Yeah, I mean, you can see behind us already, there is once again going to be the team Mummy that has looked absolutely stellar. A person that has come with block damage numbers of 4K plus, which is not something that should realistically usually happen. That means the enemy team, like, either he was just doing such a good job, maybe he was getting a bit lucky with the pen rolls as well, but he has done a stellar performance. I think the interview with him is about to start. If I judge the screen behind me correctly, we'll have to wait and see about that one, but he will certainly have some very, very interesting insights.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to hear his thoughts as well, seeing as, yeah, for Carol, this has been a bit of a curious as well trip, seeing as he was originally supposed to be the substitute for the team instead of DJ, and then had to step in for basically the whole event.
And he was even, like, I'm not even sure he qualified with the team. Like, he was subbed in to be like that player, to bring the experience, to sort of coach the other ones, and to sort of help them cope with being on stage. And obviously he's been doing a pretty good job, but now being put into that role as well of having to play again yourself, like 5-6 years even after you did that for the last time. And he was just able to continuously show up and show off even, I would say.
I think there's a lot of value in that, though, being able to have someone like that in your environment. Yeah, maybe not necessarily as a player, but I guess no better way to get involved in the discussion than as a player. And as we've said, yeah, he has a lot of experience from back in the day, back when the final battle was going on. He was competing with Oops, and he was there, and, you know, he was able to experience an environment like this, whereas for a lot of the other members on that team, you know, an offline finals or an offline event, as far as World of Tanks esports is concerned, doesn't roll around all that often. So they haven't really had the chance to experience this, and so it does help to have a bit of a guiding hand there.
Well, let's take a look at the interview with Karol and hear from him straight from the get-go.
来自于 Opera 战队的 Karol， 欢迎你，先跟大家打声招呼吧。
Welcome back. Standing on stage is Karol from the team Opera. Would you please say hi to the audience?
大家好 I hope
对，他刚才在后面一直非常认真的在学习这样的一句中文，也希望通过这样的一种方式跟大家打声招呼。我们再次把掌声送给 Karol。
You have been learning Chinese on backstage. Well, thank you for that. Another round of applause for you. Thank you.
那
I hope you all have great time. I know it's not the result you hope for, but I hope you all have great times too.
我希望大家过得开心。虽然可能这个中国队失利的结果并不是大家希望看到的，但是我仍然希望大家能够开心的享受比赛。
那今天呢，可以说是整个的比赛是非常的精彩的，而且呢，offer 其实在整个的比赛当中是到目前为止是未尝一败的。那在这样一种情况下，我想问的是，是否认为自己已经是战无不胜了？
Well, you guys have been on fire. You haven't lost to any single team yet. Well, is this exactly what you've been hoping for? And do you think you will be the final champion based on what you have achieved right now?
Yeah, obviously we hope so that we can win in the final. But we'll see. Like for now, we need to like settle down, calm down, don't underestimate the opponent that we'll be playing against, and yeah, like hope for the best. And I think that we can win the whole tournament.
是的，我们很高兴能赢下比赛，但是对我们来说，我们目前更需要做的是安静下来、平复下来。我们需要来仔细总结，而且我们不能够低估任何一个出现在决赛的对手。虽然我希望我们将会是最终的捧杯者。
好，那其实，在第一天当中，我还记得是3比2，其实是险胜了Falcom，但今天的话是一个4比0，一个非常干脆的拿下。我想问一下，你们是怎么样去调整的，可以让短短的1天之后就会有这么大的一个改变？
Well, you won against Falcon, but 3-2. You won to the tiebreaker on the day one. Well, today you won Falcon with 4-0. So what changes have you made? There's a huge and remarkable improvement. So what changes have you made to achieve such an improvement?
I think it's just the confidence, really. I think that we settled down here in the arena, and the energy today was like really good, really high. So I think that that's the most important thing. And yeah, maybe the map choice. I think the Ghost Town, we for the first time played it properly, like we made it to 0. Then on Tundra, it was a little bit sketchy and tricky, but yeah, like players managed to pull it out because the energy was so good today. So I think that I hope so that we can keep it going into the final.
哇，我觉得信心是很大一部分原因。另外就是今天场地更热烈一些，而且我们的环境也更温暖一点，所以这也是很大一部分原因。那另外我们在第一天的比赛当中，我们在荒漠小镇的比赛并不尽人意，但是我们今天荒漠小镇表现得更好，而且在我们卡秋莎这张图当中，我们实际上有一些变动，有一些意想不到的情况，但是最终我们赢得了卡秋莎，最终赢得了胜利。
那说到卡秋莎第一张图也是带来一种全新的战术，我想问一下，在之后的比赛当中，是否在每张图当中其实都有藏了一个大招？
Well, just in terms of Tundra, especially during the first battle, well, there was something sort of like a surprising gameplay by you guys. Or do you have some other hidden gameplays or surprising mechanics you've been practicing?
Yeah, I think that we have like still a lot of stuff to show, a lot of tactics and strategy. So yeah, we are keeping it for the final, and whatever the map we are going to play, I think that we can still show some pretty interesting things. So yeah, still a lot of stuff to show for you.
是的，我们当时为卡秋莎准备了大招，我们实际上还在秘密排练了很多其他的大招。我们基本上为每一张地图都制定了不同的秘密的战术。我们接下来还会有更多的战术释放给大家。
那接下来的一场比赛呢，的胜者将会再次打入。如果是胜者将会跟你们最后是在总决赛去相遇，你会在乎接下来一场比赛谁会获胜吗？还是你觉得无所谓，打谁都可以？
Well, your upcoming opponent will be the one from Falcon or Hit and Run. So do you really care about who's gonna be your next opponent, or it doesn't matter at all to you guys?
Yeah, I think it doesn't matter really at all. We should just focus on ourselves, stay focused, stay calm. And yeah, I think that no matter the opponent, we can beat either Falcon or Hit and Run. So yeah, it doesn't matter really for us, but we'll be watching it with high interest the next match upcoming.
Well, 对我们来说，最终我们决赛的对手是谁并不那么重要，我们更需要做的是关注于自己。我们会紧密的关注下一场比赛，发现他们的特色，并且做好我们自己。
好的，能感觉到我们现在 Karof 整个的 offer 战队现在是信心十足，而且他们做了充足的准备。我相信接下来的每场比赛我们都不容错过，也希望大家用最热烈的掌声送给我们的 offer， 送给我们的 Karof， 感谢他带来的精彩表现。
Yeah, we can tell that you have full faith and confidence in the upcoming matches. So hopefully, best luck to you, and we will see even more brilliant and more remarkable performance from you guys.
Thank you.
好的，再次掌声送给他，感谢你接受我的采访，谢谢。 谢谢。
Well, hello and welcome back. And now with a new face here on the caster's desk, it is the Phil X, Senior Competitive Operations Manager, a colleague, also a clanmate and a friend of mine welcome. How are you liking it so far?
Well, thanks for having me. What can I say? 2 times 4-0 today. Polska Gurum. I think the stage here is amazing. All the colleagues working behind the scenes. Today we have over 100 people working on this broadcast, and I think, look at it, it's just big show today.
Is it meeting your expectations or exceeding your expectations?
I mean, I've been to the last event in Minsk in 2019, and it was an outdoor event. It had a lot of crowd, but I think today the crowd is amazing as well. Everyone is cheering, everyone is in a good mood, and I really hope that the Chinese fans are getting rewarded for it with some good points for the Chinese team later.
Maybe not, but we'll see.
I mean, yeah, talking about being in a good mood, you see all of us smiling here because, well, we are sort of, at least the two of us from the Western audience, and you obviously being from APAC, well, maybe not so much, but yeah, you touched on it. 8-0 here currently for the EU teams. What are your impressions of the match that we just saw?
I mean, both matches were very quick, and I think the momentum right now is definitely on the side of the European teams. You have Hit and Run that are coming now after 8-0, first against Morimori-chan, 4-0 yesterday, now again in the lower bracket against Smile, so they have a lot of positive momentum. I think that will reflect on how the match goes against Falcon. They have a lot of pressure, being the only hometown team left here, and just having suffered this kind of defeat can really draw a dent into their mindset.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I guess at this point, it's prudent to ask you what's your prediction for the next match. You did say you think, or you hope rather, that the Chinese fans are going to have something to cheer about, but obviously hailing from Europe yourself,
I would say maybe 4-1 for Hit and Run, because they're coming in very strong, and maybe Falcons can recover, but I think the mental edge is definitely on the side of the European team today, so 4-1, maybe 4-2. I hope that it will be an interesting game, and as we already have a European team in the final, I hope even that the Chinese team will show off and we will see some interesting rivalry coming from this tournament.
Yeah, fair enough.
Other than that, since obviously you were involved in the production of this whole event here, when did it start? When did you know that there was going to be an offline event in China? Because obviously there hasn't been something quite like this in a huge while.
Yeah, so obviously there's a lot of preparation involved in such big of an event. We are working on it for over 1 year. Players got to know about it earlier this year, with then the qualifiers in July. The wildcard tournament was in August. Then the Chinese teams were playing much later because they don't have to travel here, so they were just playing in October. And now it's end of November. Some teams are preparing for 3-4 months here, and yeah, the stage is great, and I think it's really worth it. The long flight to China has paid out.
Not necessarily a long flight, depending on where you come from. I mean, for me, this is actually one of the shorter flights
Look at
that I
that
get to
smile.
make. I love it. I love it. You know, don't take me all the way to Europe, mate, because that's going to be half a day or 3/4 of a day. Either way, look, talk to me about like the preparation and what kind of goes into building an event like this, because as you said, a year in the making. You know, how does that work with like integrating, you know, the European side of things? We've obviously got Chinese partners here as well that are working on this, and then you've got a production partner. So there's a lot of like moving parts, I assume.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, like today we have over 100 people working on this project. So at this point, big shout outs to all the teams involved, all the sponsors as well, and all the partners that are working here. We have 360, our Chinese partners that are organizing the whole backstage stuff, all the event management. And we have VSPO as the broadcast partner. They're doing an amazing stuff. You can see all the people running around in the background. They're putting in a lot of work. They're every evening here until late in the night. In the morning, they're immediately here preparing everything. So we have a great time. When you were talking about the timeline, I think most teams were not aware of how much preparation before even the announcement of the tournament happened. So there's a lot of logistics that have to be dealt with. But as I said, like the partners did a great job helping us out with this, and the hospitality is great as well.
Absolutely. I have to say from my side as well, like working with these guys together, like obviously I'm here casting for you guys, but I'm also responsible that the feed is actually reaching you. So quite a few drops of sweat shed by me here, but when it comes to collaborating with those people, it is absolutely a pleasure to work with them. Other than that, I think the only thing that's remaining is what's your prediction? Who's going to take it all? Who's going to take 500,000 yuan? Who's going to win the WCI?
I think Oppo was showing a very strong performance, and maybe you have seen in the background there are a lot of like those winking lights, and all of them are colored in yellow. So I think the script will turn out as an Oppo win here, the victory of the Polish team coming through the upper bracket. And yeah, best of luck either way to all the teams, including the Chinese team, obviously. And I hope every one of the viewers is enjoying, having a good time, and you guys are doing obviously amazing as well.
Thank you very much. That being said, I believe we do have a highlights video coming up, so we'll see when we can show that one. Other than that, thanks obviously the Felix for the insights that you were able to provide. I think it is also important to show that there is not only the people in front of the camera. I mean, basically what we have to do is just, you know, smile and wave and talk about what we're seeing on the screen. There is so much more work that's going
I
into
like to
that
think
one.
I'm the most important person on the broadcast, but I don't know about you.
I mean, you know, without us, the broadcast would still be going live. But
Wouldn't be very interesting.
that is true.
Yeah, I mean, someone's got to be the face of the show, and I'm more than happy to do that with a mustache like this.
But yeah, that was quite enough from the three of us. Let's see the highlight video.
There are only 3 remaining, gentlemen. Unfortunately, Falcons having to make that long run, and look, it's not going to be an easy task. They will have to remain on the stage for not 1, not 2, but 3 matches if they want to take the title. You got to wonder, have they got that much left in the tank, Cthulhu?
Yeah, it's definitely the question of the day, I suppose, with Falcons just bowing out of the upper bracket finals so quickly. It felt like, look, maybe they didn't get enough sleep. Maybe it's just the nerve kicking in because, look, it is the big day. It is the final day of WCI, so no matter what happened back in day 1 or day 2, that does not matter anymore. This is now, they need to perform right here, right now, and, well, against Opera, the team that we thought would be the shakier one out of the 2, turns out, well, maybe they are the Kingslayers instead and would be the ones to be poised to win.
Well, for there to be Kingslayers, first of all, there has to be a king, and to be honest, in the match that we just spectated, I have a hard time imagining Falcons on the throne.
I don't know. I think, again, it's a case of Opera have just proved that they are, in fact, just above the rest of the competition. This, I think, is going to be the true test of just how good Falcons are. Can they do it again?
Of course.
Can they take down Hit and Run a second time? Or will Hit and Run get their revenge? I mean, clearly talking to Krolf off stage, he's feeling confident that Hit and Run might have just got the wake up that they needed to actually take that grand final spot.
Yeah, look, I mean, remembering, you know, Keyhand as well mentioning, talking to the Hit and Run, you know, after the 4-2, whether it's RNG or not. I mean, outside of the few mistakes that happened, for what it's worth, Falcons could have taken that victory 4-0, and that would have been an even bigger embarrassment, really. So, I mean, for this one would hope that Hit and Run are just going into this full seriousness and just, you know, nail down their performance, do their game. They already know what Falcons are capable of. Whereas for Falcons, look, they need to reset. They need to start looking already at this match.
Well, it's time to get into it. The team's getting ready to take the stage. This is about to be an absolute heater. I can't wait. Coming into this matchup, we have 2 teams that have had rather interesting runs till this point. Keyhand, Hit and Run have stumbled, they've tripped, they have been knocked out of the lower bracket. Now Falcons join them, but the thing that has been talked about this week is that Falcons logo looks a little bit like something else.
Indeed, like a phoenix from the ashes, they need to rise. I mean, both of them have fallen to the lower bracket. The question remaining, can they get up? Do they need help for that even? It remains to be seen. All of those, both of those teams here, both Hit and Run and Falcons, have got to do it all in the lower bracket finals. And you can see the smiles on both teams actually. So Falcons, yes, they did just take a brutal beating, but it is not going to deter them from at least having some fun here during the walk-in phase. That's going to inspire confidence. Kubash there, one of the players that has absolutely been putting the team on his back. And now I believe we're just about to get ready. I believe that is both of the team captains. Monster leading with example, 2.69 KD.
2.69. That man has been putting in the hard yards for the team. But now taking the stage, Cthulhu, Jiangshan. The numbers have not looked the greatest, but he's had some of the biggest hero moments for China this tournament.
Absolutely so, yeah. Look, for the Falcons representative, Jiangshan, yet look where it mattered, he hit the most, but amidst the regular brawls, things been looking a little bit rough. I mean, you're looking at the overall sort of trend for hit and run. It has been definitely, even stats-wise, a much, much cleaner run, whereas for Falcons, they had to get down and dirty.
I have to say, Piot looks like an absolute unit as he's walking
That was
the stage,
exactly
man.
the word I was going for.
Absolute unit.
I was lining up the exact same sentence.
And he's cracking a smile as well. The guy has had the most stoic, face this entire tournament. We saw a brief crack of his smile earlier on, but now he's happy. He's ready to go.
I mean, honestly, if you walk down that road there, up on that stage, I think it would be very, very hard not to smile. That must be an absolutely awesome experience, and long have we been debated, long have we waited, but now the players, they do get that experience finally once again in World of Tanks. The team of Falcons, we just saw them getting beaten 4-0, and they are going to do everything in their power to not let that happen again, to stay alive in this tournament. Not only do they want to go towards the grand finals for the redemption arc against Opur, actually, they also want to please the home crowd. And then you have the team of Hit and Run. They obviously have other plans. They want to make that grand final, that best of 9 Polish festivities.
I mean, starting the day, Hit and Run looked like a team-possessed Cthulhu coming into that matchup against the Americans and absolutely whomping them out of existence. We have had 2 absolute sweeps getting ourselves to this point. You got to wonder, is that momentum still there?
I reckon, yeah, there might just be the momentum that Hit and Run really needed. They look very, very convincing so far. The main thing that I will have to say, they need to avoid, obviously, the overconfidence. Confidence in general is good, and you know, as one of the OC legends used to say, it is 95% mental as well. So in this very case, that is exactly going to be the situation for Hit and Run. They need to make sure that they are nailing their performances, that they are looking after themselves rather than getting too deep into their own heads and then, well, proceeding to flop their own performances. Whereas on the side of Falcons, look, they're already battling their own inner demons after that 4-0. So I think at this point, this is already a 2v1.
Well, I mean, that's exactly it. Kihan, you're coming into a lower bracket final. This is your last lifeline in the tournament. You lose here, you are out. Are you playing to your opponent, or are you playing to your own strengths? That's the question.
I mean, honestly, I think it's kind of a different story for the two teams here. Falcons, we saw them coming into basically that upper bracket final. They tried to play their own game, and well, basically they weren't allowed to, especially that triple VZ round where it was simply Opur saying, oh, well, you have something planned, we don't care, we are going to dictate the pace of the game. Also the triple autoloader round with double T57 and the 50B by Opur on Ghost Town, that was just Opur all the way dictating the pace of the matches, the pace of the rounds, the pace of the match. And we'll have to wait and see, because Hit and Run is one of those teams as well. As soon as they get into that driver's seat of a round, they will not let go of the gas. They will just keep driving all the way to victory in that round. And Falcons, they do not want to let that happen, and they have been able to do that before. They have beaten Hit and Run yesterday 4-2, and honestly, that scoreline is a bit generous to Hit and Run, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Cthulhu, we've seen it a couple of times now. At the moment, the charge of the Chinese is 1-2 against the Polish push. Unfortunately, Opur seems to be their kryptonite, but they've done it once against Hit and Run. Surely they can do it again.
I mean, in theory, yes, they can very much do so, though the circumstances are much, much worse comparative to when we saw them yesterday. I mean, for Falcons, look, they had a relatively decent start. They managed to, you know, get themselves over the whole hurdle that was the Hit and Run. It was the only matchup that they had to play per se, really, throughout the whole yesterday. So overall, look, I want to say that it was due to their preparation. They wanted to take down hit and run, but I don't think they realize just how much of a danger Opur really is, and that's where it sort of ended up hitting them as well.
I mean, I think if we're being honest, I don't think anyone realized how much of a powerhouse Opur was going to be, Kian.
Well, the thing is, once again, it comes down basically to how well the teams have prepared, both of those for hit and run and Opur. That should not be the question, right? They even had longer to prepare than the Chinese teams, actually, simply because the European qualifier tournaments, or rather the qualifier tournaments outside of the Chinese regions, happened earlier. Even the wildcard tournaments happened before the Chinese qualifiers. So in theory, there was enough time to prepare, but obviously all of that doesn't matter at some point in time when you walk up the stage and, well, you had a terrible night's sleep, then you're not going to be able to perform. Opur has answered the question, and, well, hit and run sort of has as well, right? That was a very convincing match that we saw against Smile. Then again, I want to put out that little caveat once again. It is easy to look very strong against weak opponents.
You got to be careful. The North Americans are not happy about how we've been chatting about their team.
Well, I mean, there is the simple facts remaining that it was a 4-0 stomp.
Yeah, look, if
You're
you want
not
us to
gonna
stop
be
being mean, you should have
way,
played
right?
better, unfortunately. But Cthulhu, you and I had a chat to Karol just before, just the end of that matchup. And you'd think at this stage of the tournament there wouldn't be a heck of a lot still to show. I mean, you're one round away from winning, one match away from winning the whole thing. But he's assured us this is not all that there is to Opur. There is still a lot left in the back pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. The strat book, as we were told, and that is verbatim, the strat book is still pretty wide open and still pretty big. And look, I believe that. I believe that with every possibility, because Opur definitely looked like they were, funnily enough, actually probably the best case of saving strats, but still looking pretty dominant whilst doing it.
Absolutely. I mean, Opur, they have looked completely dominant. And, I mean, Elfish, when he was here, he was kind of, trying to get that arc going of Opur. From day to day, they have looked stronger. They have been able to step it up, that tournament ladder that all of the teams are wanting to climb. I mean, Opur, they've just taken 2 steps at a time.
Well, I mean, the argument could also be made. Falcons have also felt that similar vein. Unfortunately, they're a couple of rungs down on Opur.
Yeah.
They've even slipped a bit after that last match. So you got to imagine there is a bit of scrambling to be done. But in saying that, they've got a best of 7 to play here. If they win that, they've got another best of 9 to play. This is very much an endurance race for the Chinese team.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is going to be an endurance race. Matter of fact, even now we can even start talking about the endurance race, because even then, a double BO7 is going to be quite a rough one for them specifically. After a 4-rounder, they're already out of the first matchup. That's morale down by, well, tremendous amount. That's 1. 2, you got to head potentially another, 7 games at least. Oh, sorry, not at least, maximum to go in here. And if they manage to progress, look, a BO9 is going to be an absolute run.
Then again, I once again want to pull up the example from the last tournament we had in the EU region. That is also a double elimination bracket, where essentially there was a team that had to play the last 3 matches because they were doing that lower bracket redemption arc. They went tiebreaker in all 3 matches, funnily enough on the same map, and they won all 3 tiebreakers from the same side. So it is not unheard of to do those kind of runs, to do go towards tiebreaker, or to play a lot of rounds, and that can even help you if you're properly warmed up, but it's not likely.
It is also a very, very different environment. It's easy to play at home, on your own computer, online. You're on stage, it's warming up in here, the crowd is filling up. A hostile crowd for EU, I would remind you.
Oh, yes.
So, look.
Although not too hostile. I mean, honestly, the crowd, they have been given the love to all the teams. I don't think you can blame them for showing it more towards the Chinese, towards the home teams. But honestly,
look, if we were in Poland, the Polish crowd would be absolutely going out of their seats.
I mean, we're lucky we're not in South America, man.
Yeah, look, but the fact that you've gone South America for a North American team, technically. But yeah, look, probably the Argentinians are shot for their own. But because earlier we're clearly moments away from getting through the pick ban phase, and then of course into this matchup itself. Having seen the maps that both these teams have played so far, is there one that stands out to you that would potentially help Falcons get through?
Well, the main thing that Falcons will want to avoid is Ghost Town. That's one for sure. Try to get rid of either. Well, for them, it ends up being a bit of a coin toss, because both Himmelsdorf and Ghost Town are a pain for the Falcons to deal with. So it's at this point you look at it. Well, Ghost Town is a frustrating point, and we have barely had much of the success there, apart from that hit and run game, I believe. Himmelsdorf is going to be one of those where you have to play mind games. So at this point, I'd rather get rid of Ghost, try to go for. Yeah, but look, a Cliff would be still a pretty decent choice, all things considered. Maybe even a Muravank, but that's again a 50-50. From there on, I'm expecting for hit and run to pick whichever out of the two maps that didn't get banned. So it'll be once again either Himmels or Ghost.
Okay, is that EU a similar opinion, or do you think EU are just happy to be here?
Honestly, I think both of those teams should just play towards their own strengths. Yes, Falcons didn't look good on Ghost Town, but then again, they were playing against Opur, which historically is an absolute powerhouse on that map. You know, maybe hit and run, they have their name signs on their houses of Himmelsdorf, but so do Opur on Ghost Town. So I think at this point in time, it would be my advice to the team, take that, you know, for what it is, but basically play to your own strengths. Don't try to play towards the opponent's weaknesses, because first of all, you might have incomplete information, and second of all, you know, playing to your own strengths should be the thing to go for here. You shouldn't be trying to think about the other team too much. It is about yourself. It is about getting yourself towards that grand final.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, how many times we've seen teams come in, they think that they're playing chess, really they're playing checkers, because they've done all this work to prep for their opponents, who are just going to stick to their guns, play what they know is comfortable for them.
Minairos is starting to style again, and that has me a bit worried, because yesterday when he was doing that, it wasn't looking too good for hit and run, man.
Another thing as well, too, worth mentioning, on the team video, one of the players also had the L sign holding. Guess who did that as well before?
Don't tell me.
The Domo from Smile.
Oh,
it's a bad omen.
Yeah,
he had. I mean, if you want, I'm already on copium. Would you like another line for yourself?
I mean, I could definitely use a dose as soon as hit and run starts.
Maybe we'll just chuck it in.
But we are
AC
not
system.
yet, and yet. Well, my goodness, there yet. Having casted already only one match, seems to have taken it all. But yeah, first of all, let's get into the pick and bans. We are not anymore fishing in muddy waters. It is going to start off on Prokhorovka of all maps. One of the oldest maps in the game, I think, as the old ESL intro said. And it's going to be followed up by Falcons Tundra pick.
See, if Tundra makes sense, because Falcons actually had a pretty decent idea, all things considered. Despite the 2-0 loss, yes, I understand. But overall idea was there. Ghost Town for Falcon, I don't rate it. I'm sorry, I do not rate it. Sand River, I could probably see this, but that's a tiebreaker. That's a long way away.
My question is, you don't rate it. Is that because you're thinking of Falcons versus Opor, or you're thinking of Falcons versus Hit and Run?
That's for both, to be honest, because EU managed to show us that both Himmels and Ghost Town are basically the hometowns for their performance. And I mean, for Ghost Town, yes, it was a decent performance overall for Falcons back in day 2, but we're reaching the point where day 2 and day 1 don't matter at all. And at that point they were versing Hit and Run that was also very overly confident as well. So look, Prokhorovka, I could see maybe that happening, maybe the map too, but look, Ghost Town, I don't rate it at all.
Tihan, what you feeling? Thoughts on the map picks?
I mean, Prokhorovka, historically speaking, has been a very good map for the team of Hit and Run. They seem to just continuously be able to pull out that spotting difference. They are CS players, or sometimes even the T100, although that one has fallen out of fashion. They seem to get those timings just right. We'll have to wait and see how exactly that is going to shape up. Once again, a pretty interesting heat map. I believe that is from Attack. And this basically shows us how the attacks have been going, I believe, during the last, I think, 2 days. Defender win rate only 52%, suggesting...
I mean,
even Steven, essentially, right? And average game time, I mean, that is kind of a surprise to me, actually, because it's, I would say, kind of low for a map that is so large, so open, and has so many bushes.
I think, again, it comes down, we've seen a lot of very aggressive attacks on Prokhorovka, and so I think, yeah, the defender win rate potentially could be a bit lower, but it's been quite a tough one to try and get over the finish line. for a lot of teams. It's just been a lot of chaos as well. But I mean, Kazulu, a pretty hefty ban rate, 68% ban rate on Prokhorovka. That's an interesting one. But gentlemen, penultimate match here. The only thing standing between EU and an all-EU final is the hometown favourites.
Ladies and gentlemen, lower bracket finals actually already. It's been a quick day so far. Falcons against Hit and Run. Falcons trying to get in towards the grand final, starting off with a 6CTP, double IS-7, double S-Conk, and double CS-63.
I actually rate this lineup quite thoroughly, because the double skunk definitely indicates that they're looking to try to pump out as much DPM as possible and get the defensive positions as locked down as possible. On the side of Hit and Run, I also rate the idea. The quadruple IS-7 for that pushing material is going to be absolutely phenomenal, though it does look like they are aiming for the village presence rather than the hill around the 0 to 9 line. And already the first brawl right on the middle between the CS is happening, and so far not a single bit of damage.
Not a single bit of damage, but this might be problematic here for the team of Hit and Run that are committing the IS-7 and the CS-63 in towards. But I think Conrad is realizing what's happening. He is starting to turn around. Correct decision by the IS-7 player of Hit and Run that actually does immediately opt to drop all the way down in towards the water ditch, so he's not even going to play the hold down at F9, simply because they were getting deterred by that presence by Falcons. Super aggressive opening on the eastern part of the map by both teams, but you can already see Hit and Run, they are starting to take presence in the west.
Good to see that for Hit and Run, they have the mobility and the flexibility to do so, because it did force Falcons to start rotating all of their forces to the right side of the map, which is going to be quite crucial for the later down the line situation, because we're already starting to see some presence to be taken around the 1-2 line. We're starting to see one of the heavy tanks starting to rotate towards the ball as well, and crossing over to it, matter of fact, without any cover. That one flag all of a sudden starting to look very, very dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. Now the 1-2 line wide open by the defending team of Falcons, but so far Hit and Run not really exploiting that. And now we can see Marcel, he has taken one shot of damage. I believe he's the tank that did drive into towards the EF23 ditch. Actually, that's Piotr, so Marcel, the one to take damage in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Not really sure. I think that probably was a 60 TP
Yeah.
of HR, so good stuff. Once again, I mean, star player on the team of Falcons, definitely HR for me. He's just continuously one putting out the damage numbers. Rotation, though, now coming in for the team of Hit and Run. We can see Monster relocating towards that western part of the map, and also Kubash and Never already on that K-line are going to take map control, and as soon as that happens, I mean, it's kind of problematic for both teams, right? Because there's going to be a lot of map control for Hit and Run, but on the other hand, there is going to be some isolated tanks for them as well on zero line.
Yeah, the one problem being is that the team of Falcon really still put all the eggs into one basket, trying to contest the zero line with only just one tank present there. They don't know anything about the impending doom that is the 1-2 line push. HR gonna have a whole lot of trouble. The one saving grace, though, is that Super Conqueror is sitting at the A6 position and the IS-7 to back up the 60, but even then it is going to be a very, very difficult position to really defend the one flag from.
I mean, here Falcons seem all but ready to push over that zero line. That would be detrimental towards the IS-7 that is still stationed here. But now Hit and Run starting the old choo-choo train on the 1-2 line. Once again, Kazna flashbacks. But this 1-2 line push is not going to get shut up. Neither is it going to get shut down. It's just going to take map control for entirely free. And now we can even see the reshuffle in the northeast happening for Falcons.
Yeah, we can also spot the Super Conquerors actually making the rotation off the spot for one of the IS-7s. That is actually Piotr in the bowl. Is going to be at least some form of damage to really dish out, but it is fairly negligent when so much of the control has been given away. The control over the one flag is about to be forfeited to because of that double IS-7 presence now on the 1-2 line. The CS-63 of Kubash potentially to go towards the flag to try to capture, or it's going to be Marcel on the IS-7. And from here on, the problem is going to start mounting up. Conrad should still be able to draw some of the attention, and from here on, the numbers deficit for the Falcon is going to be a problem.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Both HR and Jiangshan in that IS-7 are now going to get committed closer towards that hold-down line. That is going to be detrimental on towards the cap here. Double cap having been started, but now Piotr and Minairos with the reshuffle in that middle of the map, they're going to be able to farm HR and Jiangshan. That being said, though, Conrad has missed his timing to drive away. That is a 3v1. That IS-7 is surely going to fall.
Well, one would hope, because otherwise this is going to be an epic fail as well on the side of Falcon, because if they lose any of the tanks, that is an unfortunate miss as well. Surely this is the quick conclusion for Conrad, but this needs to be done as quickly as possible, because in the meantime, the 5 and 4 line is going to be a nightmare for Falcon.
Yeah, exactly. We do see HR getting completely annihilated. Jiangshan not long for this world as well, taking shot after shot into the back from that CS-63. The DPM really coming in. Yes, Conrad does get taken out of the game, but in turn, Hit and Run have secured the northwestern part here of Prokhorovka. They will be able to put the double cap with those hold down IS-7s. Falcons, they need to drive in, they need to commit HP towards those resets.
Exactly that. Well, the IS-7 is starting to make a rotation. Monsters trying to contest with a Super Conqueror, something that I never thought that I'd see at all, and it seems like Otto is actually losing the fight as well. Kubash as well moving around to add up that DPM. Ignite from Fender though is big. Kubash not going to be feeling particularly too great on that one. Thankfully the fire has been put out. 28 seconds though remaining on the flag.
28 seconds remaining on the flag, and Otto now in that crossfire. I think Monster will have to do one more shot to be able to protect his teammate. Good shot in towards the side of Otto, so it will be up to Kubash to finish off Otto. We'll have to see. It's going to be Piotr to pick it up. The cap is still going here, and Fender going to be the next focus for Monster here. It is a free-for-all currently. Falcons trailing. Falcons trailing with tanks, with HP. We can see Robin, we can see Ansha, but they're fighting it off against the 5. They're not even close to the cap.
Yeah, Minero's taking a little bit of damage, but that is enough to deter the push. 19 seconds remaining. We might just see another cap out, and that is once again going to be by the EU representatives. Kubash, he's still alive. Piotr on the triple already. It's all down to Ansha, Robin, and Reflection to do anything, but Reflection lost in the source, stuck in the ditch, unable to do anything for the China.
Well, the problem is, though, that Falcons, they do have the crossfire positions. Oh, good shot by Minairos here, but he does get punished by Robin. We'll have to see Marcel now, the playmaker in that IS-7, has 2 KHP still available. Ansha going down towards the one-shot. That's not what you want to have happen at this point in time for Falcons. He does get removed from the game by Minairos, and Monster with the next pickup. Only Reflection remaining with about a minute left to play.
Yeah, not as much of a time remaining, though he is on a defense. If he is able to maybe make a run for it or get at least one reset, that would have been great, but missing the shot is crucial. My dear friend Reflection, you have single-handedly just, well, concluded that round as well, because, well, for Hit and Run, this is basically
Reflection
GG.
doing?
Reflection, the nerves are kicking in. This is all just a complete failure.
Yeah, Reflection there, 2 bounce shots. That's going to hurt, but it's going to be 1-0.
Well, I think Phil might need an escort out of the stadium if he's not careful. Cheering that loudly in front of a Chinese home crowd. That's a dangerous prospect, just like that gambit from the Falcons, Kehan. I have to give it to Hit and Run. They are nothing if not cerebral assassins.
I mean, honestly, there was one more thing I would have liked to see happen. As soon as Hit and Run realized that they get the 1-2 line for free, Conrad just runs, he accepts the damage on the cross, 1.5k, round about that, but basically then he gets safe and he can't be over-pushed, or if he gets over-pushed, there is going to be a lot of tanks that can actually help him. That is the only piece of criticism that I have towards Hit and Run. Other than that, I think it was very, very well played. They realized they couldn't push zero line. Good adjustments. Also, stellar decision-making with Conrad immediately turning around during the opening of the round. And other than that, I want to highlight there at the end of the game, yes, it was already lost, but 2 bounces on a CS. You could see in the player camera, even there, that reflection, he was starting to laugh a bit, but that kind of laugh is not the happy one.
That's the thing. You're either laughing or you're crying in that situation. There's no in between. But yeah, Cthulhu, it definitely feels like the summation of that match. If you're not laughing, you're crying.
Yeah,
because
that's
that was a rough one if you're a Falcons fan.
Yeah, to a certain degree, I'm almost starting to think that maybe Falcons basically bowed out of the tournament already as is after the unfortunate turnaround that happened with Opur, and now this round is starting to feel like it. I mean, I've already highlighted it during the match, but where was reflection? I mean, amidst all of the brawls, amidst all of it, he was sitting in the ditch. I'm pretty sure he was not outputting any sort of damage either, and it felt like, once again, another pointless position. In the same vein how for Mori-Chan yesterday, Ally Tank, you could see him every time. Whilst the brawl is happening somewhere out down south on the map, he's somewhere in the middle of nowhere up north, literally, well, trying to come up with whatever the flank, whatever it was. In here, same thing.
The scary thing for me, Keyhand, is this is feeling eerily similar to that upper bracket final for the Falcons. This is not the start that you're hoping for.
Then again, I mean, it was the first game. Yes, hit and run did look good. Yes, Falcons didn't look good. I mean, you know, the other adjectives I would probably be aiming for, I shouldn't say on stream, but essentially it was just a game number 1 of a best of 7.
But 61% hit rate is that's not the numbers you need to be hitting in a lower bracket final.
Not at all. Yeah, this is not ideal, far from it, as a matter of fact. I mean, yeah, you're looking at some of the numbers. It feels like for Falcon, they overreacted for the original spot during the village push. That's 1. 2, they've stalled out on the hill on the eastern side and then just didn't push. From there on, well, for hit and run, this was a perfect opportunity to really go and just farm up the location, the position, and the damage, and that resulted in Piotr being the MVP with 3.7k damage.
I mean, with an angry-looking face like that one, Piotr certainly putting on the hurt here.
He does. He just looks like an absolute weapon. Like the guy is just going to come into the server, he's going to do damage. But, I mean, now, of course, we have to look into the flip. We're now seeing things switch over. It's going to be hit and run, playing the defense on Prokhorovka. And with the win rate defended-sided, but only by about 2%, it just feels like Prokhorovka allows just a little bit more flexibility for attacking teams.
I mean, yeah, in the end, Prokhorovka, being the vast, being the open map that it is, allows comfortable play, I think, mostly for the attacker, because it is so open, there is so much ground to cover, there is so many boxes to be checked for the defender, there is going to be an opening. The problem for Falcons obviously being in the last round that, well, they were heavily stacking northeast, and I guess, you know, hit and run, they sort of found that out by, you know, I mean, that was still a full 1-2 line push by them, so they didn't count it out that there is the possibility of essentially tanks being there, but they essentially got the map there, and the stack by Falcons wasn't there.
Well, I mean, going into the defense, if you're Falcons here, Cthulhu, I mean, what are you doing? Are you sitting like a TD on the back line like we saw at a Smile with their Stritzvan? Are you just going up, holding your standard positions, looking to fight? Are you just committing to a brawl as a defender-sided team? What's the game plan?
Well, I think it's commit to the brawl because I believe this is actually going to be Falcons' attack.
Yeah,
yes. Yeah. So commit to the brawl, bring the heavy brawlers to the point where I'd even suggest maybe, you know, run even the lineup for the middle brawl rather than trying to do anything funky for the 1-2 line push, because I think at this point hit and run will be borderline expecting some sort of an over aggressive push either through the eastern hill or the 1-2 line, and at this point go out, take the ball in the middle and go for the crossfires out on mid. If there is a Stritzvan introduced, then yeah, you might need to worry, you may need to send the CS to for the scout, try to isolate that damage dealer, because without that the Stritzvan will farm and basically no opportunities will be left for Falcons to really claim any points here.
Yeah, it was my mistake. It is getting a bit warm up here on stage. Things are really heating up with the hometown crowd. The passion is shining through. Unfortunately, not necessarily in the results, but like you said, Keyhand, that's only the first round of a best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, talking about things heating up, the team of Falcons here, the Phoenix, they haven't been able to ignite the fire quite yet.
Well, gentlemen, it's the second round of Prokhorovka. It's time to see whether that hit and run redemption arc continues.
Ladies and gentlemen, round number 2 in between Hit and Run and Falcons. Hit and Run on their defense coming in with double I7, a single A51, Super Kong and the triple CS.
Triple CS indeed. Oh, look, I'm quite curious for this one, but I understand the idea behind the triple CS. A lot of the spotting, the double CVS, CS63 as well, the British special, I suppose. Look, I'm looking forward to it because this indicates that for Hit and Run, they're looking to take a little bit more of a passive position. They don't really want to overextend, nothing too fancy, get the win, and then proceed onwards.
Oh, that's indeed a very, very interesting opening coming out by Hit and Run and Falcons both here. I mentioned Kazna Crew last round. This screams Kazna Crew as well, the immediate 1-2 line commitment. The thing is that Hit and Run, they have a lot of tanks on that 1-2 line as well. They were pushing the IS-7 directly in towards the ditch, and that is going to be an interesting interaction here. Brawl about to start. Double IS-7 against double IS-7, but there are so many tanks in the game for the team of Hit and Run, never immediately trying to evacuate.
Yeah, trying to evacuate indeed, that is the perfect way to describe it. Unsure to receive here as well, looking to put the final nails into Never's coffin. Conrad should be able to assist with dealing with the CS63. The ramming damage not coming through. First kill is on Kubash though.
First kill onto Kubash, second kill onto Never. Falcons, they seem to have found the opening, and Marcel with that Escon trying to do what he can, but Conrad taking a brutal amount of punishment as Jiangshan still in the game in that IS-7. Conrad trying to sail down.
Can't afford to stall out though for Falcon. This job is not over yet. Hit and Run have came back from the worst positions right now. Conrad needs to go. Overpush needs to happen. There's no presence on the second side of the ditch. And there we go. There's the finisher as well. Next up should be Marcel.
Indeed, Hit and Run trailing by 3 tanks here as Falcon have a full 7-man stack on that 1-2 line. They simply have more guns in the game and they're putting those to work as Hit and Run with that cheeky opening not finding success.
Can't really though discard Hit and Run. Still 3 remaining fully healthy tanks. Piotr and Monster trying to dig into that ball presence. Fender is the last man standing in that ball. Then there is a need for some help, but using the carcass of the teammate should be just about enough for the time being.
Yeah, indeed, we can see Fender trying to get that shot into the CS, but beautiful shielding coming out from the E5. Once again, the Hit and Run tanks with the team cohesion. Fender down towards 760, but the ram kill from Ansha to finish off the team captain of Hit and Run.
The tables have turned now. All of a sudden, it is down to Mineros to try to do anything. There is also an attempt from the Super Conqueror of Marcel to do much, but Fender doesn't look particularly too healthy. Might bow out fairly soon as well. But you look at this, all of a sudden, Falcon looking very unhealthy, and it is Hit and Run with the point differential.
Incredible stuff happening here. It looked like Hit and Run were getting it back with another kill by Marcel, but they missed by the E5. The non-connection into Fender coming to hurt the Polish team of Hit and Run once again. 2-3 with 1 shots across the board almost for the team of Falcons. Who's going to take that one?
Robin still around, lurking around the 1-2 line. They need to get rid of Marcel without losing any other tank, and that is going to be the win condition here for Falcon, because this is still going to be neck and neck. Marcel, understandably so, falls back. Piotr has the leverage here.
Piotr indeed is going to be the playmaker, the old man on the block, the one that has set the old standard. Can he set the gold standard? Robin with the pick onto Marcel. It's Piotr in the 1v3.
Problem being now is neither Fender nor Jiangshan nor Robin have the ability to safely cross over. Piotr has the position. He is on the defense as well. Theoretically, all he needs to do is just keep on playing the spotting game. The CS63 is very much capable of that, and he did not get spotted at all either on top of that.
No, Piotr, the most experienced player on that Hit and Run lineup, is going to be possibly the difference maker here. Falcons, they have 3 tanks, 2 of which are basically one-shots, 312. I mean, yeah, the lowest roll for the CS63 being 293, but it's not likely to happen. Robin, a possible one-shot there as well, but let's be realistic, it's a 2-shot here at this point. But Falcons, they are attacking, they have still got to do it, and as soon as they sound that cap bell with one of the tanks, that is going to be a lot of information on towards over the Polish team of Hit and Run, on towards Piotr, that is currently lurking waiting and probably wishing that finally Falcons are going to do something.
Yeah. Right now, slow down for the Falcon. Fender managed to escape out of the ball. Piotr did not spot that rotation either, but should be starting to soon. Certain rotations have happened. The IS-7 is still sitting around the J3, not spotted. For Piotr, this may end up being a call to maybe try to overpeak. He does have the HP to play around with, but a quick salvo from 3 of those tanks might end up being the difference maker.
Now see Piotr driving towards the southern part of the map again, but now Fender with that IS-7 is going to commit in. He's going to start the cap, and that means it's go time for Piotr here. He knows the location of one of the tanks by Falcons. He doesn't know a lot else.
Problem being is that the IS-7 that was at J3 managed to actually sneak into the 1-2 line. Now it's up to Piotr to make the push. He is expecting the crossfire to happen, and that is exactly the play. He wants to sneak around. He's wrapping around to the 1-2 line to spot the 2 outliers, and then he would collapse onto the 1 flag and already
he did get spotted.
Noticed.
He did get spotted, and that is going to mean that it's now go time for him. But
There's
the
Robin.
cap being abandoned by the I-7 actually means that he's going to be in the 1v2 here. First of all, Robin obviously trying to support his teammate here of Jiangshan. Piotr, he is in the 1v2. He does big hold down, no vertical stabilizer.
Oh,
but
no.
the shot, the connection in towards that E5 is going to mean that it is a one shot. He is going to not
he
get the
is.
pickup on the
No.
I-7. The bounce
Oh,
on down the
no.
plate is going to mean that he needs to hit that shot. Is he going
Oh,
to be
what are
able
you
to? He
doing?
does it, but the I-7 from the back line's coming in. It's going to be Falcons to make a 1-1.
Unfortunately, you can't quite get the same atmosphere at home. You don't get to hear the crowd popping off when Falcons win. You don't get to feel Keehan slamming the desk as the clutch happens and ruining the display.
One of the
And
motorcycles fell off.
it was that exciting. It just had to go, but I mean, oh, it was a close run thing. Couple of bounces there. It could have gone.
I hate to say it, Minairos lost it. Minairos lost it with that E5 bounce on towards the I-7. It was Minairos who lost it. I hate to say it.
I have to say though, we saw the first round, a big gamble out of hit and run that pays off. Round 2, it's Falcons' turn. They gamble, they go say it with their chest, and they find hit and run.
Let's be fair though here as well. This was very much of a gamble because nobody expected, I don't think either of the teams really expected that brawl straight from the get-go on the 1-2 line, but boy did that deliver.
Oh boy, what a round.
I mean,
that was.
the thing is that yes, Hit and Run lost that round, but also the fact remains that they were actually never supposed to even get remotely close to winning it. I think that needs to be said as well. They were essentially driving into a full 7 stack on their defense, and somehow it gets close.
Yeah, I think the main problem that happened there is the mid-game of that brawl, because once we started shifting our sight towards the ball, towards the actual, the overpeak, it was the S-Conk, I believe, that kept on draining quite a lot of HP as well, because at some point we were sitting at just about, I believe, 3 if not 4,000 differential in favor of Falcons. And then after quite a fair bit of time, after we saw a majority of the ball die, and that is from the Falcons side of things, this is where it really started getting dicey, because for Falcons as well, it was a slight kerfuffle there in terms of their damage output, and that's what caused that very sudden shift from favor for Falcons to favor for Hit and Run almost.
I mean, obviously the talking point out of that, you said, Minairos almost. You hate to put it down to one player
I
single-handedly.
hate doing that, and obviously there is going to be a couple more bounces across all of the players, but that was the one I saw, and it was like, man, if they'd lose that round, I will have to call him out. And well, they did lose that round, so I did.
It also feels like it's the worst possible person. Keehan, we've both been watching his face throughout this tournament. He's one of the most emotionally charged players on that stage, and for him to be missing those opportunities, I mean, do you think maybe he's got in his own head about it?
Well, he's not going to be happy about that one, that's for sure. But honestly, I am so happy for the home crowd. I am so happy for Falcons that they did actually manage to get the round, because that round they were opening-wise, always supposed to win. And look, Minaro's in top damage, and we call him out. But, you know, it is those crucial shots that you do not connect that are going to be the worst ones hurting your team. And, you know, the thing is, I think if Falcons had lost that round, we would have looked at another 4-0.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. You don't remember the shots that they do hit. You always remember the ones that they don't. And Jiangshan, look, it wasn't massive damage numbers, but it was enough to get the team over the finish line, which is everything. And of course, it's only the first map to be played. Clearly, we now turn our attention to Tundra. Having seen what you've just seen on Prokhorovka, what do you think of the prospects of their hometown team going into Tundra, given it was their pick?
Look, I want to say, now that we got to see, you know, Falcons finally, quote-unquote, return to form, at least managed to score the point. And mind you, that initial brawl, the way how they focused was absolutely beautiful, phenomenal job. Going into Tundra, I'm still a little bit jaded from that previous performance, because against Oper, that was very shaky of a turnaround. Yes, triple VZs nearly worked out. Yes, the way how they've originally positioned was sort of looking good, but it was more so in response to the aggression. Now here, the way how I feel is for hit and run, they probably will return back to a little bit more of a passive, a little bit less experimental play, comparative to what we just seen. But for Falcons, yes, they got the win. I'm still questioning if they still in their own heads though. That is the main problem.
The problem being, every time we've seen hit and run revert to a more passive play style, it looks very uncomfortable for them.
Also, the thing is, the tactic we just saw by hit and run against, I would say 95% of openings, maybe 85 only, it basically does, you know, work, because the only reason it didn't work was they were driving into the 7-man stack, which doesn't happen often. Otherwise, it will just find immediate success. So, yeah, they were probably not expecting to lose that one, but then again, they were managing it to pull it incredibly close. So, yeah, great map number one, and hopefully a good start to what's shaping up to be an interesting match.
Reinvigoration of the hometown crowd as well. You can hear them cheering, you can hear them ready to get into it. They want to see China make it all the way to the grand finals. They are keen, and so are we, Cthulhu. I mean, we are moments away from jumping into Tundra for hit and run. I mean, do you just shake that off? Do you look to go to Tundra fresh and reinvigorated, or are you sitting there just thinking about it?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, just reinvigorate the play, reinvigorate yourselves, forget about all the previous failures. This is the opportunity to keep on moving right here, right now. Tundra needs to be a solid one. At the very least, needs to be a 1-1.
Well, gentlemen, the reinvigoration has shown itself to be quite effective for China. Can they keep it up?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after an incredibly interesting map one, we are headed towards Tundra. Hit and run coming in with quadruple 60 TP, singular mouse, and double Minotauro.
Ooh, yeah, look, double Minotauro is actually going to be a curious one. One of them rocking the low noise exhaust as well, whereas on the side of the Falcon, it is the double VZ, the triple 60, and the double IS-7. A little bit more, well, I want to say a little bit more standardized pig, but that VZ55 throws that standardized part a little bit out of the window. They managed to actually showcase it pretty well. I mean, the damage output of what, around 900 on average damage per salvo is not too bad?
980, so basically 1k, 490 per shot. I believe the low noise exhaust on the Minotauro of hit and run is basically going to be so that they can cross the one line for free.
Yeah, that's what I saw, yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, Monster is driving there with that Minotauro with the low HP, so I believe that is him with the low noise exhaust. That being said, though, Ansha pretty aggressive with that IS-7. He'll be able to deliver some spots, I think.
Yeah, this should still be, yeah, a good set of spots, though instead it's actually Ansha and Reflection that got spotted amidst it all. Conrad is the only one visible, but at this point, you almost want the mouse to be visible rather than anyone else.
I mean, the mouse obviously also the tank that you do want to get pushed. I mean,
there it is.
Monster does get spotted, but he does make it across, and the most important thing is he does make it across full HP. He was always going to get spotted in that position where he is in now, but he's never going to take damage. I mean, it's a hold down Minotauro, man.
Curious to see that it is the Conrad that is deciding to actually push towards Falcon. They want to press them a whole lot earlier and actually force the engagement from here on out. Ansha sort of isolated, but still have the ground to really move away from. Nice damage, but only just onto the gun of Never. So, as it stands, do we feel any sort of caution for Falcon, or is it just hit and run, doing hit and run things?
We'll have to see. Ansha there with the snapshot attempt on towards the turret cheek of Conrad, but he's not going to be clapping that one as the shot goes wide. Now we do see a slight rotation coming in by Falcons. They are sending, I believe, a 60 TP towards the north together with another VZ. That's going to be like 4 to 5 tanks actually in the north for Falcons.
Yeah, it looks like they are looking to just abandon the IS-7 of Ansha to try to force an engagement up north. Wouldn't be a too bad of an idea. The problem being is that 60p that is around the FG line is still fairly quick on the rotation potentially, so it is also going to be a 3 versus, well, 4 engagement.
Yeah, hit and run did start off with the HP advantage, namely about 1,500, roughly 1.5k there. That being said though, Falcons, they are going to be pushing the north side. It seems they're going to send the VZ towards D56. Jiangshan immediately taking though by Marcel in that Mino.
That's the problem though that was happening before.
Second
Jiangshan taking a whole lot of damage, a whole lot of
cross,
problems.
man.
Yeah.
He hits those. Jiangshan, he hits those.
Yeah, on the cross as well. Yeah, against the Minnow as well. That is going to be quite important given that the Minotauro does not have a whole heap of HP. So maybe further pressure should be good, but Jiangshan losing half of his health pool to the Piotr and Marcel crossfire is not particularly great either.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And the thing is also the clip reload for that Minotauro incredibly quick at around 20 seconds. So yeah, even if he has the intra clip, like he can just press C and then just cut it away, have 5 shots available if he's being pushed. So we'll just have to wait and see how that one pans out. I believe Falcon, they have considered north aggression, but they did get punished. Now they are starting to advance here with HR, considering themselves a bit of a peak. Piotr taking aim, and I believe he did just penetrate.
Yeah, Ansha as well with a damaged engine will not be particularly too mobile. We look at the health pool differential though. He had just about shy of 5,000 damage differential, and this is not looking good. Robin tracked as well. This is not great. 1,000 damage, and Falcon forfeiting so much HP just for a cross. Is that even viable?
We can see here Marcel immediately, I believe, with the long reload, as Piotr is probably trying to tank the damage here against Reflection. That does take one big one. I mean, Piotr taking the clip by the BZ, but all of a sudden, Marcel starting to peak again. Full clip, 5 shots with that Minotauro. The BZs have to back off.
Yeah, well, in comes the Jiangshan, but still quite low on HP, not really able to hit any sort of shots. Jiangshan getting a little bit too aggressive. They need to collapse now. They have 5 people versus 3. They need to go for the overmatch because right now the 60 is also rotating to make it a 4v5, and this is where problems may start mounting. Falcon are stalling out.
Yeah, exactly. HR now with the peak here, taking huge amounts of punishment, though. They're trying to overpeak that Minotauro, but that one has the clip. Jiangshan, Reflection, Robin, all of them driving past the cubby. They're not able to eliminate the tanks, man.
What is going on here? How are Falcons stalling out again and again and again is absolutely beyond me. The self-doubt is at all times high, it seems, for the Chinese representatives, and already the first kill to go on Fender is not going to be looking great for the Chinese team.
Yeah, hit and run still holding strong with 7 people. I mean, the Minotaur of Marcel, he's just gonna hunker down at this point in time. And Falcons with 7,000 HP, only half of what hit and run have here. Yes, they do get Marcel, but that was that incredibly low HP. And you can even see here, oh, good ignite onto Kubash, but is it going to matter in the grand scheme of things? I would like to raise serious doubts about it. Kubash just so healthy, he's just able to drive over, man.
Yeah, in comes the double peak of the 60s. That's one shot. That's where's the second punch. That is the second one. No, instead actually goes into Jiangshan. Reflection gets to live a little bit longer, but the clip reload is going to be still there, fully present. In comes the sandwich. That's still kicking, but HR falling, and there's the reflection gone as well. 3 tanks remain.
3 tanks remaining for Falcons on their attack of Tundra on what is normally considered to be the better side to be playing on this map. But hit and run, they do honestly make it look easy. It is a brutal game to be playing and to be watching if you're a Falcons fan in this round number 3 of the lower bracket finals. And once again, it's going to be the Polish team of Hit and Run in purple that are going to be putting themselves up a spot. It's going to be 2-1. Only Ansha remains.
Genuinely curious what is going on with Falcon, because it's either Ansha so far been or Reflection that just end up being out of the fight, out of the brawl, not adding their HP to the overall brawl HP pool. And at this point, is it the question more so of, hey, hang on, I have the shots, I'm going to farm my damage, or is it just a complete breakdown of the communications? Because it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Does it make any sense to you, Kihan?
No, but the thing is as well, like, Hit and Run is a team that have proven in the past that they are so good at making the opponent's team do what they want. They are so incredibly good at putting on the pressure that essentially they are presenting choices to the opposing team, but they essentially get to choose in between bad and worse, and that is what we are seeing. It's going to be Hit and Run 2. It's going to be Falcons 1.
Hard to call that a bad showing from Falcons, but definitely a disappointing one. That one is safe to say. But of course, with that victory hitting around, run now go up 2-1 in the series. It just feels like more than anything, the team that sort of breaks first, it is sort of an ego standoff. The team that breaks first is the one that loses the round, Keehan.
Yeah, I mean, Hit and Run, they were never supposed to be even close to winning that round number 2, and somehow they did. And we can see just if their own game plan starts to work, how brutal it can be for the opposing team. And this time, honestly, it feels like Falcons is on the receiving end here.
Yeah, I mean, for Falcons, I still gotta criticize the Jiangshan cross originally. That is the first minus 1,000 HP before any sort of damage has been flown back to the Minotauro. Mind you, yeah, look, cool and flashy on the go damage, but it's negligent. Absolutely unnecessary for that cross to happen. No information about where the crossfire can be. That's one. 2, Ansha is just getting farmed on that end rotation and still ended up staying behind, which makes absolutely 0 sense. Why not rendezvous all together? Why not push the same way as a wall like Opera just did to them? They had plenty of examples as well. And it feels like they are lost in the sauce completely, and it's an utter breakdown of communication.
I mean, the fact as well, like, yes, Ansha does the cross. I mean, FC call, okay, he takes damage there, but what that also does is basically, you know, it telegraphs to Hit and Run what's going to be happening. And yes, the rotations weren't the quickest, but they were in time, and there was that situation where it was 5 tanks by Falcons, and there was 3 by Hit and Run.
Yeah.
And I don't know, were they looking on their keyboards and the W key was gone? Like, what were they doing?
It comes down to that hesitation again, but I mean, once again, we see another team in this tournament try and force the 1 flag, and once again, it hasn't really worked on the attack. I mean, you look at a map like Tundra on paper, you would have thought, given positioning and everything, that 2 flag would be the favourable flag to go to on the attack, but teams just seem to be scared, hesitant, reluctant. It's like they don't even know there's a second flag.
Yeah, I'm a little bit flabbergasted, really, about this whole round. I know this is only 1 round of many that we could possibly see here, but it feels just genuinely heartbreaking, really. I mean, we went from such a great amount of brawl potential back on Prokhorovka in the second round. Mind you, yes, gamble and all. Aside of that, it was still a good focus fire. From here, coordination was thrown out into the bin. I mean, yes, cool, Ansha farmed, but Ansha was farming outside of the brawl. We have Robin, we have the Jiangshan that crossed over so early without any information, without any coordination, no cover either. And like you highlighted, Kihan, 5 versus 3, where was that push? Only started when the 4th tank started moving around and already outputting the damage.
Yeah, and the thing is then, as soon as that push started, when they were like, hey, well, what are we supposed to do here? Wait with 5 tanks until, you know, Judgment Day? No. The problem at that point in time was, I think that the call was missing, or the call wasn't decisive enough, and that would be absolutely a scary prospect for anyone that holds it with Falcons here, that the players were not convinced anymore into what the caller was saying to them. As if that was the case, then I'm absolutely scared for Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, the seed of doubt is a very, very powerful thing, especially in a competition like this. You're one win away from that main stage. You've just come down from the upper bracket at the hands of the other European team. You can understand why maybe there is just something in the back of the Falcons' heads that is making them question their own decisions and their own plays. But I mean, consider you go from the attack, which is a proactive side, you're the one that has to make the moves, has to be the one to force the issue. Now they have the defense, of course, for Falcons, and this time I've got it right, unlike the last one. But I mean, this one, you've got the clock working for you. You don't actually have to be the aggressor in the situation. More often than not, you can just sit and wait for them. But we've seen that doesn't always work in the past.
Problem being is that right now for Falcons, they need to polish up their ability to receive the pushes.
Good pun, by the way. I appreciate it.
Okay, even though unintended, it did end up working out, actually, yeah. But memes aside, yeah, make sure that you really work on receiving the push. They did actually a really good job before against this very same team, being able to receive the pushes to, you know, set up the defenses. Maybe it's something like a double Super Conqueror lineup to be introduced to hold on each side of that the line around the 1 line as well, to be able to keep an eye on the both 1 and 2 flag. That's one. 2, introduce maybe a double mouse.
I mean, we'll have to see. Obviously, those suggested tanks, double super conk, double mouse, something like that, it severely hampers your rotations. And I think especially on the defending side of Tundra, those rotations, the fact that you need to bring them in a timely kind of fashion is absolutely crucial, because as soon as the attacker starts to push one of the 2 caps and you don't have the rotation potential available to immediately bring a DPM into the fight, that is when you start losing as well.
Actually, one thing that... Oh, okay. We'll talk about this later on, but...
Well, yeah, I mean, that's it, gentlemen. It's time to see, can Hit and Run keep the momentum, or will China strike back again?
Game number 4 in between Falcons and Hit and Run. Falcons trailing currently, looking to equalize it once again, doing so on on Tundra defense with quadruple 60 TP, a singular BZ 75, and I think at this point in time their signature pick, it's double VZ.
I'm not too sure still, not sold on the double VZ really. It has been so far borderline detrimental to them. Whereas on the other side of the Hit and Run, the one tank pick that raised my eyebrow is the AMX M454.
They did play it in the group stage, I believe.
Yep.
So
it was them that pioneered it.
Yeah, the tank did get nerfed. I mean, let's be real, it was in a pretty good spot a few months ago.
I miss those times.
I mean, I still have my purple equipment on it for the Onslaught season, but yeah, it doesn't get picked anymore, let's be real for that. That being said, though, fairly one-dimensional opening with that M454 being the sniper tank of all things. You would expect an S-Conk there, but yeah, 6 tanks being committed south by Hit and Run.
Why was Reflection trying to make that rotation this early, this out in the open is beyond me, but look, I suppose maybe didn't expect to have the sniper already all trained and all the sights on him. Otto with the BZ75. Yeah, look, maybe, yeah, nah, yeah kind of thing, as the OC does go, but Reflection is the first on the chopping block, it seems, and gotta run.
Well, we do see the triple heavy tank coming into full effect by Hit and Run. They're starting to push that K-line here. Kubash starting to go back, though, but Reflection in that VZ just gets found. Normally, you expect a mouse there to just soak the damage. The VZ not able to do that. He tried to do shoe shots, not even sure if he connected those. It is 1 for Hit and Run in the kill department. It is 0 for Falcons.
You are very much correct. The mouse should have been there instead. That there was literally 0 point, and leaving the VZ55 there. It is good in tandem with another VZ55, and yet those two were left on the opposite sides of the map. Otto is about to be circled around. No opportunities to cover him either. No cover fire either here as well, and Otto has already taken just about 1,000 HP damage into him.
I mean, the saving grace maybe here for Falcons that Conrad is Emmerich seems to not able to be to repair it, but Piotr's still able to screen, to shield here. Obviously, he doesn't want to be taking too many trades against the high alpha BZ75, but now Marcel starting to eye himself a bit of that juicy butt of the BZ75. Instead, he's going to be aiming towards Unshot, taking a lot of damage though, but finally Marcel coming around, come and save Otto, gonna be the second target for the team of Hit and Run.
Gotta push out, Falcons. You can't afford losing another tank. It is starting to get even dicier here as Hit and Run are trialing away, and 3,000 damage differential is kinda nuts. Another tank to fall, and Hit and Run are still yet to lose any of the guns in the fight.
Yeah, Hit and Run once again just so good at keeping guns in the game. Falcons not able to get tanks low and finish them off. That is the problem here. They seem to be faltering. Piotr there with a connection, Conrad to finish it off. 3 unanswered kills, Never and Piotr on that one line on a roll here. Yes, Falcons are trying to respond, but the answers to the problems seem to be the wrong ones.
Yeah, whilst Mineros falls, that's all not enough. The one line is about to be pushed through. Ansha unable to really do much about it either, though does manage to put in an extra shot, but after that it's only 3 tanks remaining. Robin, where are you, my dear friend?
Robin is, well, in the midst of it, in the thick of it. He is not getting focused out yet. Once again, the Hit and Run players with immense trigger discipline, a thing that has been absolutely, a pleasure to watch by this team here. The way that they are able to communicate which shots to put where, which tanks to focus out. The fact that Robin is full HP, well, it's not going to be a redeeming factor. It is 4,600 against 8,000 HP. Finally, Robin takes the first shot of damage, but the problem here is that Hit and Run, they have more HP and they have double the amount of tanks.
Double the amount of tanks, double the amount of damage, basically double everything really here. Keyhand, this is looking really bad here. Once again, Monster Pots puts in yet another shot. This is looking to be like a 3rd point, a match point for Hit and Run to score for Falcon. I hate to say it, they definitely lost the touch ever since that win over Hit and Run in the yesterday's matchup, and from there on it all went downhill.
Yeah, Hit and Run seem like a completely different lineup today. Piotr there finishing off Fender. It's going to be only HR and Robin remaining. Somehow Hit and Run have managed to completely turn it around, to completely get rid of that story arc of getting knocked down to the lower bracket. The Cinderella story starting to take shape for the team of Hit and Run, and only 1 round separates them now from going towards that grand final where they meet their rivals, also their friends, their clanmates from Opur that are already waiting and that are probably watching with intense I guess excitement, as well, something that no one probably expected is currently happening. Hit and Run is wiping the floor with Falcons.
Wow.
The wind seemingly falling from the sails of Falcons at the moment. Look, I'm going to cut straight to the point here, Keyhand. What the hell is Reflections doing? Because I don't know why you're sitting the VZ55 there. Surely you sit it a little bit deeper and, you know, H1, H2 with the other VZ55 so you can play for the resets. But he's just out there in the open, gets swamped by 7 tanks and dies.
Well, I guess he was supposed to come as a nasty surprise to any team pushing. Well, Hit and Run with the quick know you.
He was a yummy surprise for them instead. Oh, look, I'm a little bit lost, confused, and confused again, probably, really, with all what is happening. I talked about how they need to practice receiving the push, and well, they received them with open hands. Like, yeah, would you like another point? Yeah, here you go. It's wide on the open platter for you. 3 tanks unresponsive as well.
Why are we playing with strays? Why are you not playing a buddy system? Why are you not playing reinforceable position? That's the thing. Why are you sitting out in the open when a hit and run is proved time and time and time again? They are willing to push as a unit. They are all likely going to head the same direction. If you have one person sitting down their own, their chances are going to be the one overwhelmed and destroyed, Keehan. And I mean, how has Falcons not learnt this lesson already?
Yeah, Falcons, I mean, you got to wonder at this point, because the fact remains, yesterday they had such a good showing against, well, the team that is currently rolling them, let's be honest, against hit and run. You have to wonder what's happened, and I think the answer might be the match that happened previously, actually. The match against Opur, where they got their butt handed to them in a bucket and then shoved off the cliff. Honestly, that 4-0 was absolutely brutal.
Yeah,
and even this one here, I mean, the score currently is 3-1. I think that is exactly the score that is how it should be. But the fact remains, like, if there is a couple more shots going in a different way in round number 2, we would be looking at a 4-0 here as well. So, yeah, either Falcons, I mean, for them, obviously, it's do or die, but either they manage to immediately switch something around now, or it's going to be all over, and their story arc of going to the finals on home turf is going to be over.
Basically the case, yeah. I mean, in the meantime, for hit and run, look, they're hitting their strides absolutely perfectly, really, here, employing the, you know, the absolute aggression strats. I was absolutely wrong about saying, oh yeah, maybe they'll need to dial down after that second round of Prokhorovka, but yeah, no, that doesn't seem to be the case at all. They want to double down. They know that Falcons are still hurting, and that is exactly what they need to keep on pushing at that wound, and exactly that will force them into submission.
Well, I mean, the fact that hit and run have been able to death ball so many times throughout this tournament, I mean, even on the defense, they play positions where they can pivot into the death ball reasonably quickly. We saw that in the defense, we saw that in the first map as well. Didn't work on Prokhorovka, but it definitely worked pretty phenomenally on Tundra. Going into what is going to be a very, very tough situation for Falcons to be facing down, Key. You're facing elimination from the tournament. You're facing disappointing the home crowd. I mean, it really feels like it's all stacking up against them.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter remains that basically those Polish teams of Opur and Hit and Run, historically speaking, they are teams made out of pure willpower, cohesion, and aggression. The will to bring it immediately towards those opponents. Yes, the aggression can sometimes look reckless, and I think we saw that in that second round of Prokhorovka, but most of the time, even when the push at the start of it might look kind of bad, they're able to just pull it back somehow with that magical communication and focus fire that they are able to pull off. It is absolutely crazy what we're seeing here right now. We are seeing a hit and run that we haven't seen throughout the whole tournament. Maybe we saw glimpses of it against Smile, but that is a hit and run that is looking to go up against Opur right now. Well, there is one more round at least remaining, so for the home crowd, we have to hope that Falcons are able to actually, show up now.
I'm holding a lot of faith, though, Cthulhu, given that we are going into Ghost Town. Once again, last map, in that last round of Prokhorovka, it was a 5k damage deficit in that second round. Here in the final round of Tundra, it's, I mean, it's not the numbers you would expect to be seeing from Falcons, given the run they've had so far.
Utter forfeit is basically the only way to really describe this. I hate to harp on the Falcons, because look, it's already rough for them as it is. You know, going through one loss, about to possibly run into another loss, and then lose in front of the home crowd as the top seed as well out of China. That has to hurt. And I mean, you're looking at the damage output, it's still out there somewhat, but I mean, Jiangshan sub 1000. Reflection just died after putting out one salvo of his clip, and that's it.
I mean, what's he supposed to do realistically?
Well,
he gets sent there, he does his clip, he dies.
Not go there, that's the first
else.
thing. The other thing as well worth mentioning, the blame in this specific round, specifically on the callers. Everyone else did their job. They've tried their best to stem the bleeding.
No,
By the way, M454 tank is going to be the MVP. I mean, Minairos, that was one thing I wanted to say during the lead up to this match. Also, he was not smiling anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the question again. So, not only does Reflection get caught out, but even before he gets caught out, he telegraphs his approach, cops a shot anyway, and then still goes to that position. There just seems to be a lack of whether it's critical thinking or being able to adapt on the fly from the Falcons, because it just seems that, yeah, they commit to the bit, but when that bit is clearly not working, they don't know how to pivot anywhere else. Keehan, that is not what gets you a grand final spot. That's not what gets you championships.
Well, the thing is also that, like, the caller, yes, might be a mistake to send him there, but then also it is up to the player himself to say, like, to do a reality check of the order that you just received. And if the order objectively is a bad one, and you can make that decision as a player, especially in 77, you should be able to, at this kind of gameplay, you need to say, like, hey, I cannot do this right now. And that is realistically something that needs to come from every single player, because, yeah, the caller might say something, but you're actually in that tank, you're actually playing it, you have the better oversight over your own situation. Yeah. And then, I mean, the caller can still overrule. He can say, I know it's crappy, but go regardless. In the grand scheme of things, you know, just go, давай. But, you know, yeah, Falcons just not looking good, no.
Yeah, well, I mean, Cthulhu obviously now going to Ghost Town. Falcons.
I don't rate it.
What do you do? Do you play simple? Do you go for the fight? Do you just default? I mean, what are you doing? What are you saying? What are you thinking as a Falcons player in this position?
Well, the problem being is that for Falcons so far, it's been the two problems. One is they either overcommit to the unscouted positions. That's one. We've saw that throughout both of the rounds of Tundra. That's one. Two is they are hesitant when the opportunity presents themselves. When they see all the tanks spotted in front of them, ready to go, they are hesitant and only realizing that we should have pushed, like, say, you know, a minute ago, only when all the other tanks have started rotating. And it's just the inability to commit at the right timing to read into the situation. And that has been a massive, massive problem for them, where they almost feel like they're blind to the opportunity that opens up to it. Because hit and run, let's preface this, hit and run are not the perfect team. There were so many openings during the Tundra, during the even the very first map of Prokhorovka, where they had a few openings that could have been capitalized by Falcons, and there was no response, borderline just absolutely ignoring it, tunnel vision galore. So out here, first of all, don't stall out, and it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. And I mean, you're looking at the two European representatives, you look at Opor, they seem to be very flexible, they can adapt on the fly, they can change things up at pace, whereas hit and run, they stick to one thing, they just commit it, they see it through to the very end. And I mean, if you're Falcons, you need to leverage that. They are not a team that adapts amazingly well. Yeah, they can, but usually it's a pretty uncomfortable situation for them. So is that something you do as Falcons? You just try and make them as uncomfortable as possible?
I mean, the team that looks uncomfortable right now are certainly the Falcons. Also coming back to that first round of Prokhorovka, where I think it was Reflection. Basically, at the end of the round, it didn't matter anymore, but still bouncing those two shots on that CS tank, it just puts you mentally into a spot that's just atrocious to be in, coming into such an important match. I believe right now on the Chinese stream, actually, they have gone to an analysis segment. I believe there is maybe a player change, there's maybe a technical timeout or something. We'll have to see if it does actually help the Falcons, but well, they are facing tournament elimination here, and I think it is almost impossible to overstate how important it is for those players to be winning this next round, the one after it, and the one after it. And you can already see there is 3 match points that they are going to be driving up against a team of hit and run that have, at least today, looked yeah, pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, as much as it can be a bit of a hassle, I think maybe a change might be justified. You talked about Reflection. Look, you hate to bag on a player, but his consistency has not been what you would expect for a lower bracket final, Cthulhu, and that's not something you can be affording.
Far from it, yeah. Look, it may be at this point a Hail Mary play, really, to go for the replacement. And it's something that I'm not too sure how much you can actually leverage it, how much of an effect it will have. But look, for what it's worth, maybe this will bring in a player that would just be able to stick to the brawl and actually stick around the team rather than having one of the players completely out of it.
The thing is, it's Lulu, I believe, that is, you know, the sub for the team, which we haven't seen all tournament. So that is, I mean,
Maybe
that's a
the secret
gamble.
weapon?
That's a gamble. You are one
That is a
round
gamble.
away
Wow.
from elimination, Keyhand, and you're choosing to bring in your sub. Now, is it a case of too little, too late?
I mean, the thing is that also, you know, with all of those players on all of the teams, we saw already with Opur that they were able to just switch in Karol. And, you know, it didn't have further chances. They are already in the grand final. So I think all of the players in all of the teams, they do know how to use a keyboard. They do know how to hold a mouse. And they all have eyes in their head to see what's in front of them on their screen. I believe it might also just be down to them trying to generate some additional time to just talk about it right now. And I mean, yeah, you could sort of question that, but honestly, in my mind, that is just fair play to them. They're trying to maximize their chances of going towards the grand final here, and let's be real, maximizing their chances is exactly what they must do, because chances aren't great currently.
I mean, credit to our subs that have come and assisted with the tournament. But it feels like the Karol situation is a bit of a unique one. The guy slotted in phenomenally. He's been there from the start, which is the big
and
difference.
he's a veteran as well.
Yeah, that too. He's had the experience, whereas Lulu is coming in at the most dire moment for his team. I mean, one round and you're eliminated. That is an immense amount of pressure to be putting on anyone's shoulders. I couldn't imagine having to be in that situation.
Yeah, I think we're reaching the point where this is just sort of they trying to pull out just all of the plays, as many of them as they can, really. There's not much else to be done, really, because if they continue on the same course, well, that's a quick 4th point for hit and run, and that is basically Falcons bowing out of the competition. So I think at this point, yeah, look, they should have probably done it a whole lot earlier. Let's admit, it should have been done, if not just the round before, it should have been done right at the end of the first map after Prokhorovka.
I mean, I do tend to agree with you there. I mean, Prokhorovka went 1-1, but honestly, it did so in a very, very concerning sort of way, right? I keep saying it again and again, but the second round of Prokhorovka should never, ever, ever be close.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah. But I don't know. Just it feels like the death death shakes of a poor unfortunate Chinese team here, Cthulhu. You got to realize the situation that you're putting this this player in. Yeah, you're facing elimination. Not only do you have to win the first, but also the second round of Ghost Town, but and the tiebreaker as well. That is 3 rounds straight that you have to take.
And on top of that as well, if we do magically make it to the tiebreaker as well, 9 out of 10 chances it would be hit and run that will be choosing the side, just purely off the back of the performances in the first, 4 rounds, really. So this is far from ideal right now in any case for Falcons.
I'm actually not sure right now who would. I mean, just assuming, right? It goes to tiebreaker.
Usually using it based off attack, which at the moment the only attack that's been won so far. I mean, yeah, we would have to see another attacking win, but
yeah, well, there were 3 attacks being won so far, both of the procs and the Tundra.
No, sorry, you are right. Yeah, no.
So I'm trying to think right now which one was the faster attack. The proc attack that was with the shootout, but no, Piotr was alive for super long, so that was a pretty long attack. And well, the map that we're heading up, what I'm getting to basically is the map we're heading into is Ghost Town, and that so far, at least during the event, has been a map that has been kind of slow. You know, there is that fast cap potential on Ghost Town that I've been hinting at all event. Let's be real here. Just 3 quick tanks into the cap and then back it up with double super heavy. Well, but I believe the player change or whatever it was that was holding us up, maybe a tech problem, it seems to have been resolved, because now we're looking at the stern faces, I think, of Chinese players facing tournament elimination.
Incredible, to say the very least, Cthulhu, whereas hit and run, I mean, arguably in a very comfortable situation. One more round, and they're of course through to face their brethren in that grand final.
Look, I'd say for Hit and Run, they're still looking fairly stoic, all things considered, just purely for the fact that, look, they've been in that position before, in saying that, you know, oh, look, we're going to win no matter what, and then all of a sudden, 4-2 lost to Falcons before. So, obviously, this is a whole different situation. Obviously, yeah, one round away from the grand finals, but I'd say, yeah, I think for them, they'll start celebrating once the 4th point has been achieved finally.
Yeah, I mean, that's the two teams on polarizing ends of the spectrum. Of course. Yeah, look.
Nira's once again not smiling.
Yeah, you kind of want him in a nice even temperament, though. You don't want him getting too upset. You don't want him getting too happy, because both have been pretty detrimental for this team.
I'm just going to put it out there. Every single time that Minairos seemed dedicated, it was a good round for Hit and Run. Let's see if that series continues, or if it breaks. It will have to break if this match is supposed to go any longer. It is still a match point for Hit and Run. And the Falcons, they've so far only managed to secure a single round here. That one was scrappy as well. So now or never is going to be the time for the home team to turn it up to 11.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's time. It's time. One team a round from elimination, the other a round away from the grand finals. China, it's time to dig in your heels. EU's coming.
Hit and Run trying to make it towards the grand finals against a team of Falcon that have not looked good yet in this lower bracket final. For Hit and Run, we do have double 660p, a single i7, double mouse, and one S-Kong together with one CS63.
I'm a little bit concerned about the choice of a singular 50B for Falcon. We've been talking about this pretty sure basically throughout the whole of the 3 days. A singular 50B doesn't really have much of a leverage. Double 50B, yeah, absolutely. Maybe even a T57 Heavy instead of the 50B would have been a better choice, just due to the outright damage output.
Yeah, and once again, we see a pretty south-oriented opening from Falcons on their attack, sending Jiangshan in that IS-7 directly towards K-Line. Another IS-7 to boot. That one is Robin, and the rest of the tanks are going to be somewhere in the southern part of Ghost Town as well. And I would say fairly standard opening by Hit and Run. That S-Kong in the A4 position, they're never going to be able to challenge it. It is just a position that has been proven to be absolutely impregnable time and time and again. Good shot by Never in towards Jiangshan to start off the round.
Hefty amount of damage as well. What was it? Just about shy of 630 HP gone. Nice and solid damage output to commit. Apart from that, Falcon are taking their time. Monster trying to use the HE shells to clear out some of the debris to get a clear vision. As of now for Falcon, look, committing to the south is all great, but they didn't really output any damage on that cross. Monster is going to be feeling all nice and confident, so is Piotr.
Yeah, Piotr, they're sitting in the south. The fact of the matter, though, is that Piotr doesn't really have a whole lot of tanks that are backing him up. He's confidently sitting there in the bush, so he shouldn't be getting spotted. We can once again see an IS-7 being played without a rammer. That seems to be the name of the game currently. 77 competitive and Reflection, they're also taking a shot of damage. Piotr, they're outspotting the IS-7. He doesn't even really reveal his position, and I think that is kind of a very smart play to do here, because why would you if you aren't forced to? They just don't give up anything. That being said, though, Never has been giving a lot of HP towards the team of Falcons. He is kind of in a forward position now. He seems to be safe.
All not for nothing. The spot of Fender has popped through, and the team of Hit and Run is very well aware of the presence of the mouse now, just around the corner here, looking to try to maybe apply some pressure. The problem being 3 people currently out in the field ready to blast the German super heavy tank into oblivion. 4 stack though on the southern hill. Can we justify that?
It's going to be an interesting one. The fact is also that Piotr in that J1 position, they need to completely overpush him to be able to, well, reliably get him out of the game. And what do they need to do for that? Well, they need to push over the open field, and that does cost HP. We can see Junction in that IS-7 taking another hit here. And I think Falcons are realizing that there is not a lot to win in that southern part of the map. The 50B already getting split off, possibly on towards a rotation. Obviously 50B pre-mobile, but well, there have been over 3 minutes used by the attackers of Falcon that need to do it in this round, otherwise it's going to be all over for them. And apart from the damage onto Never, that is essentially playing an anchor position that you need to overpush, not a lot has been done.
Not at all. HR is now moving away. Falcons are stalling out yet again. 1000 HP differential. That's just about shy of what, 1 salvo from 2 high alpha tanks. Apart from that, really, yeah, for Falcons, not much. This is, though, the do or die. You are correct, Heehand. They need to do something, but at this point, the stall out seems to be almost just choking.
We'll have to wait and see. Double I-7 still committed towards that south part of the map. The mouse spotted as well. That is a lot of tanks by Falcons that are not going to be able to assist in the north part. And yes, the 277 is now starting to push up against A4, but that is a 277 against a hull down S-Kong. And honestly, I mean, Kubash, yeah, formidable player. He's already starting to show why that position. Like we've seen 1v2s, 1v3s there even by a Super Kong that were won by the Super Kong just because that position is so crazy good for that British tier 10 heavy tank.
Yeah, the position is good, the gun suppression is good, the ability to pick with just your turret as well and hide the cupola, all of it commits to a phenomenal ability to hold those elevated positions. As it stands, Falcons, yeah, look, now 2.5 HP, well, 2,500 HP down. This is not looking good, but I gotta give kudos for hit and run, flawless performance despite originally losing the HP by Never.
I mean, Falcons, honestly, they seem to be running in towards a brick wall here, and that brick wall is just purple colored all over. Yes, Marcel does take 1 shot of damage here, but I think hit and run, they realize at this point in time that it must be some sort of 2 cap play that is going to come out. They should be set up for it, but we'll have to wait and see. Junction and Reflection starting to drive in. HR to boot in that 50B is going to try to get some exploit, but actually the damage on the cross, not really there.
Not really there indeed. It's looking like a battle against Conrad and Mineros to try to isolate him. Ansha needs to push. Ansha needs to cover against Marcel, but instead, no, Marcel gets free damage, free of charge, and he's living free of charge on Falcon's heads.
Yeah, exactly. Marcel there is going to come in with the resets now. Ansha doesn't dare to peek on towards that mouse of Marcel here at the cap going, but 37 seconds, that is still a lot of time. And I think hit and run, they're taking their sweet time here to reshuffle their tanks, to bring them in towards the prime positions, to be delivering a devastating strike on towards that team of Falcons. Somehow the HP they have come, even though Never in that 60 TP pretty low in that southern part of the map. And now we can see another reset, but the ignite from Reflection on towards Marcel, maybe a little bit of RNG to help out the home team. We'll have to wait and see. Minaros in that 60 TP finally has arrived at the cap.
Yeah, finally he does, though it's a HE splash just to keep on resetting the points. Marcel not feeling particularly too happy. In the meantime, there is a brawl as well on the southern hill as well. 277 up north is not committing either. This is not particularly looking good, but 10 seconds. Surely there's a detergent as well on that one. Conrad splashing the HP. The cap points are being reset, but this is actually a pretty good juggle of the HPs.
Yeah, good juggling coming out by hit and run, and by both teams actually, as both teams do deliver a kill here. Conrad, though, in the 1v1, losing currently. Piotr in the back of the map is going to be losing, probably as well is Amarek, but he does have the reload available. We'll have to wait and see. Both of those teams neck and neck, 55 seconds on the clock, but currently the cap still running. Minairos with another good reset. HR down towards a one-shot. Reflection with the exploit onto Minairos. This is still anyone's game.
Could very much be, though. Hit and run are 1 tank up.
Oh,
make
good
it
one
now
by HR.
Even game. HR about to fall, though. That is the problem. Mineros claims Ansha gone as well. All of a sudden, deficit by 2.
deficit by 2, but Minairos, I believe he doesn't have the reload. He's Emmerich in that 60TP. He just got that reset on towards the 50B. Piotr also Emmerich coming in. 15 seconds on the clock. Never there with the reset, and Reflection from the back lines gets reset. Monster, the team captain, finally there, does not get it.
Time.
Reflection, good shot in towards Monster, but that CS63 brutal DPM. Can Fender turn his turret? It doesn't seem like it. Monster should have the reload against Reflection. Does he get it? We'll have to see. Lower blade, he does get it. 2 tanks remaining for Falcons.
No time. No time, though, is there, and that is the 4th point.
Well, it is going to be hit and run after they lose yesterday 4-2 against the Falcons. Today they come in with a vengeance. They're going to almost sweep Falcons out of this lower bracket final 4-1. What a scoreline. We are going to see the handshakes, but man, it's going to be a Polish final.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it was set in stone from the very beginning. This is what everyone was saying. It's going to be an all-EU final. Unfortunately, it is such a heartbreaking way for it to end for China here in front of their home crowd. It felt like the steam was gone. They'd run out of the energy that they needed to carry on this Chinese dream run to the grand finals, Cthulhu. Heartbreak. It's just so rough to see. They felt like they were going to be a true contender, and then we hit the final day of competition, and it was all gone.
Yep, there it all was gone. A rather unfortunate turnaround, I gotta say. But look, it is what it is at the end of the day. It is the EU that comes out the victor. For Falcons, look, Cinderella's story for now will just stay a story and not a fact. Maybe for the next time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope, of course, isn't it, Keehan, that this lights a fire under the Chinese community. Next time, next competition, we see them come out with a vengeance, looking to do better than the Falcons did this time around. And who knows, maybe in the future it could be China rising that trophy. But for now, unfortunately, it is not to be.
Unfortunately, it is not to be. And unfortunately, I have to say, absolute heartbreak for the team of Falcons. That did look so good yesterday. That did manage to secure that spot in the upper bracket finals. But I think, well, the only way that they could have had their dreams being crushed more brutally would have been a tiebreaker in the lower bracket, maybe, but honestly, 8-1 is going to be their final score of the day against 2 EU teams that, at least on this last day, look like they're not going to be missing a beat.
Yeah, I mean, it sets us up for that final Opor versus Hit and Run Cthulhu, which, I mean, we're flip the situations, and I think that's on paper what everyone would have expected, but in fact it's Opor to go through from the upper bracket,
Yep.
Hit and Run to make that lower bracket run, and what a run they've made, not dropping a single match in that lower bracket to get the entire run set in stone. Now, unfortunately though, for Hit and Run, the hard work begins.
Yep, that's the one. Yeah, the best of 9 is now upon them. Look, it's going to be a heater. I'll have to say this. Opor all warmed up, but they also had time to rest. They also had time to analyze what their opponents are doing and what they're cooking. And if we believe and trust the chat that we had off stage as well with Carol, that is going to be, well, an interesting one to open up this chat book for.
Yeah, I mean, from the sounds of it, they've got some stuff cooking, Keehan. You as an EU caster should be aware of what they're capable of. But I mean, you got to remember, the mind games now come into it. 2 halves, 2 branches of the same tree. They play under the same clan tag. Now it's a question of, have we shown them this? Have we shown them this? This is where the mind games really begin.
I mean, the problem of the matter here as well, regarding that strats book, is that basically, well, you might have a well-filled strats book, but who did you train those strats against? Well, the team that you're playing against now. So, well, the strats might be there, but can you actually use them against your opponent now? That is an entirely different question, one that should be asked. First of all, though, let's take a look at the post-game stats here for the past round that we just saw. Never there, landing 5k damage, putting the team on his back, and unfortunately for Falcons, Robin's performance just was not enough.
Yeah, I mean, the one uncharacteristic showing there from Miniris this tournament, I think, Cthulhu, but it shows that when Never shows up, it doesn't really matter if Miniris is having a slow game.
Yeah, I think in terms of just hit and run in general, they have the really solid just communication and synergy is that when one person is unable to show up, the others are able to compensate for that as well. It is a really well-oiled machine. Like you've highlighted, Kihan, before, the multitude of tournaments as well managed to shape it all into that very well-oiled machine. Whereas on the side of, well, the Chinese counterparts, look, we can say that they had plenty of prep, but being in the echo chamber that is just Chinese region can be still very hurtful, and they only somewhat recently started practicing against international teams. So take it as how you want it. Look, I'd say the abilities and the growth of those, it's still very much in the infancy for the Chinese region.
Well, I mean, that's it. You'd hope that something like WCI 2023 is going to promote some of that cross-pollination between regions.
Exactly.
We can only cross our fingers, but it goes to show that there is passion, there is drive, there is determination behind the Chinese community, because not only did they come into this tournament, everyone writing them off. I mean, NA was pegged to be doing better than them this tournament, even with the changes. There was a lot of doubt, but Falcons still have a podium finish, if nothing else.
Yeah, exactly, and they're going to be taking down 100,000 yuan as well. That is nothing to scoff at, but, well, being in the grand finals like Opur and like Hit and Run now, that means a lot more, at least for both of them. The prize pool is going to be doubled out. The loser of it is going to bring home a whopping 200,000, and the winner is going to take down $500,000 yuan, which amounts to roughly, I think, 65,000 US dollars. And I mean,
about 100,000 from where we're from, so it's a pretty significant chunk of change. But Cthulhu, I mean, there has been a little bit of paranoia between the two Polish teams. Been talking to Karov. He even mentioned at the very beginning of the tournament, you know, we were getting ready to jump into our map bans, and we thought maybe one of the hit and run players were going to walk past, so we stopped talking. They stopped talking because obviously hit and run understand Polish.
Yep.
You got to wonder just how deep the mind games go between these two teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of it to really go into it. They have to be very secretive about it, and yeah, despite the fact that you know, they could be withholding some of the information within even just their own clanmates, it would still be a very dangerous venture, seeing as, oh yeah, I heard about this strat, you know, from one of the other mates and whatnot. So, look, there could be definitely problems galore, and I'd say going into the grand finals, the reads are going to be happening the moment they see each other's tank picks as well.
I mean, the mind games are going to be not around 2, 3, or 4 corners. It's just going to be absolutely off the charts. Yeah, both of those teams know each other inside out. That being said, yeah, I mean, it's shaping up to be a cracker, an absolute banger of a grand final.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are not done yet for WCI 2023 here at the Jing'an Sports Center in Shanghai, China. Coming up after the break, it's time for an all-EU grand final. We'll see you there.
采访环节。这的我旁边呢是刚刚赢下比赛的，来自于 Hit and Run 的 Monster。首先，请他跟大家打个招呼吧。
Welcome back. Right now, standing on stage is the monster from the team. Would you please say hi to the audience?
Hello, everyone. What can I say? That's why his hands are still shaking after the great match against Falcons. Really good games. Thank you so much for playing with us. It was really pleasure to play against you guys. Thank you everyone who is supporting us and also that is cheering for us and also that you believe in our comeback. I'm really glad to be here, really.
介绍几句，我应该怎么说呢？我的手还在抖。刚刚跟 Falcon 打完比赛，他们是非常非常棒的对手。我们比赛进行的很艰辛，很高兴我们能最终战胜他们。他们是非常非常棒的对手，也感谢各位以及在线的所有朋友，能够相信我们，能够经历大反转，能够成功走到决赛。
好的，我们把掌声送给 Monster。确实啊，在线下的比赛当中，他们的每一步的走位、每一次的市场的侦查、每一次的决策都至关重要，也将会影响他接下来的每场比赛的这样的一个排名。那其实呢，在历史上的时候呢，他接下来将要对战的是那个 OPPO。那这两支战队在历史上的成绩可以说是一半对一半。那这一次呢，其实是在中国的第一次办的线下比赛，你认为谁会是夺得最终在中国这样的一个线下比赛当中的总冠军呢？
Well, upcoming you gotta play against the OPPO. While being a very old friends, you play with and play against them quite a lot. So since this is the very first offline, the major championship, which team do you think had a better chance winning the final championship?
Oh, what can I say on that question? Obviously our team. So Hit and Run has most chances to win, maybe in our heads, right? But who knows? Everything will be decided on the field, right?
当然了，这个怎么说呢？我们当然希望是我们自己 hit and run， 我们这个团队能够赢，但是最终情况要看现场的表现。我们心里面发自内心，我们希望我们队可以赢得最后的胜利。
那其实刚才呢，我记得我在采访那个 OPPO 的Kirov 的时候，大家都能感觉到他非常的自信，他做了非常多的准备，而且他心情满满，他带了一丝笑容，让我觉得他似乎对接下来的比赛，尤其是跟你们的对战，应该做了充足的准备。那你觉得他会在哪张地图上会放大招，以及你觉得他可能会是什么呢？
We had a talk with Mr. Kalaf this afternoon. While during the talk, the interview, he was very confident with very good faith, and he was like telling us that they have prepared special strats, special gameplay for upcoming matches. Well, how do you feel about those special strats, or which map particularly do you think they will have special gameplay?
Oh, what can I say? I believe they're gonna pick Ghost Town. That's the map they are playing all matches they used to play against everyone on this tournament. But to be fair, we got also some snacks in our pocket yet, so who knows?
这个怎么说呢？首先，关于地图呢，我觉得他们一定会选一张荒漠小镇。 这是他们打得非常好，也一直在用的一张地图。那对我们来说呢，其实关于这个大招，我们也准备了大招在我们的口袋里面。谁知道呢？让我们看吧。
好，那其实都突然就感觉到接下来的比赛似乎有很多的阵容或一些新的打法会再度的出现，也是让我们对接下来的比赛充满了更多的期待。那其实呢，我在这两天的比赛当中，我会有一种感觉，我觉得 OPPO 的战队可能更多的一开始就像一个撒了一个很大的一张网，然后慢慢的其实在等待着别人去进攻的同时，慢慢去收网，然后再去可能会取得最终的胜利。但是可能在 Hit and Run 里面，我觉得他有这种撒网的动作，同时他也有的时候会更像一支尖兵一样，一直在往里面冲，去快速打破这样的一个困局。 那他觉得在下列的比赛当中的话，他是否会遇到这样的一个情况？如果遇到的话，会怎么样处理呢？
Oh yes, indeed. Well, because upcoming you're gonna play against the OPPO. Well, OPPO, in our understanding, it is more. Sometimes the team will set up a trap and try to snare anybody coming into the trap. While you guys was more like a fearless soldier or sword, like marching into the battle fearlessly. Well, do you think this is going to happen in the grand final or something different you can play?
Oh, I hope that we won't go into the trap as mouses, right? But sometimes it's really difficult to let's say, predict if something is in the air. So I hope we're gonna play slowly but surely. We're gonna try to check every corner, every angle to not get into the trap.
是的，有的时候他们会布一张网，我们当然希望我们不要进入他们的包围圈，不要进入他们的陷阱，但是这个很难说，还要看现场的这个感觉，你要看每一个点、每一个角度，当时那个感觉是怎么样的。所以说，我们希望能够不进入他们的陷阱，不陷入被动。
那所以在接下来比赛当中，是不是对于你们来说，对于信息的收集以及在决策上的时候，会更加的放慢脚步？
Do you think you will take more caution in upcoming matches because you want to wait until you have more and enough information based on which you can make the correct decision? Will you be more careful and cautious?
For now, I can't really tell what we're gonna do because it's our strategy, so I can't say that. Maybe they will hear us, so we need to be careful, right? But I believe we're gonna play on a very high level against Oppo. I believe that. So you need to just wait, and maybe we're gonna show something crazy.
关于这个打法，我现在还不太能说，因为我们接下来还有比赛要打，而且他们可能对方会听到，所以我现在还不会说。但是我能够保证的就是，这一定是最高水平的竞技，我们一定是把最好的状态、最好的水平拿出来，打出最好的表现。
好的，那其实呢，最后一个问题是这样的，就是对于我们在后面一直在聊嘛，可能对于对方的战队来说，他们的7个人每个人的实力都很平均，所以他们非常不怕在单独一个地方去接这样的一些可能性的这样的一些团战，也知道如何去处理。那如果要让你去选择在这7个人当中选择一个人去做重点突破的话，你会选择哪一条边呢？
Well, even though we know all the team members, they are the most excellent, most outstanding players in this world, actually. And in terms of 1 versus 1, everyone is definitely the best. However, if we insist, we're gonna ask you, so who will be the weakest link of the other team? If there's only one name we can pick, so who will be the one you think that will be the weak link?
With Oppo?
是 Oppo 战队，对方战队 ，yes.
Oh, I can't say that someone is worse than others. Like those guys are the top level, like the highest level in World of Tanks. That's why we are here with them. So I can't really. I would lie if I would say that someone is worse than others. Like everyone is a very, very good player.
这个实在很难讲，因为对方的每一个选手都是最顶尖的选手，这也是他们能够来到世界总决赛的线下舞台，这也是我们能在这里见到他们的原因。所以很难讲他们究竟哪一个人是最差的一环。
对，所以这也就是坦克世界最大的一种魅力。当我们哪怕做了万全的准备，我们也必须不能去轻敌每一个的对手，我们要更加谨慎的去对待，才有可能在接下来的比赛当中用这么认真的态度去找到一丝丝的破绽，去拿下这头比赛的胜利。那你最后会觉得比赛会打满吗？
Well, yes, indeed. Well, do you think you will complete or go through all the 9 matches for the grand final?
Back in the days when we were playing against Oppo, games were very close, and yeah, usually it finished, let's say, after all 9 matches. So this match also can be very close. So maybe you can expect 9 games.
是这样的，因为我们过去跟他们交手的经验来看，我们有时候常常会打满比赛，甚至打满9局。所以今天的线下总决赛，我觉得这个也有可能会发生打满9局的情况。
好的，那我们一起期待最精彩的总决赛。再次把掌声送给 Master， 送给他。
OK。
谢谢你接受我的采访，谢谢。
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
好，接下来让我们把话。
不会慌，但是就是没打穿。
漂亮！来，集结，前面不向里面补，所有人不能流传，向里面补，不要抢。漂亮！看能不能赢他一会儿，我这样的。
欢迎来到坦克世界。冲锋佯攻，欲擒先故纵。 毕竟目空只把潜龙勿用，他激流暗涌，火把朝东，向南海注中，传递战火中的烛龙，为胜利点起灯。只愿手前随机应变，为了下一秒开火是我今天。一朝一夕要虚实明辨，识破这卑劣的欧陆金钱。千里决胜要保持始终气势如虹，我和我的兄弟连要谱写一段恢宏。孤单坚冰让来者全部现形，用我的坚定拨动胜利的天平。 硝烟中叹息，纷飞战火中前行，想飘逸天晴来试试我的坚硬。时光在变，之间的热爱却从不改变，从不改变。向地平线，坚定地带着梦驶向终点。在战火蔓延之前，我总能做出新的改变。在每一片战役里，注定会摇起凯旋。铁骑撞天，浩荡百川，不眠不休的战，踏个千百关。一战之战，一战之战。 吹着涟漪，即可见着苍蓝，每一刻都莫测变幻。披剑只为我蓝水游关山，一战之战，一战之战。烽火狼烟中有神兵千万，等你来攻赴这一番。 天把俯瞰大地，把性命的科技画笔，反攻的号角举起，要上去开足马力。喜形于色不可大意，犹豫是战场之大忌。先收起利刃的杀气，攻玉山气势霹雳，积极点亮坚冰，来者全部现形，坚定专精，胜利者的天平，专心前行。拍着我的电影，传令狂风神手是要把你掀平。硝烟中叹息，纷飞战火中前行，想飘逸天晴来试试我的坚硬。时光在变，之间的热爱却从不改变。 向地平线，坚定地带着梦驶向终点。在战火蔓延之前，我总能做出新的改变。在每一片战役里，注定会摇起凯旋。铁骑撞天，浩荡百川，不眠不休的战，踏个千百关。一战之战，一战之战。吹角涟漪，即可见着苍蓝。 每一刻都莫测变幻，披剑只为我蓝水游关山。一战之战，一战之战。烽火狼烟中有神兵千万，等你来攻赴这一番。 今晚的比赛是你们闪耀的舞台。 用你们的实力去证明你们的能耐，挥别恐惧，迎接挑战，这是比赛的常态。无所畏惧，热血相伴，好运与你们同在。
欢迎来到2023 WCI 国际冠军赛，来自欧洲赛区的 Hit and Run 战队。
来6这边7人围，马上被传死，还有430人。凯克这边7人围直接拉了出去，一直得把山上的几个人吊下来，对他半鱼花你。看到。
来自欧洲赛区的 Over 战队。 首先有请 Over 战队登场 ，Pyeongchix。 T-Sack。
来
接下来有请 Hit and Run 战队登场 ，Minerals。Marcel。Never。Kubash。Monster。Correct。P-Oint。再次欢迎两队选手，现在他们距离冠军只有1步之遥。此刻战鼓已经敲响，谁能一举夺回永摘桂冠？让我们共同见证。
Two equally epic moments playing out on stage just moments ago. The debut of the WCI 2023 anthem to End a War with a War by Jem, one of China's own prominent stars, and of course our two grand finalists taking to the stage. But before that, we've got an English rendition of the song, courtesy of Jordan Elfish. Go, mate!
That's right. I'll be getting that one to you guys in the after show. If you want to check that out, hit me up on Twitter at Elfish Guy, and you can find it there.
Look, it was. I'll be honest. I may not speak the language, but I get the message. It's a pretty epic song.
I'm not gonna lie. When they said there's gonna be a Chinese rapper up before the grand final, listen, my eyebrows were through the roof. My mustache was falling off. But actually, I'm a bit of a convert. I thought that was a bit of a bop. I didn't understand a word he was saying, but it was pretty cool.
Well, look, I can't understand quite all of it, but we've been sort of run through the gist of it. Kihan, an impassioned battle to brothers in arms to take to the fight, a song of positivity, a song of strength, and it's definitely looking like Hit and Run might need some strength with these predictions, because right now we're all back in Opor.
Yeah, I mean, Opor has been throughout the tournament. I think the team that did start to look shaky on day one, but since then it has been just better and better each day. Absolutely stellar performance here in the upper bracket final. 4-0 the scoreline. Wiped the floor with the home team, unfortunately for them, but no doubt in my mind do we have the two best teams of the tournament, which once again proves you can travel the world, you can travel all the way to Shanghai, China, but at the end of the day, in a double elimination bracket, it's going to be Invil playing against Invil.
I mean, you saw it there, Jordan. Karov taking to the stage. He is fired up. He's ready to go. The man who stepped in at the darkest hour for Opor, because DJ just couldn't make it to the stage. He was that ill, and he has played phenomenally. This Opor roster has gone from strength to strength, making that upper bracket run, whereas Hit and Run have had the longest run of the tournament. They will have played the most matches this tournament in this grand final.
Yeah, he's the literal super sub, isn't he? And I think he's got the Chinese crowd on side. He's been the one for the team doing a lot of the interviews, and obviously we've had him actually up here on the desk on the English broadcast as well. So very personable guy, a big asset to the team, not only outside of the server but
awesome
inside the server.
Man.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's kind of what you need in an environment like this. Like, all of these fans here in the arena want a team to cheer for. Now, they don't have an obvious choice in a Chinese squad, so they're sitting there thinking, okay, well, who should I cheer for? Well, maybe the funny guy with the afro is the one that I want to cheer for.
I mean,
and
not just that, he's one of the most
shout.
personable players at this tournament. He's a lovely guy, always happy to have a chat, incredibly insightful. Plus, he's one of the veterans of this competitive scene, Kihan. Who else would you want is not just the team mum, but your emergency sub?
Yeah, I mean, obvious, very, very nice storyline here. Coming in for Carols. That being said, I think we saw the interview coming in by Monster just after they defeated and sent the Chinese team packing. But I think Monster as well understood that, you know, the Chinese guys, they need something to cheer for. So he was actually pretty humble, and he was like, yeah, even in our minds, like, we might be the stronger team now in that grand final, but you know, the actual decision is going to be made on the field. It's going to be made on that stage, so he didn't want to give a clear winner either.
Well, that's the thing. One of the questions he was asked was, you know, do you sort of have anything to talk down about in terms of Opor? Do you have anything to say in terms of their weaknesses? He said, please don't ask me that. I could not for the life of me say that there is weakness in that team, because obviously they're scary. We know them very well, and we feel like this is about as 50-50 as it can get. Incredibly humble, but Justin, Jordan, my God, it's heating up in here, man. My brain's frying. Look, I couldn't right now, given how Hit and Run have played, dissuade that fact that they are looking very, very hot right now.
They are, definitely. I don't know as to whether or not it's a 50-50, though. I think, obviously, based on our predictions here on the desk, we might be leaning in a different direction to that. I certainly feel like Opor has looked like the better team coming into this grand final. They've made the run through the upper bracket. Obviously, that's a big tick in my book as well. But just the way that they've gone about a lot of their matches as well has seemed to be a little bit cleaner than Hit and Run. Though the Hit and Run that we've seen today has been a different looking beast. So I think, yeah, very competitive grand final here. But just for me, Opor looking a little bit better. That's why I've gone with them as my prediction. Though, like we've said, we know these teams, they play against each other a lot. They play with each other a lot. They're the top two teams at this event. They're the top two teams in the world, no doubt. And yeah, I mean, it really feels like it could go either way. If Hit and Run just show up to this grand final with that wave of momentum that they've been building up over the course of today, who is to say that they can't win it?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Opor's medal has been tested time and time again throughout this tournament, Keehan. But you look at these two different rosters. On the side of Opor, they're flexible. They're able to adapt. They're willing to adapt. Where it's Hit and Run, it's more the brute force approach. They're going to commit to a play. They will stick to that play until their dying breath. And even if it doesn't work, doesn't mean they're not willing to try it again.
Well, the thing is actually the word to mention, Jordan said it already, it's going to be momentum, because the grand final that we are watching now is going to be a repeat of the grand final of the last, number 13, and that one went towards a tiebreaker, the final score being 5-4 for Opor. However, and that is a humongous however, the scoreline there was 4-1 for Hit and Run, and then they basically had it in the bag. It was 4 players against 1. Piotrix, the only one surviving on Sand River in an STRV on 600 HP, and then the Hit and Run players started fumbling, started throwing. Piotrix with an absolute mega play. He became the MVP of the tournament for that one, because not only did he keep his team in the grand final, making the scoreline 2-4 from their perspective, but they then went on to 2-0 the next map and took it in the tiebreaker. So both of those teams, it's just about who has that momentum going. It is an incredibly volatile match that we're about to spectate. It could be a 5-0, it could be a 5-4. I mean, I predicted for Opor 5-3 now, given their previous performances, but both of those teams, man, you couldn't really make a prediction and, you know, keep a straight face and say that's how it's going to play out.
Well, I mean, that's the situation we find ourselves in. Isn't it, Jordan?
Yes.
You know, it's never over until the final tank is a carcass.
Yep.
And I think that is exactly how this match is going to play out. Both teams are going to fight tooth and nail. They're going to dig in their heels. It is going to be scrappy. It's going to be chaotic. And eventually one team's going to walk away. But I think, yeah, Opor has felt like they've justified themselves a little bit more.
Yeah, look, I will say, though, I think Hit and Run have gone about today the way that they needed to. The fact that they were able to get the 4-0, the 4-1, keep it pretty clean, a pretty clean sheet in that lower bracket is going to really do them a world of good coming into this grand final. In theory, not only have they not had to show as much against the weaker teams that, you know, will give away some strategies or any pocket picks, something like that, to Opor, but also they don't necessarily have to overexert themselves until they get into this grand final, which we know is going to be a bit of a marathon. Now, it is a best of 9. That is longer than any match that we've seen here at this event so far, though as far as World of Tanks is concerned, BO9 used to be what used to be played. It used to be pretty standard. I don't think it's a massive difference maker necessarily for the players that are playing just this game, but when you put it on top of 2 best-of-7s today already, that's where it starts to become a pretty long day, and I'm hoping that they're going to be able to have that tenacity to maintain their mental focus through in the grand final.
Now, what is the difference maker, of course, Keyhand, is that advantage that you get through the upper bracket. I mean, run us through it. It can be a bit of a game changer.
I mean, then again, well, first of all, let me explain that advantage. Basically, the team that moves through the upper bracket does get a first pick and first ban. That means the permaban of the opponent's team does not apply, and you, on top of that, definitely get to play the map that you want, and you also get to still ban your permaban. That being said, historically, both of those teams and Invil, the 15v15 team made of them, has a history of dropping the first pick 0 and 2.
Right. Well, I mean, there's definitely a discussion to be had around what maps we're going to get here. I mean, I'm looking at the previous series that they played. Cliff for Hit and Run we've talked about as well over the course of today and yesterday being a relatively good map there. Maybe that's an angle for Apor to try to take that one away initially.
You say that, but I had a chat to Karol not too long ago, and he said, and we asked him that same question, you know, are we expecting you to take Cliff out of the equation? Because we've seen a lot of it. And he said, don't you worry, regardless of what happens, we still have something in the back pocket for both sides of Cliff. So there is a level, an element of confidence coming out of Opor in the map veto. So as we get to start that very, very soon, I mean, what are you expecting, Keyhand? I'm leaning towards maybe the likes of a Himmelsdorf. I think that could be a possibility. Cliff goes down. It really feels like there isn't too much in non-territory.
At this point, both of those teams must be playing their comfort picks, because both of those teams also, they know it's each other inside out. I don't think, I mean, player skill-wise, essentially, they are both off the chart, right? So, as pure skill check map, like, for example, Cliff, would be just a 50-50. I don't think either of those teams are going to be too keen to pick it up if they don't have something in their back pocket that they haven't shown yet. But other than that, I think they're just going to be picking what they are going to be most comfortable on, and they're going to be banning what they think the opponent is going to be most comfortable on. They obviously have a lot of insight in towards that, but as we already saw during the interviews, is that both of those teams have been kind of tight-lipped about what they're actually giving out in terms of information, just because they want to keep that informational advantage that is not only important in-game, but also during pick and ban.
I mean, mate, that's like a $70,000 informational advantage. Like, when we really get down to it, we're talking US dollar. 70K for first place was something like 30K or something like that for second.
Like that, yeah.
I can bring it up.
It's a pretty steep drop off. I mean,
yeah,
regardless of the actual
exactly.
I would also not answer a question for $70,000.
No, 100%. Like, you know, 50% of the prize pool is 1 million yuan. You get 500,000 yuan. Again, that translates to around 70,000 USD. Split 7 ways, 10 grand each. You know, maybe Karolf is grabbing some here as well, so maybe split 8 ways. But yeah, not a bad prize purse, certainly for.
You'd hope so, given that he's now played the entire tournament, that there would be something.
There's definitely an argument to be made there. I don't know. I mean, you feel a bit bad for DJ. Do you say, well, you didn't play any games, mate, but you were part of the team?
These guys, I mean, to be fair, you got to remember, you know, 2 branches of the same tree. They're all clan mates at the end of the day. They've then got to go home and play World of Tanks together.
Friends, you know?
Exactly, yeah. These guys are, you know, good mates behind the scenes as well. So I'd imagine there is going to be no bad blood whatsoever. I don't see any shenanigans like that. But, I mean, coming into it, Keyhand, the mind games will have already started. The misinformation potentially will have already started. Do we see something a little bit out of left pocket that the other team isn't expecting?
I mean, in the end, both of those teams know that if they really want to get those crucial rounds on the board, they need to surprise their opponent. I mean, yeah, playing standard, crossing your T's, dotting your I's, checking your boxes, it might work, but it might also not be enough against 2 teams that deserve to be in this grand final here. You know, just your Bob standard gameplay isn't going to be enough. Most certainly, both of those teams are looking to surprise, and maybe they're going to be the surprises here. First of all, an Opor with the mines.
And the Cliff ban. So
Cliff ban. Oh my word, this is spicy already.
Karolf maybe with a bit of misinformation coming our way. Prokhorovka follows it up. Muravanka's out. Goes Towns coming through. Opor looking like they're here with a plan. Himmelsdorf as well. Jordan This is gearing up to be a spicy one.
Yeah, I was thinking we were definitely going to be seeing Ghost Town Himmelsdorf somewhere in there. Both teams like to play that map. I think mine's a bit of a curveball, definitely, and that's probably what you want to see out of that first pick from Opor. Not too surprised by the cliff ban either. I was talking about that a little bit earlier on in the piece, but yeah, I was sort of thinking maybe there would be a Sand River in here for Opor, given that they had a good performance on that one last time they played against Hit and Run, but they're not going to leave it to that, and so that's the veto that we end up with, which is a pretty spicy one. I think that will catch Hit and Run off guard, so already I'll give some credit to Opor.
Yeah,
Mines.
some credit to Opor here, definitely. Mines is, I mean, the first day, like Mines was the tiebreaker in between Falcons and Opor. They were pretty comfortable leaving that open and having that be the tiebreaker because, like, between the lines, it was pretty obvious that, you know, Mines normally the 1-1 map. Opor seem pretty confident that they have something figured out about how to break a Mines defense. The problem obviously being that Mines is kind of a weird map coming down to it, because on Mines it's actually the defender deciding the pace of the game. They decide, do we park the bus or do we actually bring it and send it towards that middle of the map, at which point that funny little plan that you might have figured out for your attack might not even be viable.
Which makes it a little more interesting because Hit and Run has been a team that's always attempted to wrest control away from other teams when it comes to that map control, that pace, and dictating it, of course. But Jordan, I mean, in this lineup, Opor having that advantage, you reckon it set them up for that championship?
Yeah, I mean, look, I won't renege on my prediction at this point. I did say 4-2 to Opor. I think Mines is definitely an interesting choice as a first map, particularly because that is usually considered a bit of a 1-1 map. And you know, in my opinion, if you're picking a map, you would look at it and say we can 2-0 that. So I don't know. I mean, that's definitely screaming a lot of confidence in your attacks out of Mines there from Opor. It's a tantalizing prospect. It's certainly interesting to see how they're going to go about this, but yeah, I just want to wait and see how Mines goes before I really like double down on that prediction, because that one seems like a real curveball of a pick to me.
It sounds like Jordan's hedging his bets here, Key. Are you going to back that, or are you sticking to your guns?
I am also not yet gonna, you know, do any kind of those dangerous predictions, because whatever I do, it will be caster cursing either of those teams. As I said, I personally think that this match has the potential to become an absolute banger of a series, a match to be remembered, but it is very volatile. Both of those teams have shown in the past that they can take a match and run away with it. So a very, very like brutal scoreline possibly also in the cards for that one. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's grand final time. Mines to get things underway.
Well, we're going to kick off the grand finals of the World of Tanks Championship International in the Jing'an Sports Center in Shanghai, China. Hit and Run coming into the grand final here, bringing in triple 60 TP, a singular 705A, and triple CS63.
Yeah, very interesting lineup from Opor as well. 277, double 60 TP, double BZ75, E100, and a T100 LT. So what is going on there? Opor on the attack with a T100 LT. What have they got cooking?
I mean, T100 normally picked on the defense to essentially make a hull down in that H1 area for one of the I-7s, but on the attack, it's quite a curious pick. He is probably going to spot out Monster that's driving over towards the sidelines. No, he does not get the spot. He does see Minairos in that 705A, and this indeed seems to be a very quick 1-2 line attack by the team of Opor that picked this as their first pick. Good line shot in towards Ketsai.
Yeah, he's already been chunked down pretty substantially, so not sure that we can say this T100 LT choice is working out just yet, but I wonder if he's going to get snuck on the cap, and that's potentially going to be hidden behind another tank at some point. Looks like he's off to the races, though, elsewhere. Opor going for the 2-line push, more than happy to just set themselves up on the 2 flag. And try to pump the response from hit and run, but they've given up full control of mid, and so far they are bleeding a lot of HP. It is looking like this Mines pick is about to blow up in their face.
Yeah, exactly. Opur taking a lot of damage on T-Sec as well. Those 60 TPs above the cap, Conrad, Nether, Marcel, all of them get a hefty chunk of damage. That being said, 10 seconds remaining. There was a reset coming through. I believe that was HE coming out from one of the tanks, probably Monster with that CS. Minaros with another HE reset. You can see the damage coming in from that CS63. The resets are there currently, and I think Opur realized that that plan for the Mines attack is currently not working out at all.
No, certainly not, and it really begs the question, why do you pick Mines as your first map choice if you can't win on the attack? It's certainly not looking like they're going to win on the attack either, by the way, because Opur is getting absolutely wrecked. They're driving into a crossfire. They've given up so much HP, and I have to say this is a failure of an attacking side from Opur. Whatever strategy they had, whatever they thought they had, it has not worked out, and they are gifting Opur the first round of this grand final.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, still 9,000 HP, make that 8.5 remaining, but 2 tanks already dropping for Opur. And this Mines attack, I don't know, man. They picked it. They probably had something very, very interesting planned, but honestly, it looked pretty bland, if you know what I mean.
I mean, this looks like something that they've sort of cooked up in the scrims, and it's worked in the scrims, and then they brought it out in an official game, and it has just literally fallen flat on its face. This is one of the most comfortable rounds we've seen Hit and Run win today, and to be fair, they've barely put a foot wrong today, so that is saying something. I don't know what that is for Opur. I don't know what they're going to be saying in their comms after this, because they certainly are going to need a little bit of a recuperation. That was utter demolition, and it's going to end up being a 7-0 here as well. T-Sec, the last one alive for Opur. I don't even think you can really get that excited about this one for Hit and Run just yet, because as far as I'm concerned, and I know this sounds really harsh, but like I just don't think Opur have really shown up in that round.
Yeah, no, Opur, once again, right, it came down to that. It is almost tradition by now for them to lose their pick, but yeah, 1-0 here. Good stuff by Hit and Run, I guess.
Now, online, you could blame it on a misclick or a misinput. Sorry, guys, we meant to pick Cliff and ban Mines because you can't do that on land. You made the call to go to Mines, Jordan, and that call has fallen about as flat as it possibly could have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really not sure about that one at all. Like, again, the entire methodology around picking your first map in a competitive World of Tanks tournament is to 2-0 that map. Like, if there's any map that you think you can 2-0 in the series, well, that should probably be your first pick. So in theory, they thought they could 2-0 on Mines. Very clearly, they're a long way off of being able to do that. Now, granted, they probably can get the 1-1 out of this one because it's a defensive-sided map, but I don't really see the sense in having Mines be the first pick there if, you know, you might have had something else up your sleeve. Like we know they 2-0'd Hit and Run on Sand River the last time they played against each other. Is there something to be said there? I mean, would they have looked a little bit better on something like a Ghost Town, which they've been playing a lot during this event? Yes, it's still in the pool, but I just don't get the sense that there was ever a 2-0 on offer there. I think they must have, look, the only thing I can really imagine here is that they must have come up with something that they thought was an absolute banger on the attack, and very clearly it's not an absolute banger. It just hasn't worked out there against a better team like Hit and Run.
The fact also that I think that Hit and Run essentially defended with just this, or was it Opur? But basically that's hull down 705 completely locking down the cap.
It was Hit and Run.
Yeah, it's like the same strategy that Hit and Run applied already once. It worked twice, like, right? And if it works once, or fool me once, shame on you, but fool me twice, shame on me.
I mean, the worst bit is Karolf assured me that, yeah, we have something very, very good on both the attack and defense for Clip, which is why I thought maybe we would see it, and then they batted it out in the first phase.
I genuinely think that they thought that they had something cooking, and then, you know, they opted to go for the Mines pick, but obviously they didn't. Like, it's very easy to play a few scrims, to play a couple of games, to theorize something on paper and look at it and go, oh, this is going to work, and then you get in the server and it just doesn't eventuate that way. That's where the experienced teams are really separated from the inexperienced teams. You're not going to see experienced teams making that mistake very often, but in this case, big one from Opur, and a bad time to do it in the grand final.
Yeah, and also Monster with that CS63, it was pretty crucial for him to make it over towards the island, not getting spotted by that T100. He was doing a number on that team of Opur, delivering crucial resets as well. He's probably going to get the MVP for that one, deservedly so. But yeah, the fact remains that, you know, we just saw the first pick that was never going to get prevented by the team from hit and run, and essentially half the advantage that Opur had by coming in through the upper bracket has just evaporated, and more than that, it's just blown up straight into their faces.
Yeah, look, all I have to say is Keyhand, if you're going to keep, you know, writing the script, don't copy paste, because like you said, every single time a team has had the advantage, they've absolutely flopped it. It's just you can't write this stuff.
I don't know. I don't know what it is with those teams, like from Poland, and fumbling advantages that they get by going through the upper bracket. But at that point, they are notorious for that. They have a history of doing that. I don't know why.
I mean, maybe it's just some galaxy brain strategy where they sort of theorized, okay, well, we kind of know what hit and run is going to pick, what they're going to ban. We expect that they're going to ban mines. We need mines somewhere in this series to guarantee at least the 1-1. We think we can 2-0 them on Ghost Town. We think we can 2-0 them on, you know, what's the rest of the pool there? Proc, Ghost Town, Cliff. We think we can 2-0 them on maybe on Ghost Town, maybe on Cliff, something like that. But if we would have left mines later in the pool, it would have gotten banned away. We need the mines to guarantee the 1-1 there. Look, I know you guys are looking at me like this guy's absolutely crazy. We've flown this guy all the way from Australia. He's just coming up with some nonsense, not making sense. I'm trying to justify it, you know. I'm grasping at the straws because, again, I don't see the sense.
I think it's worth mentioning that these guys lost not 1 but 2 wars to flightless birds.
That's right. But you know, like, what else is the sense in picking a 1-1 map as the very first map?
I mean, I can understand your logic. I can understand wanting to ensure that 1-1, but that feels like a hefty gamble to start your series.
It's galaxy brain.
It feels like a lot of copium on the side of Elfish guy here right now. We'll see if Opur are going to need that after round number 2, or if it's at least going to be a 1-1. And, you know, Minairo's not smiling, probably a bad sign for Opur.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing almost polarizing trajectories. You know, Opur seem to be trailing in the downward fashion, whereas Hit and Run have just been on the up since the beginning of the day. I mean, at some point they're going to have to cross over, Jordan, and unfortunately it feels like we're hitting that mark.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess at the end of the day, if they can make it out of this one with a 1-1, then of course sort of done what they needed to do as far as mines at least is concerned. Yes, we would want to see them get the 2-0 on their map pick, but again, mines, if you get a 1-1 there, everyone's like, okay, well, that was expected. So then it falls onto the rest of the map pool, and we have to start questioning how they can do on Proc, how they can do on Ghost Town. You know, can they get a 2-0 there or on Cliff? But yeah, bare minimum, I mean, you have to at least 1-1 here. If you allow this to go to a 2-0 now, and you've chosen mines, then that is a massive fumble to start the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a cold start, but it's time to see whether or not the engine is hot and running for Opur, or whether or not it goes 2-0 the way of Hit and Run.
Mines number 2 in between Opur and Hit and Run. Opur on their defense, bringing quadruple 60 TP, double IS-7, and the Mouse a pretty hefty setup to start off their defense.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one again coming through here from Hit and Run. Very fast lineup, 4 CS63s, a TVP as well. I love it. A Mouse and an IS-7. So you do have a little bit of bulk there, but generally speaking, this is a team that is all about pace. It's all about catching your opponent off guard and just booming them with that high DPM. So I'm very excited to actually see what Hit and Run is going to do here on the attack. They're going to try and do something very interesting.
Well, the attack's starting to take shape. The CS63 and the TVP driving towards the hill. They're going to take it. Let's see if they take damage for it, though, as they don't. Monster and Marcel make it up here. Now Monster immediately going to start clipping out the first shot. Not going to connect. Kubash, though, taking tremendous amounts of punishment. Down towards 377. Opur ready.
That said, they do have a little bit of an overmatch actually down here on the bottom island. They do have a 2-on-3. In theory, though, that extra CS63 doesn't really want to get involved. Kubash, he's down to a one-shot, never almost there as well. In fact, could be for a high roll from one of those IS-7s if he gets a little bit unlucky. But if they can manage to continue to play it out, it could still work. I'm grasping at straws again. The attacking side of mine's not doing any favors for Hit and Run, and Apur are just sending an absolute armada over the top of the hill in the middle, and it is poor old Conrad that is going to have to receive that.
No tanks currently in the spawn for Opur, which is where double tank got sent for Hit and Run, essentially into nowhere. That DPM is not going to be coming into effect. Conrad now driving backwards in that mouse, driving away from the 60 TPs, but who are we kidding at this point in time? Opur firmly in the driver's seat. That being said, Hit and Run, they do have more tanks available still. They have cleaned up the island in the southwest, but Conrad is probably going to not be long for this world as Pan's Fury does another big hit into him. And also, weirdly enough, sort of the sides have been switched.
Yeah, look, I don't know. This one's definitely favoring Opur. There's a lot of HP to play with, but the fact that they're down a tank does have you a little bit worried at the moment. Conrad is certainly receiving a lot of assistance from his teammates. There's good firing lines to keep that mouse alive. And Opur, if they make a mistake here, if they fumble, if they send a tank out into an awkward spot and walk into a crossfire, that tank is going to blow up very, very quickly. You've got still a lot of healthy CS63s, a full HP TVP as well. So Hit and Run do have the tools to clutch this round out if a mistake is made by Opur. But Opur on the defense, they recognize that fact. They know that they don't have to push the issue all that much, and they have slowed down the play.
Yeah, it is sort of this very weird interaction now in between both of those teams, where Opur has more HP but has less tanks, and also the sides are completely reversed. Taking a look at the minimap and the positions, you could think that it is actually Hit and Run defending, but quite the opposite is the case. Your eyes are not deceiving you. It is Opur who need to save this game for themselves here now to not go down 0-2 on their first map pick here in the grand finals.
Yeah, that would be an absolute disaster for Opur if they would go down 0-2 on mines. I think that might actually even potentially be a series losing start. Myros is going to get on the cap here and try to prompt a bit of a response. This is actually not a bad position to play from. When you look at the map control that Opur has, they actually don't have an easy way of getting a reset. Even if they were to drive their tanks off the mid-hill down to F4, somewhere like that, and dump over, they're going to be copping shots from the defender spawn. So it's going to cost them a lot to get a reset onto Myros, and inevitably they are going to be forced to move. So I don't mind this one from Hit and Run. I got to be real with you. I think they're in with a very good chance of actually picking up a sneaky win here.
Yeah, I mean, Myros, they're the low HP tank in the cap, but that only means that the tanks that are actually going to be engaged in the fight for Hit and Run are going to be the healthier ones. Obviously, Kuba's pretty low here, but he can stay back. He can just try and, provide that DPM from the sidelines, from downtown. Piotr getting spotted here, doesn't take damage for it, though. And with 1 minute and 8 seconds on that cap, time is a ticking. Orzek starting to drive towards possible resets here with that mouse, but that is going to open him up towards a lot of enemy tanks, and he has a mouse turret. That means a very slow turning one. That is going to be 3 peaks, and you can see that the HP, though, they are not getting closer. Yes, Orzek taking some damage here, but Opur, they still managed to hold on. They managed to install damage, but look at that. Piotrik's getting pushed by double tank, while Myros gets picked up by Orzek.
Well, Orzek got to get that reset. That's big, obviously, for Opur. We're back to now the 5-on-5, but very quickly brought down to an advantageous position for Hit and Run again, as Marcel's able to pick up one more. HP deficit is starting to creep a little bit closer, which is obviously bad news for Opur. Conrad surviving still in that mouse. Can he get one more shot off here before he goes down? It would be nice to at least slide one more through. And you'd have to say now he's not long for this world, and that is going to be that. So again, back to the 4-on-4. Opur, they are definitely hanging on, but have a look at this rotation up toward the northern side of the map from the CS63 of Marcel. I wonder what kind of an impact he can get into. If he can get an angle onto Ketsai, pick him off from the back, all it's going to take is 2 shots, and then again, this game blows wide open.
Yeah, the problem here currently for Hit and Run, that the only tanks remaining that they have are quadruple medium. That is no armor to speak of, and that means that they cannot simply start brawling. You can even see Ketsai here using that stone against the flanking CS63 that he possibly doesn't even know about, but you can see Ketsai, he's just going to play hold down against Piotr. Piotr has to acknowledge that he cannot take this 1v1 currently or make that a 1v2, as Ozek probably also eyeing his way, or at least the eyes set on towards him. Hit and run, the timer is on 2 minutes and 3 seconds and the dream.
Well, Monster, how much is he going to be able to do here with this clip from the TVP? Going to go straight up into the hill in mid to try to take that fight to Pan's Fury. Should have enough here, but maybe not quite. 891, he's got 2 shots left. It's not quite going to go his way unless he gets extremely lucky. And that is going to be a real problem, because you'd have to say now Monster is a dead man. It's a ring around the rosy, around the rocks. There's a minute and a half left. Hit and run, they're going to have to start pulling the trigger. Piotr has to use some of that HP. He's got to dump in onto Ketsai. He will be able to finish that one off, and that fight in mid as well really has to go the way of the TVP if Hit and Run are to win this. But there again is still a chance.
There is a chance still, but it's a slim one. 1 minute and 16 seconds now remaining, and Monster, I don't think he's winning that 1v1 either, as Kwerolf is coming to make it a 2v1. Monster knows that the second 60 TP is coming. Marcel coming with the flank, but the 60 TP you can see spotted on the minimap, and Monster gets picked up, making it a 3v3, though Hit and Run still with the HP advantage. Another good shot coming out from Piotr here. Ozek, he cannot really look either way.
Has to W key into mid. He's got to W key. Orchek will go down to this next shot, but he needs to get into mid right now. That is the only way that Hit and Run are able to win this one. Pan's Fury, 156 HP. Obviously a 1-shot. Kerolf will be a 2-shot. Marcel does not want to be the first one up into the mid-ridge, because he would be a 1-shot as well. It's all down to Piotr here, and he needs to get there in the next 20 seconds or this game is done.
Piotr once again put into a clutch situation in the lower bracket finals. He wasn't able to do it. Let's see if he can in the grand finals.
Kerolf dumped off.
Driving towards Pan's Fury. Yes, Kerolf has dumped off. He tries to get
Can
more
they find
time.
him?
Can they find him? 13 seconds. Kerolf driving out of the proxy of the hill, driving towards behind, back away from the house. Piotr is dropping down. 6 seconds. That means no reload available anymore. Kerolf with 2 seconds. He does get spotted, but it's not gonna matter. It's going to be the 1-1.
Well, Opor might need a skin transplant after that one, because they just barely scraped through, but a win is a win at the end of the day, Jordan. A 1-1 on Mines, given how it could have gone if Kerolf had just not committed off the side of a cliff.
Yeah, I mean, he did a really good job. He knew what he needed to do. He just needed to survive the time ticking away. But when you take into account holistically the entire map of Mines, has to be said, Hit and Run are looking like the more threatening team in this grand final at the moment. Even though the scoreline says 1 apiece, if they have another 10 seconds available to them there on Mines, they win that round. There is no doubt about it. Piotr would have gotten around the back. He would have been able to survive 1 shot, obviously, from Kerolf, and he would have been able to eventually clip him out in that CS63. So, look, I will actually say I think that is a bit of a fumble from Hit and Run. I think they did need to recognize that they needed to go a little bit faster, a little bit sooner. I understand it is very easy to be standing in this position with all of the information available to you, looking at it and saying, oh, they could have done this, they could have done that, they should have done this, they should have done that. But at the end of the day, really, they only lose that round by like 5 seconds. Let's be real. If they would have gone, if they would have sent it a little bit sooner, I think they win that one pretty comfortably still. In the end, though, they don't. And so I will say, I think Opor, they get away with a bit of a cheeky round
They
win.
get away
but
with murder there. That was criminal.
they are still looking like the weaker team in this grand final.
Let's put it to you this way, Keehan. If I was to throw a KD line out like 13-4 from a map, 2 rounds, who would you say took it and how?
I mean, obviously you have to give it to Hit and Run here currently. Like, the fact that they are on... It is so weird to say, but Opor's first pick of Mines, that is a hard 1-1 normally, and then it is instead Hit and Run who almost make it 2-0. You gotta wonder how much steam do Opor have left in the tank, because yes, you can talk all day long there. The strats book is full, guys. The strats book is full, and then you actually check, and it is full of blank pages, it seems.
Yeah, it's almost feeling a bit of false bravado there, Jordan, that, you know, Opor coming through and they say, yeah, we got this in the bag, don't you guys worry. We've planned, we've prepped, we've done all of this, and then all of a sudden it's it's felt like they really haven't got much of a clue.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely safe to say that the Mines pick hasn't worked out for them. I think there's no doubt about that. Obviously, they had something planned. They had an idea of what they wanted to do. But Hit and Run definitely looked better on that map pick. So talk about advantages coming through from the upper bracket. That is now their advantage gone, right? We're into the rest. We're into the deeper parts of the series at this point. Next map is going to be the map choice all for Hit and Run. They obviously banned away, you know, their opponent's map that they thought that was going to be a tough one, and they've picked Mines as a bit of an interesting choice. But realistically speaking, now we go into Hit and Run territory, which is Prokhorovka, and I do have to wonder whether or not they've kind of squandered the advantage that they got from that upper bracket final win.
Yeah, I mean, even going on to Cliff, it's such a coin toss map. It feels like, you know, Hit and Run have struggled more than I think they've succeeded on Cliff. Even though they've found victories on it, they haven't been comfortable victories. They have lost a couple of key fights, so it feels like, yeah, I think the odds of a 2-0 probably were higher on a Cliff than they were going on to Mines their key.
I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. Obviously, Mines is now gone the way of the dodo. It is 1-1, and I think all like excitement aside about how it did go, I think it is time to just put those 2 rounds at acta. It's time to, you know, not worry about it anymore because it was a 1-1. Now we are left in a best of 7 here with the next map that is on the cards for us being Prokhorovka, that we just saw Hit and Run play against Falcons. Now, that also was a 1-1, but I have to say, once again, Hit and Run, just like the Mines, all right, not going to completely toss it aside just yet, as I keep talking about it, but Hit and Run also looked very good there.
I'm mind-boggled by the stats on screen. Opor cracked 20k. To be fair, they did start with about 3.5 more damage, you know, K more damage, health on the board to work with, but Piotr with a 5,500 damage game, and then you look at it, Conrad playing in that mouse, blocking 3,500. I mean, Hit and Run really dug in their heels, Jordan.
Yeah, that is one of those rounds, though, where every single player, especially on the losing side, if you were to go on now to lose this grand final, you'll be thinking about that Mines game and thinking, if I would have just penned one more shot.
And Piotr had 1,240 blocked damage in the CS63. You gotta wonder what went wrong there. But yeah, it is going to be Karolf that's the MVP here, obviously, as he was the one that survived, the one that got away.
I mean, not to mention the fact that that last-second shot to keep his teammate alive, as well as the fade away to find victory. Yeah, look, I think you can justify that MVP, but it was a very, very, you know, Indiana Jones under the door, grabbing his hat type deal, Jordan. But now, obviously, yeah, we go to Proc. Feels like a nice reset, I think, for both teams. It should be a nice bit of a fresh start. But yeah, obviously today it has looked good for Hit and Run. Opor, I mean, how shaken do you reckon they are at the moment?
I think you'd be pretty shaken, actually. You've potentially almost gotten 0-2'd on your map pick. You only got 1 round on the map because, let's be real, of a bit of a lucky break. Well done to Karel, definitely, but that should not have been their round in the end, and so they'll be a little bit rattled. They'll be sitting in the comms saying, okay, what actually went wrong there, guys? We need to mental reset going into the rest of this series.
Also, I would argue it shouldn't be Karol who has to step up for that team. I mean, he's just been subbed in because, well, essentially DJ is sick, right? It shouldn't have to be Karol. It should be the other 6 that carry him.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Karol has time and time again put the team's efforts on his shoulders to help lead them to victories through this tournament. He has justified his position in this team, I think, more than once, Jordan.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you as well, and maybe he's going to have to keep doing it here as we are about to head into Prokhorovka. I mean, I would be feeling pretty good if I was Hit and Run. I think they've definitely got the momentum flowing. They're feeling good. They've been playing all day. They're warmed up really nicely. They've very nearly 2-0'd on Mines. They've got to be feeling confident about this series at the moment. And yeah, a bit of sweat starting to show for Opor, and no surprises there.
Yeah, I mean, and
it is a bit warm in here.
I mean, remember how Ketsai looked in that upper bracket final, and Minairos, I mean, that was a hint
it looks
of
more
a
like
smile,
a facial stretch than anything.
He's not as, you know, quite confident as he was before, yeah, but definitely...
I have to say, you know, Minairos has the shirt unzipped a little bit here, so I think the teams are feeling the heat as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as we do here in the caster's booth, it is a lot of lights that are shining on top of us, but there is the spotlight actually on the players.
Well, Well, unfortunately, map 1 falls a bit flat for Opor with that advantage, but we wipe the slate clean. It's back to even territory and off to Prokhorovka.
Ladies and gentlemen, map number 2 in between Opor and Hit and Run. It's going to be Prokhorovka. Opor kicking it off with double i7, double mouse, double STRV, and the T100. What a lineup.
Hit and Run going to be ringing a few more IS7s than that, but also an E5 and double CS63 of their own. STRV T1, double STRV T100 LT though is a bit of a curveball for Opor. Both teams, you can really already get the sense they're kind of bringing out a little bit of magic in this grand final. Something a little bit non-standard, non-meta that they want to try to catch their opponents off
I
with.
mean, you can really tell both of those teams know each other inside out, and they are trying to surprise the respective opponent. We do see a pretty aggressive opening in towards that middle, actually, by Hit and Run, that are looking to put a lot of guns with high DPM directly there. The i7 of Marcel and Never getting boosted in towards that middle. Kubash and Monster switching out of speedy mode to farm from behind. Karol in that mouse is gonna get found here, but obviously the i7's on the move, not gonna be connecting. Rexa is going to make a getaway in that STRV, and I think this opening by Hit and Run here currently is being met by fierce resistance from Karol.
Well, surely this has got to be in response to seeing the double STRV, right? You just want to get in there and get dirty before the STRVs have the opportunity to set up in position, and I think Hit and Run have done a really good job of that. Karol is indeed going to end up being the sacrificial mouse in this case, as he is finished off early on in the piece, and Hit and Run have secured themselves, at the very least for now, a 6-on-7. So the heroics from the previous map are not rewarded for Opor's sub.
I mean, Ketsai, in the meanwhile, also, you have to mention that T100 is not really contributing a whole lot when it comes to DPM, armor, alpha, anything like that. So basically now we do see the double i7 of T-Sec and Panzfury starting to drive down that 1-2 line, but only Monster in that CS63 would be able to support Conrad. Ketsai already starting to drive further. He finds Monster. That is a lot of information, but Ketsai gets spotted in turn. That is a huge problem for the side of Opor that realistically only have 5.5 guns remaining here. That T100 not able to contribute, down towards 650.
Yeah, it might actually just be 5 guns left in a second, because Monairo's able to snipe the T100 LT from across the map, and now it's Panzfury that is copping a beating as well. Hit and Run, they have completely outthought Opor in this round as well. They have just dominated them from the outset.
Yeah, Opor, it seems that nothing is going their way at all whatsoever. Ozek in that mouse in the A6 position, also down towards 1100. There is a singular STRV in A0 remaining that's going to be able to lay down the law on towards Piotr that is driving up, and I think Opor, this is the last hurrah of a team that knows that they have already lost the round. They're trying to get the first pickup, but instead Panzfury bites the dust, and they're not even gonna get it, as Never survives on 141 HP.
Yeah, absolute perfection so far from Hit and Run. Expert shooting, all of these long-range shots are connecting, barely bouncing anything at this point in time. Piotr's able to get in behind the mouse. Orchak will be finished off by Kubash, and that is pretty much that. The STRVs have really felt like an absolute non-factor, and it's not to say that they're in bad positions necessarily. These are spots where the STRVs are known to farm from, but have they even really been given the opportunity to do any damage? It does not feel like it.
Absolutely not. They haven't got any impact on the game, and that is because Hit and Run storm into this grand final with not one, with not two, but 3 convincing rounds. Yes, they are only able to convert 2 of those into actual countable victories, but man, they must be ahead so far right now when it comes to think about the mental part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, if you're Opor, you're going to be absolutely mental boomed. No doubts about it. Piotrix, I mean, what are you going to do at this point? You're an STRV solo. You're doing your best, but that cap's going to go through. If not, the tank will be finished off in a moment's time.
You could already see he had taken his hands off the keyboard. It doesn't matter at this point. as it is going to be hit and run 2 and Opor 1.
So far, it's been a pretty flat performance from Opor here in the grand finals in Jing'an, Shanghai. Look, I think it's time for a bit of a change for Opor. Now, Jordan, there's a phrase that we know in ANZ that does generally apply to rugby. It's up the guts, which means you just go up the middle with as much as you can muster, and that is exactly what Hit and Run has been doing. And every single time they have done damage. They did it on mines, they've done it here on Prokhorovka, Keyhand. Opor just asleep at the wheel, what's going on?
I mean, I was talking about momentum coming into this match, and there is no doubt in anyone's mind where that momentum is currently. It is firmly on the side of the purple team here, on the side of Hit and Run. Absolutely stellar performances back to back to back. Yes, the score is only 2-1, and I say only 2-1 because there is the realistic possibility of it having been 3-0 at that point. That being said, I want to highlight once again those teams not long ago have met where the score was 4-1 and then the other team won 5-4. So neither of those teams can afford any kind of slip up. As soon as they start to give even an inch to the enemy team, those are going to be pulling ahead.
Has to be said though, as far as Hit and Run is looking today, it doesn't seem like they're going to be slipping up, right? They've already gone through 2 teams pretty clean. This game's looking pretty clean so far as well. So, I mean, look, quick math, I don't know how many rounds they've actually played, but it'd be like up above 10, 12, something like that at this point.
12.
12.
And the score is 10-2.
Yeah, exactly, right? So they've played 12 games. They've, got a near flawless conversion rate. Yeah, they actually lost one more round really here than I think they ought to have, but let's almost even give them that mines round and say it was 11-1.
And against Falcons, the other round, they almost pulled back on Prokhorovka
again,
as well.
Good point, right? So they've, of the rounds they've lost, they barely lost, and pretty much other than that, they've just been winning all day. So are they going to put a foot wrong? Are they going to falter at this point? I can't imagine that they will, because they've just kept it up so consistently over the course of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that, right now, Opor need to find some of that mongrel spirit, that is necessary in the competition. You need to show that mongrel. You need to show that you got the dog in you. We have a word for it in New Zealand. It's called mahi. It's time to put in the mahi. It's time to put in the work, because right now Opor aren't really putting in the work. It feels they're being swept over. But I mean, Keyhan, you're down 2-1 in a best of 9. There is no better time to start putting in the mahi now.
I mean, there is still time. That is very important to emphasize. There is time. It is best of 9. There has been a third of the maximum amount of possible rounds played. That being said, though, I think it is time for Opor, most of all, to step it up. Because in the 3 rounds that we have seen played, every single time, I think it is fair to say that Hit and Run have looked like the better team. This time even, I would say strat and calling difference. I mean, we take a look at the damage numbers. Minaris being on top with that E5, that is a very comfortable gun to play with a lot of DPM. But again, at the end of it, I think it isn't down to individual plays, at least for this round. It was just the call by, I believe, Monster, or maybe Piotr, who is helping with calling, to book it down middle, to immediately get Karolf out of the game, that won it decisively.
I mean, what a terrifying stat to behold, Jordan. Orshek with 22% of the team's damage, but then also blocking double that damage in that round. That is abysmal. I think it'd probably be the best way to describe it. That is far from what you're wanting at this stage of the competition.
Pretty crazy stuff, though. But I was saying, the shots have really been on point in that game from Hit and Run, and you can see there 100% pen rate from Minaros in that E5. Yeah, it's got a good gun, but let's be real, it just felt like everything was connecting for Hit and Run there. They were cerebral, and unfortunately for Opor, that's going to put them in a pretty awkward spot. They definitely need to find a way to lift here, and I don't know if it's going to happen. Again, the score's 2-1, but as far as I'm concerned, that's 3 rounds where Hit and Run have looked like the better team, and that is bad news for Opor. So, yeah, they need to get a bit of that dog in them.
Well, I mean, Minaros, just even when he's not topping the leaderboard in damage, he's consistently hitting the shots. He's consistently penning. He's been one of the standout players, not just for Hit and Run, but for this entire tournament. Mostly today, it has been a bit of a rough run through. They've been pushed through the elimination bracket. But at this stage, this is when you want to show up, Key.
Yeah, indeed. If not now, at what other point in time are you going to show up? And here Karolf now, the one that has been securing the only round so far for the team of Opor, telling his teammates where it's at. I think that is what is needed right now. A person to tell them that, hey, yes, we've not looked good so far, but then again, this is a best of 9, guys. You know, just start playing your A game, and then you yourself, I don't even need to tell you, you know that we can win this one, that we can take home the trophy. Let's get going.
I mean, that's it, of course. It is that age-old question. If not now, then when? If not when, then how? How do you make it happen if you're Opor, Jordan? Something needs to come, something needs to break, something needs to give, and unfortunately it feels like it's Opor round after round.
I wonder if you almost try to beat Hit and Run at their own game. At this point, it seems like Hit and Run want to try to go somewhere fast. They want to try to take early map control. Maybe you need to do the same thing.
That's it. I mean, the only way to stop an immovable object is to throw in unstoppable force at it, and right now, Hit and Run is that force. Off to Proc.
Proc number 2 coming up, Pit and Run looking to extend that lead to a 3-1, doing so with double I7, a single A5, an S-Conk, and triple CS63.
We're going to change it up a little bit. Quad, IS7, E5, double Super Conk. So again, quite a heavy lineup coming through from them. Nothing too light about it. Got the CS63s though on the behalf of Hit and Run. So again, fast pace is going to be brought to the table by them.
At this point in time, gotta wonder if Hit and Run don't have a bit too much mobility here, just because Opor brought so much beef into this lineup. It is going to be 7 heavy tanks. That being said though, we do see the initial openings, and that by Hit and Run looks a heck of a lot like what we've seen already, and that one fell flat. Well, not flat, but it did fall on its face. Once again, the double I7 gonna get pushed by that double CS63. We see Marcel gonna be able to farm with that Super Conk if something comes to it, but Opor here currently with the quadruple IS7. Once again, the Kazna coming out.
Yeah, I mean, look at the setup from Opor. They are ready and waiting for this from Hit and Run, and I tell you what, Hit and Run are nothing if not consistent, though I wonder how this is going to play out. It's going to be a massive brawl. Who wins? 4 IS7s up against 2 IS7s and 2 CS63s. There is an E5 round in the back there and a Super Conk helping out, but Monster has just been absolutely obliterated, and Opor, this might be a good opportunity for them to bring this one back to a 2-on-2. What an absolute mess, but it's exactly what I said. Maybe you just have to beat Hit and Run at their own game.
Exactly the repeat of what we saw against Falcons happening to Hit and Run once again, and Opor surely are not gonna let that one slip from their hands as the second kill comes through for them. An answer on towards T-Sec though, but the HP are good for Opor currently. Conrad gonna be the focus probably, or make that Kubosh as he goes down towards one shot. Osek going down as well. How are Hit and Run staying in that game? Well, Kubosh isn't at that point, but Opor, they need to get further kills on the board. They need to get Conrad out of the game. They need to get unspotted with Piotrix and Karolf after to be able to create crossfire.
Well, no doubt they will be able to get Conrad at some point. Just waiting for the reloads to come through for those IS7s. In the meanwhile, Minairos is getting some free farm in there, but okay, it takes one extra shot. Not too bad, not the end of the world. Piotr in the CS63 going to try to duel a Super Conk. I'm not sure that's going to work out for him, and I think the game is at this point lost for Hit and Run. They just took too much of a battering in that initial exchange.
I mean, the mind games there for Hit and Run not working out at all. It fell flat on its face against Falcons, and it's going to get battered. It's going to get bruised. That's going to get beaten into submission by Opor once again. That cheeky 1-2 line opening with the double I7 double CS not working out for the second time of the day in the second match of the day. Hit and Run trying to be cheeky. Hit and Run ending up looking stupid.
Yeah, what I will say is actually for Opor, I think this is a really big win. It kind of shifts the momentum of the series a little bit. It's the first time that it hasn't felt like Opor have looked like the worst team in a map. So, you know, they've kind of grounded out. They've gotten through the hard yards 3 rounds in a row. Hit and Run look like the better team. And yet, now, after the fourth, the scoreline is still going to be 2 apiece.
You can see from the player cams there, Resolve definitely making its way back into the hearts of Opor. What a round. They say it with their chest. They say hit and run. There's no way you were running that same straight against us that you showed earlier today. And they said, we can do it one better than the Falcons. They staunched up and they rolled over hit and run. Yeah, look, hit and run got in their punches key, but it doesn't matter. They didn't win that round.
Well, honestly, I think there was a cheeky little smile on the face of Never after that round, and I think Hit and Run, they knew that they got read by Opor like an open book in broad daylight.
I'll tell you one thing that's really important about that we have to think about is that was a very fast attacking side win. So I know it's not really that big of a deal right now in the series, but if we do end up getting to the tiebreaker, I don't know if you're going to beat that for an attacking side win. I mean, what have we got next? We've got Ghost Town and Himmelsdorf, not maps which you generally see very fast attacking side wins on. So if it does come down to Tundra, it might actually end up being Opor that have the advantage there in terms of the choice of side.
I mean, they've had the advantage already once today and it didn't matter. But yeah, Keir, I think you hit the nail on the head. That you got to meet hit and run at their own game. You can't play around, you can't stall out. We saw what happened in the first round of Proc. Krolf stuck out in the open, all of a sudden every single member of hit and run is just throwing shots his way. You need to meet them and play their game.
I mean, the fact of the matter is also that we have seen 2 maps now, and realistically, Opor have looked better on 3 out of the 4 rounds, but the fact also is that, well, that scoreline that we see behind me right now reads 2-2, so effectively the teams have been trading punches, and honestly, that's exactly what we want to see here in the grand final of the WCI. So, yeah, good stuff by Hit and Run for the first time here, though they get their 2nd point on the board, leaving us with a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, we started with the best of 9. It's effectively been rendered a best of 7, which has then effectively been rendered a best of 5. So we're back to day 1, Jordan, at the moment, which, I mean, it kind of feels appropriate, really.
Yeah, but obviously in this case, Hit and Run are now starting to go, okay, this is going to be a long night. We've got a lot of World of Tanks still yet to play. We started playing at like, I don't know, what was it, like 2 p.m. today or 2:30 this morning? This afternoon, I guess. But feels like this morning. That's how long ago it was, really. So they might be getting a little bit tired, a little bit mental fatigued and losing some of these rounds. I mean, especially that one on Mines in a little bit of a disappointing fashion. And even then on Prokhorovka, it doesn't really feel like they've really got the chance to show us what they have actually on the defensive front, because it just goes bottoms up from the beginning. I could imagine a bit of frustration maybe starting to creep in there. So it's not just a physical game, it's going to be a mental game here as well for them, and we'll have to see how that continues to shape up as we do go deeper into the series onto Ghost Town as the next map.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really something that you appreciate as a Twitch viewer at home, Key, is these are long days. I can tell you, I feel exhausted. It has been a marathon run for us, and we've just been talking about the game. These guys have been living it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jordan said it. They started playing at 2:30, and looking at one of the clocks here in the stadium right now, it is currently 8:30. So basically 6 hours ago. That is a monumental task to be doing and to be asking from any kind of team. But it seems to me like Hit and Run seem to be up to the task. 2-2 the scoreline, and now we do see the damage numbers coming in. But once again, this round of Prokhorovka here, I don't think that necessarily was down to the individual shooting. It was just the cohesive team reaction that we saw come out, the reaction to that 1-2 line gimmick strat. I think we have to say and conclude at this point in time. Ketsai gonna be the MVP here, the team captain stepping it up for his boys. And now, as we're headed into Ghost Town, once again, I want to give that slight edge towards Opor that we actually had coming into this match when it was still 0-0, simply because Opor are the specialists when it comes to Ghost Town. I think in one of the interviews as well, Monster, the team captain for Hit and Run, sort of letting that shine through, like, hey, all of the maps I think were sort of even. The only one where, you know, it might be kind of spicy is kind of Ghost Town, because we know that Opor are absolute experts on that one.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have showed that they have the chops to compete in this competition, in this grand final, Jordan. And it just feels appropriate that we find ourselves at 2-2. While maybe it wasn't entirely justified that Opor got to the stage, it feels like now, especially after that last round, this is exactly where we're meant to be.
Look, does kind of feel like a bit of a let-off though for Opor, as we've reiterated multiple times. It has felt like up to this point, Hit and Run have been the better-looking team in this grand final, and that is something that kind of has me a little bit concerned, right? Where, look, Opor come into this completely cold, Hit and Run have come into it hot and warmed up. Now Opor have been given that time to kind of warm up a little bit, and I wonder if that starts to blow up a little bit in the face of Hit and Run, particularly considering what you've just said there, Kehan, that they are moving into a map that they're going to be comfortable on, that they feel good on, and I mean, who's to say if it's a 2-0 on Ghost Town, all of a sudden that storyline changes dramatically.
Exactly. Opor now once again looking like they are in the better position to take this match, I would say. The first 3 rounds, obviously, they didn't look particularly good, but in that last round, they really showed that if Hit and Run so much as slip up even a little bit, then they will not even give the chance for Hit and Run to come back into that one. I think that is also a team diff that we see coming in. Basically, Hit and Run, they almost made that round succeed with that same tactic, getting countered in the same way, but there was no doubt at any point in time that, you know, Opor were going to take it.
Well, it's time, map 3. We get to see whether or not Opor can keep a hold of the reins for the moment, or if Hit and Run take him back.
Well, round number 5 in between Hit and Run and Opor. Hit and Run looking to go into the lead with the double 60 TP, 1 IS7 double mouse and double CS63.
Not sure Opor are going to let that one happen. Triple mouse, double T110, E5, IS7 and CS63 to round out the composition there for them. Again, we've consistently seen Hit and Run go for a little bit of a lighter lineup than what Opor have brought to the table in this game so far. And I think that has heavily influenced the playstyle of both teams.
I think we might be looking at a restart here currently, as yeah, possibly some technical problems on one of the players' machines. We'll have to wait and see what exactly is happening here currently, as the players did not move. That seems to be the case, however, and that in turn, at least judging by how the EU rules are playing out, is that the players are not going to be able to switch the tanks here. They are not allowed to change the setup. Obviously, with the field modifications, they're able to still switch in between 2 different setups, but other than that, they have to pick the exact same thing.
I think that's fair enough. I mean, obviously, you've intended to go into the game with whatever that setup is, so I think it's all fair that you would keep that going, but I do wonder what that means, obviously, now for both teams being able to have a bit of a look at and scout what their opponents are playing. It's certainly going to give the callers a little bit more time to think about how they want to be setting up their initial positioning.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. That is obviously information given to both teams here, and that in turn means that the comms are gonna be red hot with communication. That is exactly what you want, and at the same time, the mind games obviously start because you have given information, the enemy has given information. How does that stack up? What do you do with it?
Yeah, I guess that's the big talking point, isn't it, right? Do we change things up now that we know that they've got the information, that we've got the information, that they've got the information, that we've got the information? Lots of questions there, and something that the callers really do have to think about at this point. So, I don't know, will it change much? Probably not. I think both these teams are pretty experienced. They know what they need to be doing. And they would have had, I would say, a fairly decent understanding of what they might be facing in the server anyway.
I mean, it wouldn't be a tournament without a restart of a round. I was just waiting for it to happen. I would have been very surprised if we could go 3 days without an actual restart. Well, here we have one, and actually the rules also say that in every match, every team has the opportunity to once call a restart during battle countdown if something is wrong. There might be something wrong with one of the player machines, with one of the peripherals. I don't know, like at this point in time, you know, a battery of a mouse could be empty. Who knows?
Yeah, look, batteries, headset issues is normally one of the big ones that we get at live events because you want to be ensuring that everyone can hear what's going on. Microphone issues definitely as well. Communication, such an important point, but yeah, like you said, it's been an absolute miracle that we actually haven't had a tech delay up to this point. I almost forgot that they existed.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think all of the players here have dealt with tech issues before, or at least having to have to deal with, you know, having to wait. That being said, moving into Ghost Town, I believe it was the team in blue, so hit and run that were on defense first. And hit and run, or sorry, Ghost Town being the defense-sided map that it is, it means that they have the potential to go up again in this matchup here. Can they pull through though? I mean, Opor have looked like the worst team, but the score is even.
Yeah, I think it's one of those interesting sort of things that you see, one of the repercussions, I guess, of the format in World of Tanks, that the way that the scoring system works and the way that the game plays, you're always going to have one team that's ahead and one team that's behind and trying to catch up. And if it ends up going 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, you know, in this case, you're always feeling like you're having to play catch up, which is a little bit annoying, right? You never really are the one with your foot in front. You're always playing catch up. You're always playing from behind. It never really feels like you get to dictate how the series is starting to play out. And you never get to realistically put much pressure back on your opponents. I think that's the biggest thing, is when you're always playing catch up, you're constantly the one with the pressure on your shoulders and thinking, if we lose this round and we go 0-2 on whatever this map is, then we've got a very long road ahead to kind of come back into this series. Whereas if you're the one winning the first round of every map, you've got that little bit of a buffer. You're playing pretty free. You're feeling pretty comfortable. You're feeling pretty good. So someone needs to find a way to break that combo, whether it's hit and run, getting the 2-0 here and, you know, following on from winning the opening round, or in some way, shape or form, at least you would hope in the case of Opor, they can win the first round and sort of throw that back in the face of hit and run. At the very least, to sort of take at least the advantage at some point in the series.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look behind us right now, I'm trying to look at the stage, trying to figure out what exactly is the holdup here. There is referees on both sides, actually. Double referee on the side of Opor, double referee on the side of hit and run. But I think currently the interest seems to be on the side of Opor, but I think we should be able to move into the match pretty soon, because there is, as mentioned, a lot of competent people in that production here, and they're going to have a lot of backup stuff planned and prepared. That being said, what do you make of the faces of the players right now that are on camera?
It seems to be pretty cool, calm and collected. You know, this is one of those unfortunate parts of esports where you do have to sort of just wait around a little bit. So maybe it's a pressure release for both teams, but it looks like we're going back into game, and as you've said, no change-ups allowed.
No change-ups allowed, so the setups are not going to change. Once again, hit and run, double 60 TP, i7, double mouse, and double CS.
Indeed. For Opor, again, double E5, triple mouse, IS7, and CS63. So we were highlighting the fact that there's a slightly lighter lineup there for hit and run, in the fact that they've picked up the double CS63, so they'll be able to